Right, I forgot to turn on my mic, of course. Hello Deemer, hello Curio, hello Duvet. I don't know what order I should do this in. So I want to go through three things, right? We have the Secret Santa stuff. We have the stream stats. And also the latest thing, which is about the Twitter bookmark nonsense. I figured I should probably talk about that so that it's easier for people to try and do it if they want to do it. But I do not know what order I should do it in. Because not many people are here yet. Hello DTB, hello G-Talk. Oh my god. Yeah, my concurrent viewer count is definitely off. Oh, now it's 6 people all of a sudden. I guess it's not updating correctly. But yeah, I was saying 1 person, and then there's like at least 4 or 5 of you in the chat, so very interesting. Oh yeah, wait, hang on, I forgot if Mia is joining today. Let me check. Hello, are you joining today? Alright, we'll see if he is coming. So the Secret Santa stuff, I'm gonna wait for you, DTV. So I can't do it now. And I could go over the Twitter stuff real quick, I guess. Hang on a second. Alright, I think that should be fine. So I'll go over the Twitter stuff real quick because if people want to replicate it, they probably want a video guide over just the text. I think the text is clear enough, but just in case. So let me just get this started here. I do have to also check that my bookmarks are at least somewhat safe for work before I bring this online here. Give me a second here. Where's my what? Where'd it go? Yeah. My head kind of hurts again. Where's my thing go? Okay, here. So this is my bookmarks, right? So everyone has a bookmarks page. That's pretty simple. So the plan here is that you want to grab everything out of your bookmarks without having to do it manually. For example, manually clicking this, right click, save. You know, that's going to take a lot of time. And you want to automate this process. I wouldn't talk about the stuff that failed. Hello, Rez. I'm not going to talk about the stuff that failed, that I tried that failed, but I'm going to talk about the one that works currently. So the idea is this, in any website, so modern day browsers, if servers want to let you see certain things, the file must exist physically on your computer. So one idea is to just pull data from the cache that you have. That is one possible way. But the thing is, none of these images here are the full resolution, right? If you open a new image, it's only this, you can see that it's in the name. It's actually small. It's fetching the smaller one. So maybe I should make this a little bit smaller so you guys can actually see the URL here. So you can see like this this link here, right? You get the ID and then you get some queries in the back that tells the server what to give essentially. So in this case, it's asking for a format in JPEG and it's asking for the smallest, whatever small means, right? Small doesn't mean anything, by the way. It doesn't mean it's specifically a certain resolution by certain resolution. It just means that in the server side, they have this small, medium, large idea. And small is whatever that the server deems is small for this image, right? It could be different across different things. Hello, Uni. And limit posts you can read, they added later. So there is Twitter API, but according to Mr. GPT, Twitter API only allows you to pull 800 of the latest bookmarks. That means that if you have 4,000 like I do, you only get the latest 800. And not to mention API has other limits as well. And I don't really want to read the API documentation and deal with the APIs. Because you will get rate throttled, you need to get API keys, you need to do this, do that. It's kind of a pain, right? If you think about it, we have a browser here. I can see the data here. The data should be accessible here. So that's why I approach it this way. So the idea is this. You have the developer console, right? So developer consoles are basically showing you the code that is generating the URL here, right? So ideally what that means is that if you open this, you right click the image, you see that there's a link here, and this link is exactly the link that we had before. So what that means is if I can get my hands on this link, I can download the image from this link. However, the issue here is that a lot of modern websites, so if you look at the source, right? If you view page source here, you guys can't see that. If you right click and you do view page source, it shows the entire URL of the page. But if you look at this is all CSS. So there's nothing here that's concrete that's actually talking about the data. If you look at all of these things, you actually don't see any of the stuff you see on this side here. You don't see these things, which actually define the page. And that's because modern websites, they force the client to load everything on the client side. So they don't send you this file, which is huge, by the way. This thing is huge. So they force it to load on the client side. So they don't have to send as much data over. So things are faster, right? That's why it's like that. So you can't see it this way. You have to see it in the developer console way, blah, 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 blah. It's kind of a mess. But what this tells us is that the data has to be sent over to us somehow. And if you go over to the network here, so this thing basically sort of records all the packets that's coming in and out of your browser. So right now it's currently empty. If you open this and make sure that this is recording. So right now it says stop recording, means it's recording. It's recording by default, right? This is for you to clear it. But once you start it and you refresh this, you start to see a lot of data coming in. You see a lot of data coming in, and along here you see the timeline of the data that comes in. So the important things come in front, some other junk come in at the end, right? By the way, important things is important to them, not important to us, right? So it could be analytics, it could be stuff like trackers and stuff like that. But that's not the point. The point is that somewhere in this data here, in all of these data here, is something related to the bookmarks page. And if you search for bookmarks, you can see that there's this link called bookmarks variables. So essentially, this is an endpoint. If I can just copy this. If I just put it here, you can kind of, oh my god. Let me grab my text file here. This is really hard to read. So you can see that it's X API graph GL, I think that is. And then there's some nonsense, and then it's grabbing bookmarks. And it's giving a bunch of variables. And these variables doesn't really matter too much to us. But the point is that it's querying for more bookmarks in order to display on this page. And if you look at the... I don't need that anymore. If you look at this request, if you click on it, and if you open up this part, you can see the response. In the response here, you can actually see all the data that we want. So if you go all the way up, you can see that, hey, data, the API version, timeline. I don't exactly know what all these things are, by the way. This is really nested. This has a lot of shit in here. But at some point, you start to see user results, right? This is the stuff that we want. You see user results, you see user IDs, and you see avatar image. And if you look at this avatar image here, this is where things start to get interesting, right? Because this here is essentially their avatar image over here. So you're already starting to see data in the structure here. And at some point you see their name, you see their screen name, you see permissions. Oh, this is very interesting, by the way. There's a lot more data that is sent to the client that usually is not shown, right? You wouldn't know about stuff like, hey, can I DM this guy? Apparently, yes, you can. You can DM them. Anyways, stupid data like this. Follow request grant has graduate access. Whether if these things make sense or not, that's kind of hard to say. But as we scroll down here, you start to see more interesting things. And where is it? I don't know where it is. Some point there is a media, right? So this is the one, I think. So this is the media sort of object here, and then you see the expanded URL. This is the URL. If you notice, this is the tweet ID followed by photo 1. So this is the one that happens when you start to click in and you open up. You see this photo 1 thing, and other IDs. You get the image itself. So this is the important link. This here is the image. But you will also notice that it's lacking off the modifiers behind, and we'll get into that later. But essentially, this may or may not be the largest version of the file that they have. It may or may not be. It could be. It is pretty big, right? You see that now we can zoom in versus the one where there's a question mark name equals to small. But now that we have this information, my plan is this. So there's 3 scripts that I put into the thing. By the way, it's for educational purposes. We're not here to break the terms of service. Again, read the disclaimer in the message there. understand that there's risk as you're doing this. But what we want to do now is that if this query contains all the data that we need, and this query is constantly being made, and as I keep scrolling down, okay, I cannot show you guys my thing, just in case it's dangerous here. But if you look at this page here as I scroll down, you will see more and more of these bookmarks pop up, and you see a lot of requests at the left here as well. So what this means is that as we keep scrolling down, you will get more and more information. And one of the 3 scripts that I sent, so number 4 here, this is a JavaScript inject. So you basically take this, you go to the console. Let me just restart this so it's clean here. So what you do is you just paste it here. And what that's going to do for you immediately is that it's going to start scrolling the web page automatically. And it's going to slowly pull every single one of those files down. However many files you have. You see that I have, okay, starting at 147 because I forgot to change the script. Actually, you guys might want to change this. I actually probably change this before I and upload a new version. But now it's 147. It should have started at 0, by the way. And then the next one is going to be 148. Yeah, 149. You see it's slowly pulling, right? And then you can call this thing to stop it. But this will pull all of the JSON that we have previously seen. And let me see. You know what? Let me fix that thing real quick before I forget. So I just need to change this number to 0. Yeah, a lot of different people would probably have a lot of different ways of doing the same thing. I tried a couple of other ways to do it, but it didn't work properly. And it was giving me vibes that I'm gonna get banned. So I stopped those nonsense, and then I thought about a different way. Sorry, let me just put this in here because I don't want people to download this and start their nonsense at number 147, which is kind of funny. But alright, this is the updated one. But yes, now that you have all these data files, which is, again, is supposed to start at 1, I'm just going to close this because we don't need that anymore. But what you need to do is you need to put them into a folder here. So let's say we put it into this this folder here. There's a lot of other scripts as well. These ones I didn't upload because these are used to analyze the bookmark JSON that we got, which is huge, by the way. Like, one of these is very big. It's got 10,000 lines almost in each one of them. And for me, for my 4,000 bookmarks, I have over 226 of them. And I'll get to that in a bit, George. I don't use Notepad for code exactly. It's just that, like I mentioned in the disclaimer, I didn't code any of this. My job here is to sort of architect the whole idea. I figure out what's happening behind the scenes, and I just get ChatGPT to write the stuff that I needed to write. Because there's a lot of code in here and a lot of other stuff, and it's not possible to have I can't do it in this amount of time. It's a lot of stuff. Like over here, there's stuff that analyzes the 10,000 lines to get a structured file, so I can send it back up to ChatGPT to ask it to analyze it for me and tell me what is it that I want from this list, right? And then there's also stuff here that sort of measures my scrolling speed in order for me to come up with some scrolling speed that is not too ridiculously fast, and it's about a bit more human-like. And then scrolling profile as well, like there's a lot of math in here. None of these math I truly know exactly what's happening. There's quantiles, there's clampings, there's a bunch of random stuff that's happening here. But that is that. So number 4 brings you all the files. You want to put it into this folder, any folder actually. You can name it anything, but my scripts have a default setting for some of the variables. If you name it the way I tell you to name it, you don't have to do, you know, too much work exactly. It will automatically go look for it. Although this one's not really looking for it. But now that you have it in this folder, what you need to do now is to parse all, like in my case, 226 files. For each of these files here, I want to go in and I want to look at the user results. Remember this user results thing? And it's returning too much data. Like there's a lot of data here. All of this data inside, I don't know if it's necessary or not. But all I know is I want the URL. So now it's going to go in and pull the URL and some of the useful information out. That's what this next script does. So C5 here, parse all in folder. It's going to prepare, look into all the files and prepare this file here. This file is 3 megabytes of text. And this file is the one that actually is useful. For example, you have 334 entries. And each one of the entries, for example, this is one entry here. You have the tweet ID, you have the date it was posted, you have the person's display name, right? That's the name that you see. You have the handle name. This is the handle that you put in the URL. You have the text. Apparently, Twitter also puts the link of the tweet somehow in the text field. I don't know why it does that, but it does that. Then that used to have the media. So in this case, it's a photo, and we have the link to the photo. And if you remember previously, this is exactly the link that we want. Okay, this one's a little bit spicy, but this is exactly the image that we want here, right? And then there's some other sets and stuff because I wanted to use the information to generate my own version of Twitter locally. But it's there if you guys want to see it. And conversation ID, I don't know what all these other IDs are. I asked ChatGPT what would be interesting to pull. It tells me these things. Okay, pull it. Thank you. Just do it. Don't care, right? Because it's just going to be in the script. So that's fine. So that's C5. So at this stage, we have a lot of information, all locally done, but we don't have the files yet. So what we need is the number 6, C6. So C6 is downloading all the media down. And C6 does a little bit smarter stuff in the background, where it tries to, what's the word? Pull the highest version, the largest version that it can do. So number 1, it tries to do original, right? It tries to pull the original version, which is the most highest quality. Then it pulls for 4K by 4K. This is really arbitrary. The reason why it's 4K and 4K here is because the image that we just saw, the one I just closed, this one here, the largest one it has was 4K by 4K. So it did that, and then otherwise it uses large as the final fallback, because large is basically just a sort of alias for the server to be like, give me the largest version that you have. It does this and then it pulls. So finally we get bookmarks media, and this is where all the bookmarks are gonna go in. And this pulls everything. This pulls, what do you call it? If there's multiple images in the same tweet, it will pull all 4 of them. You can see that it pulls all 4. If there's a video in it, it will pull the video as well. Right, and all of these things are now just kind of sitting in your drive. And the one thing I forgot to mention is that this isn't very user-friendly, in the sense that you're gonna have to come in here and kind of figure this out for yourself. So that's the second part of the thing. I'm currently working on something that will actually helps me view it. The media download thing actually has a JSON that maps the tweet ID to the file name here. So if anybody wants to continue parsing, this is all ready for you to parse. And again, we're not trying to do stuff like doing machine learning or anything. All we want to do is to just keep a copy here for reference. So that is the entire stack, essentially, at this point in time. There is a little bit more work done as I'm trying to figure this nonsense out. Oh, okay, am I lagging? This is pretty bad. I don't know if this is actually going to work properly on stream because it is very slow. This thing is very slow. Yeah, it might be frozen here. Let me just nuke this real quick. Oh my god. So what you're observing here is a... So this here is all of the 4,000 images, as you might have guessed. But the reason why they're removing is because, so the idea that I'm having here, remember that that PureRef board that I have where I manually placed all the images based on the style, right? Based on the complexity, based on the style, based on the subject matter and theming. This is an automatic version on all 4,000 images. And the way that it currently works is by color. So if you look at the top here, it says color average red versus average blue. So you can see this part is significantly bluer, and then this part is significantly redder. And then over here it's just white. But this isn't very good because it obviously doesn't know the difference between line art versus painted, versus it's a white background because they don't want to draw, or it's a white background because they drew something that's really bright. So this is kind of dumb, right? But the idea is that we have something here that then allows us to sort of look for references really easily by say color, for example. We can do by color, we can do by complexity. Neither of them works properly at this point. The reason why it moves, by the way, is because in computer science, in file analysis, there's something called feature extraction. So the idea is that you're extracting certain features from the file. Usually in file forensics, this is talking about the actual sort of behavior of the file. Like for example, if you want to know if an exe file is malicious, it's actually pulling certain features, such as is it writing to certain, is it using certain system calls that we're not supposed to, you know, that people don't tend to do. In this case here is pulling features of the colors. So is trying to basically simply computing how much blue is there in this image, how much red is there in this image. So we did some feature extraction, and based on the feature extracted, the stats that we have extracted, it then computes a coordinate onto a coordinate system. And in this case, is computing a coordinate system. Well, it's placing basically the files that are similarly colored next to each other, right? That's why you get this thing. But if I just let it print onto screen, there's a problem where all the thumbnails kind of overlap each other, and you won't be able to see anything. Like right now, if we zoom in, we can see quite a bit. There's some really spicy stuff here, so I can't really zoom in too much exactly. There's a lot of weird stuff that I collected over the years. I'm trying to stick to the colored side because the spicier stuff tend to be on the other side of the board. But essentially, these guys will be overlapping each other. So the reason why you see them move is the way that the code is, what the code is doing is that it places them onto the original grid first, and then it starts to jiggle them around. It jiggles them around and tries to compute the sort of collision between the thing. Are they overlapping is basically. This is not any app, this is my app, Uni. This is not any app at all. This is just a Python script running in the back. Also, I just swapped this to complexity. So we're gonna see this jiggle again if I don't crash here. I don't know if my voice is even getting through at this point. I should close this because let me save some memory here. Yeah, okay, it's complaining yet again. So oh, it's jiggling. So if I zoom out here, you can see that it's slowly expanding out because they're basically jostling for space in the middle. This is not very efficient, obviously, as you can tell from the significant amount of lag. But what this is doing is it at least allows all the images to not overlap that much. And the effect on the outer side is a lot better than on the inner side. But, you know, that's algorithms that you can figure out at the end of the day. And then at this point, let's say, for example, this, right? We can click on something and it will display it just like how you would display the tweet, right? It's talking about the language. Can you guys even see this? You guys can. Is it marked as sensitive? So if it's like, if Twitter thinks that it's too lewd, it will mark it as sensitive. How many likes, how many retweets, how many replies, how many quotes, the user, the link to the actual tweet, as well as the actual file here. So the plan is to turn this into something a little bit more user-friendly so we can look for references fast. But it is pretty hard because at that point it's a huge research topic that's essentially talking about how you can sort of analyze the image programmatically. And then at that point, it starts to go into sort of machine learning territory, and it gets a little bit sussy at that point. But yeah, stuff like search functions. I don't think search functions makes a lot of sense, perhaps. You can maybe search the text that they have. But if you want to search image itself, that would be quite insane. That would be a lot of work. I don't know what exactly you'll be searching for per se. But what I want to do is at least people who have similar styles, similar complexity in their style, essentially, right? People who are very painterly with a lot of texture versus painterly that doesn't even have any texture, just like big blocks of clean shapes, for example. They can all be grouped together. People who use very similar palettes can be grouped together. People who draw very similar themes can be grouped together, but all of those things is a lot of work down the line. So this is gonna lag me out, is it not? Yeah, okay, anyways, it's done. But that's where that project is going. So all of these things are currently in work in progress. Yeah. So that is basically the quick rundown of the Twitter script. Currently, what I've provided only allows you to essentially download everything onto your system. And beyond that, it's going to just be up to you on how you're going to handle it. It's not really very named in a very user-friendly way. It's more machine-friendly because it's meant to be parsed. If you want to make it more friendly, you might have to get Mr. GPT to make something a little bit more useful. But that is that, essentially. I'm going to terminate my web server now so I can save some memory. And alright, that's my first show and tell. And then there's two more things in the agenda. The next one would be stuff like stream statistics. I think stream statistics would be interesting. Oh, just just so that I can wrap up the previous one nicely. Is there anybody has any questions, or like you guys have any comments before I move on here? I realized that it might be a little bit sus because of you know, the fact that we are doing sort of machine. All right, George was asking about if I was coding with Notepad++. I use this because of how lightweight it is, and because I'm not the one coding. I only make very minor edits, and I just read the code, so it's more than enough. Also, with respect to would this be considered as a crawler? A crawler, I believe, definition is more towards actually sort of going across different websites. So, for example, in the case of Twitter, right? In the case of Twitter, you have the main Twitter-based webpage, twitter.com, x.com, and then following that, you have x.com/i/bookmarks/profile/user ID/settings. You know, all of these things, and all of these things are different pages of the same domain. A crawler goes through all of these different pages and tries to collect information that way. In our case, we're kind of staying on the same page. So strictly speaking, maybe not consider a crawler, but I would still consider it a bot because we are macroing our actions and it's automated, right? It's not a bot in the sense that it kind of goes around by itself. It's still pretty manual. So like Curio said, if you don't want to do this method, there are probably already existing options out there that are a lot easier to use, a lot more user-friendly. I am doing this mostly because I saw it as a challenge. In the past, I tried doing this before, and the previous version absolutely sucked dick. It didn't work. It just completely crashed and burned. Like, so this time around, getting everything down cleanly, I don't think I've lost a single one, because I was reviewing the logs, and it looks really clean. I think it grabbed every single thing. So that's great. And it grabbed it within an hour too, so it's kind of insane. Like, just downloading it only took an hour. Of the 4,000 files, I think total the size of all of these media files is like what, 5 gigs? 5.12 gigs. 6,000 files in there because there's some duplicates and stuff, but well, not duplicates, but there's multiple tweets with multiple things, but yeah, if there's no other questions, I'm gonna go into the stream stats. You guys might have caught a slight glimpse of that. Actually, where'd it go? Okay, close it. Yeah, let me bring this up. So by the way, the YouTube thing, I did something similar, right? YouTube basically is a very similar thing. I cannot quite show the script because I think my keys are in there. I can't quite remember. But YouTube has YouTube API. Like all the big websites have API, right? Twitter has its own API, but we only did this because there was a limit on it. There was a limit of 800 bookmarks, allegedly. But YouTube doesn't necessarily have any sort of limit on their API with respect to what I can or cannot pull. So what instead I did is I just basically pulled a bunch of stuff. Hang on, let me reload this. So in a similar vein, YouTube API allows you to pull interesting information. So for example, this is called broadcast.json. Essentially, YouTube does this thing where there is a broadcast and then there's a video, right? You might think that a broadcast means a live stream and a video means the other normal videos that are non-live streams. But in reality, I think, at least for streams, it exists in both of them. So there is a broadcast ID and then there's a video ID. And the reason why there's two, apparently, is so that it can differentiate between sort of broadcasts that are created but didn't actually run yet. Something like that, I think. I'm not 100% sure. I didn't really read into it because it wasn't too important. But essentially, I think what it's trying to say there is that when you make the stream, like when you make it, you get a broadcast. But when you finish streaming it, it makes the video entry as well. So in this case, we will have this, and then we will later have the video entry. Ah, shit, I forgot to reload this. Hang on, let me bring it up. Did I not rename this? Huh. Hang on. Anyways, I should have renamed it. So, hello Circle. So today we're talking about more programming stuff with respect to the stream stats, which I'll share in a bit. So this is how it happens behind the scenes, right? So the script logs in as myself, right? I have to give it permission to basically have free reign on my channel, which is very scary. It basically tells you that you can delete everything on your channel are you sure you want to do this? I'm like, yeah. But then after that, it's able to pull all these things. So we have the video ID, the video title, for example, right? You have the date when it was streamed, you have the duration, you have the time that it's actually streamed. So this is when I made the thing. This is when I actually streamed the thing, I think, and when it actually ended, and how long it was, wait, scheduled. Okay, I have no idea what this is. Concurrent viewers is 0 because it's already over. View count is the view count in total at that stage when I put the data. So we have this, and then we have broadcast. But essentially from these two things, what we can generate is this. This is a list of all of the streams I have on my channel. Is that right? Actually, I'm not sure if it's all of them. But starting from the first one, you can see that way back in the day. So this study doesn't even have a... We're not even like in style development yet, right? This is the first stream that I ever did that is part of the series. It's not the first stream of the... what do you call it? Of the channel though. So if you look at this, if you go all the way down, you can see that some of the first streams is like Hololive fan art testing stream, Hololive fan art testing stream, Hololive fan art 2. I think that's when I drew like the other Fubuki piece. And then we have the Nanoka-san one. And you can see here in the stats that it was actually done last year, December 7th. So we've been streaming for over a year now. It lasted for 4 hours and 33 minutes and 5 seconds, and so on and so forth. So if we compile all of these data down, I lost the file again. God damn it, too many things open. If you compile everything down, this is what you get. You get a list of all the streams and how long each one lasted. And then at the very end of it, we have these numbers here. So across 256 streams, we have the minimum stream is 15 seconds. I think some of you guys might remember this. This is basically channel lore at this point. 15 seconds because I misclicked. It was a weekend stream. I was gonna stream it just on Twitch and share it in VR chat. I want to listen to some copyright music. And then I was like, why don't I do this on YouTube too? Then the moment I started it, I realized, oh, it's because I want to do copyright music, so I stopped it. I believe it's 231. It might have got nuked here. I think one of these entries was duped. Should be duped, but I think I deleted it. But then it's still accounted for here. The longest is 9 hours. I'm sure it's a Friday stream where Mia is here. So it's probably like over half a year ago now. But the average time is 4 hours and 5 minutes, and we have done a total of 1,000 hours. However, 1,000 hours here, if you look at the numbers here, 256 streams, it's a little bit interesting because it doesn't match up our number here. And this is, I think, the issue on the scripts part. I think what's happening here is that this 256 actually accounted for all the other stuff that isn't part of our style development series. Because I know for a fact that in the style development series, we are actually missing about 10 to 12 streams in total. So out of the 255, we're missing about 10 to 12. The reason being copyright issues, visibility issues, some other nonsense like that, right? So essentially the scraper itself, the YouTube downloader application, is unable to actually see the streams. And therefore it's unable to fetch certain data. But anyways, there's some interesting nonsense going on. Actually, maybe this one is accurate and then the other issue happens in the other one. I can't quite remember. But anyways, we're there about the 1,067, essentially. So this is the first part of the stats. The second part of the stats is probably a little bit more interesting to you guys. And essentially, if you remember, we have all these data, right? But what all these data also have is, if I remember, I think it's in the broadcast one. You can see the VTuber stuff as well. You can see my Kalimba tabs here, but it's not very important. Where is it? I believe there should be a live chat ID. I actually don't know. Yeah, here it is. So if you look at this, right, for this broadcast of this name, which is yesterday's stream, there is a live chat ID here. This live chat ID is what you guys are talking in right now. This ID uniquely identifies the chat that you guys are talking in right now for every single stream. With this ID, what you can then do is to pull all the chat down, basically. So I basically have a list of all the chats here, as you can see, by each one. And then based on these things, so each one of these has basically who sent what message at what time. So this is me. You see, I always start the stream with ASDF, ASDF, ASDF. That's myself. And then people saying hi and whatnot. Right? This is Igami replying to my ASD. Thank you, Igami. From stream 164. Thank you very much. That's what this is, right? But from this, we can do some interesting data collection. So, for example, so this is not the right tab. Oops. This one. This is our chat stats overview. So across the entire year, we have 306 users who have chatted in my streams. I have 306 users who chatted in the streams. We have released 247. You can see now the number is lower. It's because of the 10 to 12 streams that is unable to access. In total, we have about 60,000 messages. Of course, it's higher than this because we're missing streams here. How many 6-7s? Yes, exactly. You can do how many 6-7s. So for example, we can see the top 5 chatters by messages, right? Walnut has sent 7,445 messages across 52 videos. In comparison, the next runner-up is Igami, by the way, is you. Thank you very much. Has sent 6,296 messages across 133 videos. Now you can really see how active Walnut was in the chat, right? And it also prints out, like, say, for example, the time where they first showed up in my video. So they first showed up in stream number 26. Last showed up in 138, so we haven't seen him in over half a year. Whereas Igami has been here since basically the beginning, right? This is not even the number ones, if you notice. It's not even the number ones. And then this is... It says 254 even though I put 255 because 255 was one of the ones that failed to grab data from. But and then we have Uni. 4,879 messages across 133. First showed up stream 13. Basically every other, basically always here, right? Duvet is here as well, 4394. 175 videos. 42, 254. This is George, 3880. 103 videos. And so on and so forth. So you can see like how active you guys have been. And then on the video side, we have the same thing. So the top 5 most active videos by messages. And you can guess, like all of these are basically Friday streams. If you look at the number, it's 65 and 70. These are all Friday numbers. 55 is also Friday. This is not Friday, but I think back then, I think Mia probably joined a little bit more actively. And then 251 actually got really active. I'm guessing this is the one Mia came back, I think. But either way though, the most active video we have 19 chatters sending 1,235 messages. Peak message per minute is 9. First message last minute, not really very useful. Then the peak minute, I don't know. Now, all these stats, by the way, I asked ChatGPT what would be interesting stats to present. It decided that this was interesting. I guess kind of interesting, I suppose. But for the people that are not on this list, for example, Kirio, we can basically search by user. So let's say Kirio. Kirio's name pop up. Kirio, you have sent 3,620 messages. And you have been here since stream 51. And basically ever since then, right? You've always been here. This is interesting because it has... Again, ChatGPT decided that it's interesting to sort of compute how many of these messages are questions. You have apparently asked 407 questions at a ratio of about 10%. So that's pretty high, by the way. Yeah. And then like your favorite words. Okay, this once again is some weird GPT nonsense. I don't know why it's computing words like this. It's like, I guess you like making this face. You have all these words that you really like to say. And then we have messages per video and stuff like that. Right, and so on and so forth. Right, yeah, anyways, if you want DTB, you can also be here. DTB, you have sent 1,412 messages across 54 videos. And you've been here since the beginning. Look at that. Look at that. Yeah, I can show you guys your detailed numbers if you guys want. Great stuff. Sorry, my mic's kind of pointed sideways. Who else? Who else? I can find Lord. Yeah, Lord. George is correct. So Lord. Oh, there's 3 Lords. There's 3 lords here. It's only one of them. That is you. 863 messages across 102 streams. You've been here for a pretty long time. Look at that. Since 81. Comments, by the way, is when you do exclamation mark something. For some reason, it decides that this was interesting. But we don't have any comments because this is not not comments, commands. Because this is not Twitch, and I don't have any bots in the chat. So, and then who else? Who else is not on the list just now? You want to see George? George is already on the thing. I think we can try. We can try Circle. 772 messages across 24 streams. You're more of a recent joiner, Circle. You can see that. Much better now. I guess when I was recovering from being ill, you were there first time. You asked 36 questions. I wonder, like, George is sending a question mark right now, right? I was wondering, like, if that counts as a question. But, yeah, anybody else want to see your own stats? Let's see Deemer, PSH. Oops. 53 messages across 14 videos here. Also very recent joiner. Look at that. Right? 13% of your messages are questions. 7 questions out of... Is that even math even correct? I guess it is, yeah. It's all good. Just to be clear, by the way, hello, Deemer? The top keyword 67. Wow, you're getting exposed by my script right now. Yeah, no shame in not chatting, by the way. This isn't a leaderboard to see who is a better viewer and who is not, right? The point is to just show some interesting stats. And you know, like, again, we're mostly more of a work stream. We come here to work. Not chatting is the right way to do it, I would say. Of course, I appreciate people chatting. But now we have numbers to back it up. What I was going to do was to sort of compile this and make it accessible to you guys in a way via the Me channel bot, right? Because the Me channel bot... Oh, by the way, if you guys are curious... Oh, god damn it, I keep pulling the wrong thing. This is the one. If you guys are wondering why the bot was chatting yesterday, it's because, like you guys have guessed, I'm the one that's chatting. The bot has a feature that allows me to send messages via the bot. Right, this roof is kind of hot. Wouldn't you like to know, George? And I misspelled George. But this is all me, as you can imagine. But the idea is maybe set up some commands so you guys can actually pull your own stats to view for whatever reason. Maybe it's something interesting that you guys want to see. You know, you guys can... Like, if you guys want to find out how many people say 6-7, how many times you have 6-6-7, I can ask ChatGPT to make a script right now to figure out how many 6-7s everyone has said. If you give me a second right now. It might take more than a second though. It's gonna take a while. There's another part of it. But as you guys know, like, I do have the messages themselves as well, right? I do have the messages themselves as well. And if you guys, if we ever want to make like a Faye sort of bot, a Faye bot with like a live 2D model that's able to chat with you guys, that can be helpful to help her know who she's talking to and stuff like that. If you watch Vito and if you watch Neuro, that's basically the same kind of things that they will have to do behind the scenes. I think I talked about the VTuber architecture stuff before in the past, and data like that is very useful in order to help the bot understand who you. It's not necessary to train the bot. It's not to train the bot. It is to create like a sort of lookup table so that when certain topics come up, they can be like, oh yeah, you know, you have talked about this before. I see you mentioned something before, and this is why you're telling me now, and then I can piece that together and then give a more better reply kind of thing. Let me see. Let's do C0, C1, get 6-7 count. Give me a second here. So I am going to look for chat exports. Right. By the way, you guys doing it now is not gonna count. So make me a script where it takes in a folder containing a lot of JSON files with the current format below. I want this script to count up how many times a message sent by a viewer contains 67. There you go. And I just kind of sit here, and then now it gives me a script, and then I take the script and I just paste it onto the thing. I see 67 count. Right, so ChatGPT gave me a script. It's like this. So it gets a path. It just counts. Total path counts for every file in the thing that ends with JSON. You open the file, you read the file, you strip you look at every line. It loads the line as JSON, and then just grabs the display message because that's the key that we're looking at. And then it just 67 message. Okay, I probably want to ask it to make it a little bit more robust. Oh wait, but this is Python, right? 67 in message is good enough. Let's just try. Let's just run this. Let's just run this then. So give me a second here while I set this up. So YouTube export, chat export. This thing. Oh god damn it. Oh, this is because of the Unicode again. Because we have Japanese characters sometimes. And then instead of solving this myself, like a proper programmer would, I'm just gonna copy and paste the error, dump it into ChatGPT, tell it that there's non-English characters, and it tells it to fix it for me. Oh, it's actually complaining about the path. Oh shit, I didn't even read that properly. What did my path do? Oh, it's because it doesn't have the R in front, right? My bad. And now it's not. It's reporting 0. I don't know why it's reporting 0. Is the key wrong? Anyways, this is what I've been doing for like basically the entire day. No one say 6-7? That's not possible. Oh, sorry. I know why. It's looking for a file that ends with .json. These are not .json. These are .jsonls, I think. That's an L, right? Yeah. But it's also not smart. Only 47 counts according to this. I wanted to do by user. Can you make it print out stats by user? God damn it, it broke again. Author display name. Author display name 250. Let me just open one of them. I want the ID being author display name. Is it case sensitive? It is done correctly though. Huh, it's not working. I don't know why. This debug might take a while though. Maybe I release the stats later, because this will take a little bit longer then. Because I'll need to start printing shit out and figure out what's why is it not parsing this correctly. I just print data here and then just exit. What is it doing? No output. Oh, the little shit. Oh my god, I cannot believe this. According to this, I'm the one who says 6-7 the most. How is that possible? What? That's bullshit. Wait, hang on. This is absolute bullshit. You upgrade. It was wait, no, hang on. Update this to also print a list of videos where it was set. Alright, this is absolute BS. Okay, I'm gonna make it print out exactly which video I set it in. Oh, it's not printing out by user. By user, oh my god. This is why like ChatGPT does weird stuff. But it's still way faster by user than by video. For that user. But it's still way faster because it prints out code like crazy. Like if I were to write this, it would take so much longer. So apparently I said it 3 times. Okay. George said twice like 2 days ago. Cho said a bunch as well recently. Igami said a bunch recently. Okay. Apparently I said it 16 times. Kinda unbelievable. And I said it pretty early too. Was that even a thing back then? It might not be that legit though, because... Oh, you know what? Hang on. Can you also print out the original message? Oh, okay. It doesn't count, guys. It doesn't count. I have 16 because it's doing weird stuff. Because it does the Python in, so it just counts it even if it's partial like that. So I guess kept sharing the same links over and over. Wait, I've never said it even once then. They're all just false positives. All of them are false positives. Okay, can you make sure that... Oh no, I can't fix this myself. Actually, I just add spaces. No, actually I wanted to do regex. Can you use regex for 6.7 to match 6.7 exact? Because I needed to match a random white spaces before and after. Alright. Okay, I'm not on the board anymore. Yeah, look at that. Streamer manipulates data live to sway public perception. This is what this is. I'm not on the board anymore. Because my 6.7s don't count. These are truly legit 6.7s. Yeah. This counts as 1. How bullshit is that? Look at that. This is already being lenient. This only counts as 1. Make a 6.7 bot. So the reason why the chat is getting spammed in general is because Show decided to ask for a 6.7 bot. Anyways, are you guys proud of yourselves here? Look at this. Great stuff. Great stuff. Right. Yeah, today's not really our stream. Today is a junk stream. Actually, I have the other interesting document that you guys might want to see. Where is it? Can I open it actually? Because the script is running. It might cause some issues, but I don't care. Here. Oh. Right, I kind of forgot. So, you guys know the 6.7 bot in the chat, right? This is where it's keeping the count. If I want, I can make one of you guys have like super high amount of count. I can delete your count. Like this is right here. All the power. I have all the power here. But someone apparently got 6.7 already. Good stuff. But because it's the user ID, I don't know who this is either. One of these should be mine, I think. And then like someone has 6.7. DTV. I see. Well, congratulations. I hope you're proud of yourself. Someone has 34, Nick's runner-up, and then 22. And then 11, Pi. He spammed in the bot channel. Great. Congratulations. This is your reward. Yeah, that your moment of your minute of fame, your 30 seconds of fame. Very cool stuff. No. I'm not gonna manipulate data live on stream. Proud to not be on the board. Yeah. There is one last thing in the script department. This one is a little bit sussy because but I do have all the chat anyways, so I figured I might as well try this. But the idea is that this is a search for what you guys have said. I think it's called B3 retrieval test. Alright, this is this one. This takes a while to load, by the way. This starts a lot of nonsense in the back. I hope my RAM is enough. This is, by the way, what Big Brother does. This thing here. You guys will know what I'm talking about once I start this up. Sorry, once it decided to start up. This is really slow. So this basically allows me to search in chat, basically. Whatever people that have been talking about. Right? If you want to search for the word goon, for example, it brings up the top 10 highest scoring sort of returns for goon. So it show apparently said, so you saying embrace the goon. No goon, death by goon, academic goon discussion, more like and goon, I hate gooning. How did your goon session go, Femia? This was great. I was showing Sonnet this. Apparently, yeah, I'm not worried of the goon master title and stuff like that. This is basically the retrieval system for the thing. If you guys want me to search anything, by the way, you guys can let me know. You guys can look for art advice, right? Well, what kind of art advice is I recommend? Let's say I recommend. It's not very good, as you can see, because sometimes it really is just junk. It's like just highly recommend, right? It doesn't actually have a lot of content in this message, but because it matches the query exactly, it's like, yeah, this must be useful, right? And a lot of times you see this as well, like, because my recommendation is sometimes the message cuts off, so you will need a little bit more context with the retrieval here. Currently the retrieval is retrieving messages. You mean like Japanese text, or do you mean the word Jap? Which I believe is a slur, apparently. Yeah, this is really crap, actually. This needs some upgrading. The word, it doesn't count the number of times it comes up exactly. But yeah, we have why did this one by Uni come up? It's not even relevant. Yeah, it's not even relevant. But I guess the score is really high for some reason. Yeah, JAV. So not really that many times, actually. Actually, it's all you, isn't it, ETB? Wait, hang on. Hang on, I'm gonna terminate this. We can hijack the 6-7 counter, actually. Let's reload it. Hang on a second. It's just you. It's literally just you, DTB. It says get 6-7 count, but I replaced the code to look for the 3-letter word. It's literally just you. The one with the high score. Oh, interesting. Currently this system doesn't really work very well. there's a lot of design that goes into the whole how are you going to encode the data part. You can do like a normal search like what I'm doing here, but you can see like it's not very effective at finding information because you can't even really find what people are recommending here. It just kind of dies off. So yeah, this probably needs a lot more work. This will take a lot more time, and I'll probably just put it on hold. So primarily in the context of let's say a chatbot, right? Let's say like Neural, for example. What's happening behind the scenes is that anytime someone says a message, it gets put into a database like this where you can do lookup. So when Neural wants to say something, or when someone asks Neural a question, the question is the query that goes in here that I've been typing, right? This query here. And based on that query, it fetches relevant information from history. This is the equivalent of a human remembering past context and past memory. The data then is then bundled together with the query, with the system prompt, with the chat history, and then as well as this search result. And everything is sent out into ChatGPT or some kind of AI provider that then turns the data and returns a reply. That reply is then turned into speech with text to speech and is played. Neural gets animated, and then the reply itself is also sometimes put back into the data store. It will be put into the chat history, but it may also be put into the data store itself for future lookup and stuff like that. That's kind of how the architecture behind the scenes go. This whole setup, this whole thing that you're seeing here, where you retrieve data from a data store and send it up along with your query to do chatbot related activity, that's called what's that called? Retrieval augmented retrieval augmented what? What's the G stand for? I forgot. What does RAG stand for? Retrieval augmented generation? Oh, okay. Fair enough. So if you want to search more stuff, you can just type RAG in capital letters, and you can find like all the necessary data behind it. How delayed is it? In my case, the server takes a while to start up, but after it is, you can see that it searched pretty fast, right? The result come out almost instantly. If you're talking about a hundreds of thousands of messages, and you might want to also do some filtering beforehand and filtering after. Like sometimes when you ask a question, for example, it may not be that relevant. You might want to pull out just the keywords to do the search, or you want to do some other things before you do the search. And then after you do the search, you might want to do some sorting. In our case, we're sorting by score. In other cases, you might want to sort by the length of the message, by the relevance of the message, some other way. All of these things would take quite a bit more time. So it depends on how your setup is. But the store itself is decently fast. It is the typical trade-off where you use a lot of space to make it fast because you duplicate a lot of data. Like the store itself duplicates a lot of data, so that when you do the lookup, a lot of things are already available and pre-computed. In my head, at least, in my head canon. But anyway, so that's basically all of the sets, I think. I don't think there's any other thing that's too interesting. That's basically all of it. Yeah, so previously when I was talking about developing a chatbot behind the scenes, that was the kind of stuff that we're experimenting with. I don't know if I ever showed the other stuff. I think I briefly showed it, but that one has since been sort of dropped off as a project as a whole, the Live 2D version of the scripts. The Live 2D ones are a little bit more involved because there's a whole pipeline of the data. But we're, maybe bring it back sometime later next year or something, if we manage to get that far. But other than that, I think we can maybe go into the Secret Santa stuff, since we're talking about stuff at this point anyways. Sorry, Duvet, did you want to share daily, or is my message stuck? Might be stuck. Let me see. Okay, so Secret Santa, let me bring up something else then, because Secret Santa, I have, let me see if there's any information here that I don't want to share. I think this one should be fine. This is the, well, it is the response form for the... Oh, you already sent it earlier? I did not see that. I'll have to go back for that in a bit. We'll wrap out our nonsense and I'll go back and look for it. You wanna know how many dailies were sent? Yeah, give me a second. I can look for that. I can't use the simpler search because I can just do it like this. Oh no, I can only use the search because the other one doesn't work. Oh, this is the chatbot one. It's not very important. Oh my god, yeah. Ooh, I'm guessing that this did not search correctly. So message display message if is instance message string and pattern.search is in the message. Okay, I have to replace this code with something else real quick. So and dailies in message. There is message, right? Yeah, okay, colon. Let's run it this way. Not use regex now because regex might be a little bit broken here. Only 62? That doesn't seem right. I feel like you have sent way more than 62 dailies today. Is this modification not enough? Because the lookup system that I had previously is not going to work with this. It just takes the top 10. It doesn't actually care about the... Give me a second here. Actually, Duvet, how do you usually type dailies, I think? You do dailies bracket something, right, recently? In the beginning, it wasn't, wait, hang on. Oh, no, sorry, I can see it. Well, if that's the case, then this might be it, then. So, according to my search, again, just ignore the 6-7 count, because it's not 6-7. You have said it 62 times. But this includes stuff like just talking about it. Right, so this counts at 5 separate times. Right, sometimes you just sense the name, right? And then we have all the other ones, like dailies, bracket, debuff, Brady's, stolen, dailies, early, dailies, 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 dailies. Dailies, shielded, invisible, block, confused, forgotten, recent, boom, boom, microwave, Earl, safe, goose, sus, hot man. Chin up, late, early, huh? Just the two of us, 15 minutes. Hot, sleepy, after hours, early bird, I typed this manually. Forgot if I sent them before. Yuri? Bruh. Too many vowels, bruh. Chrysler. That's Christmas. Look at that. And then, some other people who have also typed dailies before. Only 62, huh? I feel like it's been way more than 62. 62 would mean what? Like 62 divided by 5? That is 12 weeks. That is 3 months. Has it only been 3 months? I mean, like, the data wouldn't lie. It couldn't lie. So it must be true then. It feels like you've been doing it forever, though. I think, yeah, definitely in the beginning, I think in the beginning, you definitely just send an artist, right? Like, okay, how about this? Instead of searching for daily, we can search for, like, the... Oh, no, but you don't necessarily send... So wouldn't you just count every stream as talked in? Actually, that is true. That is very true. That is very true. Well, according to that, you should have sent like 175 then. Huh. I wonder how I can search like all of the, let's say for example, if you want to find all of the recommendations that you have sent, all of the dailies you have ever sent, how would I do that? I don't think it would be, because it's all usernames. Sometimes people names. So there's no real pattern to go off of. But you definitely send it on one line every time. I've noticed that you always send just the name and that one message. So we can go the other way and just kind of filter out the messages that are not like a sentence. And then look at the rest. We can maybe do something like that. And try to grab data that way. But good stuff. Was there anything else? Let me see. Second most. Okay, let me find Otsumimi then. Let me see how many people said Otsumimi. This is that's great because the code is right here. I can just change it, immediately run it. What? What? 0? Is that possible? Did my regex screw up? Did I not save? What? Okay, I'm kind of confused. I didn't break this, right? Oh, did I break it? Oh, hang on. C16. Hang on a second, hang on. What is /b again? Oh, what the? Why is it doing that? Consider a single line. Oh, oh. I don't think that's the issue though. It's complaining about case. Oh, is it complaining about? Why is it complaining about what? I wasn't typing in capital letters. Duvet have said it's 84 times. 84 times ever. Well, this is not really sorted, so we don't know when the first time you said it. Looks like 107. No, never mind. 42 is the earliest so far. And then the next person is Bias Spormardi. BS Spormardi. They said it since 15. Wait, what? So they said it earlier than Duvet did? Wow, okay. I did not know that. Right, they last said it at 41. Look at that. Last said it 41, and then you took over the next stream, 42. You carried the torch. Wow. Amazing, amazing. The community coming together. The community coming together. That's kind of insane, dude. Look at that. That's pretty cool. By the way, this is 220. It's the one where I used the Japanese text, so it's all broken and messed up. Everybody else only says it once. Or twice. It's just the two of you guys. What else do we got? Anyways, if you guys have other stats you guys want me to search up anytime. In the meantime, if nothing else, I'll just briefly go over the sort of organization that's happening behind the Secret Santa nonsense. Sorry, event. My autopilot is doing nonsense, but basically based on the form, this is all the data that I've collected with regards to the request. This is the column for requests. And so the way that it was done was that I took all the names, I took all the numbers here. So you can see the numbers here. These numbers correspond to the IDs here. And I took all the IDs, I put it into one of those spinner thingies on the websites. I actually recorded a video in order to keep myself accountable. It's also not really that accountable because what I could have done is to just keep re-rolling until I got the order that I want. So you guys would just have to take my word for it that I only did it once. Actually, I don't know where it is. Shit, it's not this one, right? What is this? Some testing in the past. Why does it keep opening here? It's gonna show some weird shit. I cannot find the video now. Anyways, just take my word for it. I did one reroll, and this was the order that came up. Essentially, what's happening here is the person on top draws for the person below, and so on and so forth. So currently, DTB is trying to finish your stuff up. Uni is currently doing his best. Some things came out at the very last minute, so he basically ran out of time quite a bit. But everyone else, this is the list that sort of is happening. So at this point, I'm sure like everyone has already seen your stuff. Yeah, this is how I kept track of the organ. It's not the most clean way. In fact, I almost sent the wrong prompt to the wrong person like 3 separate occasions. But as far as I can tell, I did not mess it up. So if you want to look for your artist, it's the name above. If you want to look for who you're drawing for, which you already know, that's the name below. And this is the request. So for each person, the request is this. So I think what I'm going to do now is I'm going to go down this list, and I'm just going to sort of talk about the request, and then show the art, and then talk maybe just like, you know, read out the what was that called? The comment, the description that they have. So I guess I will start with George because the George's request is up here. So George requested for either Asuka or Frieren or anything that has background. I like ocean, cloud, or forest. You can choose any reference, it's up to you, but if you can't come up with it, I can provide later. And I'm looking for Miyazaki's post here. Here it is. So I'm gonna copy this image. I'm gonna bring it in here. So this is drawn by Miyazaki in our server. He is one of the... I think in the beginning when the server first started out, I remember Miyazaki is like one of the earliest chatters as well. And then there were 2 people who constantly boosted the server. And it was Miyazaki and it was George, I believe. But with this thing, they sent... So the message is, massive thank you for giving me Frieren, also a big fan of it. Hope my background suits your fancy, as you seem to want the background to be the main theme of the art. But yeah, Frieren the Furano in the forest. Merry Christmas and Happy Secret Santa, with a Santa emoji. Wait, what the hell is this emote? I've never seen this. Okay. It's Himo as Santa. I've never seen this before. Yes, Deemer, this event has been going on for like a month and a half. So because you joined the server quite a bit later, I don't think you were even necessarily aware of this going on, but anyways, we'll probably do it again next year. So yeah, we've got that one scene from the one episode where they were doing the exam. I'm sure everyone has watched Frieren by now, right? But I don't think I have to explain too much here. I have to say that everyone has really pushed the limits. Like I've seen the... So remember like in the forum, right? In the forum I asked for to make sure you can meet the minimum requirement, I asked for some sort of references of stuff that you guys have drawn before. In the beginning, when I looked at everyone's stuff, other than a few who are exceptionally like much better, everyone else is around the same level. And based on the stuff that's came in, I feel like everyone has kind of pushed their limits. Like the 6 weeks that was given, everyone's kind of pushed their limits. Because this background is good. Like it's very intricate. There's a lot of details here. There are 3 characters as well. You got some textures in the bottom as well. The colors is nicely balanced. It's nice and blue. I like blue stuff, by the way. If you remember from like earlier today's stream, I have a bunch of shit like the 4,000 bookmarks. That's a lot of blue stuff. So yeah, very good stuff. Good job, Miyazaki. I'm not sure if you're here. Next we have DTB's request, which is Naruto and Sasuke being bros, Frieren and Mimikyu destroying a raid boss, and a monastery celebrating Christmas. So this basically is choose, right? Choose between one of the 3. I have to be honest, when I saw this, I was like really scared. I was like, if I got this, I'm gonna be so scared. And then there's some references links here, but those are not that important. So George is the one that's responsible for this. Copy image. Let me close this. I should just close my stuff. I mean, just close my stuff. So George chose the second one, basically, right? The one with Freerun and Mimikyu. So George's message: Dear DTB, hello mate. It's pretty cool to see some Freerun prompt. I love these two combo with Mimikyu. It's very cute and it deserves some love. So sorry that it looked kind of like flashbang exploding on your hand. My bad. But I hope I hope you a very pleasant Christmas and a great start in New Year's, and you achieve what you wish for in the new year. Fresh start. Okay, that's a bit of a run-on sentence. Maybe I should just show the text because so yeah, we're here, right? So a great start in the year is achieve what you wish for in the new year, comma, fresh start. It's kind of interesting, George, what you've written here. But bro, I have lots of fun while drawing this piece and I keep giggling to myself. Damn, I'm so weird. Anyways, have fun, my guys. I will redraw for you in the future when my skill's a bit better. Sorry about that again. No worries, George. Lol. Yes, thank you, George. I have to say, everyone tackling backgrounds is very, very impressive. Like, it's a lot of work to come up with the background. I don't know how if there's a way that you came up with the background, George. Did you have a vision for when you saw the prompt? Or did you spend some time crafting it? Since you're here. Because I'm not sure, I don't think Miyazaki was here, but I would have loved some comments too. But anything else you want to tell us about your process? Any challenges, anything interesting you want to share? You want to do block game? But my chat is really delayed actually. Oh yeah, my chat is so delayed. I've got spot of this by George. Yeah. So it looks like a biome some creative model marker, but I see. I'll give you some time there, George, if you want to type something. But yes, you did mention that it looks like flashbang. It is a little bit more faded. But not a big deal, I think. It's got that sort of light-hearted mood to it. It kind of reminds me a little bit of Pyotegu's colors, although Pyotegu colors is definitely a little bit more balanced, I should say, but it's got that very light-hearted sort of vibe to it. Yeah, pretty good stuff. I have to be honest, because I saw the prompt first before anyone else, and I was just really confused as to what I can do about it. Because like if you get Freerun and Mimikyu, like I would have chosen Freerun and Mimikyu. I'm not gonna draw Naruto and Sasuke being bros, I don't think. And the last one I didn't really understand, the monastery one. So I would have chosen this, and I was also kind of a little bit confused as to... Oh, you didn't know when you asked him. Oh, right, yeah, you did mention to me. So George here, I think, like, kind of forgot that it's meant to be a secret, and I think he contacted DTV directly. Yeah, well, I mean, it's a secret Santa, but it's all good. DTV was really, really chill about that, because I've never heard any... I didn't hear anything from him, so... Literally, I like this interpretation. Oh, I see. Interesting. Yeah, George, if you have anything else you want to share, otherwise, I think we can move on. We have all the time today to do this, by the way. It's okay if people want to take a bit more time to talk about this stuff. No comment? Okay. Alright, thank you, George. Next one. So next we have Uni's request, which is just to draw one of her OCs. I can catch a glimpse of it in DTB's current stream in the Discord, but it's not over yet, so I guess I'm just gonna wait until he's done and then talk about it later down the line. So unfortunately, Uni, I apologize, but we'll have to skip you for now. Next we have Kirio's request. Yeah, no problem, DTB. Now that it's come to this, I think you can just, you know, take a little bit longer and then make sure it is how you want it to be. You don't have to rush to make it for the thing. I'll just talk about it separately later. It's fine too. Yeah. Yeah, he is hardworking. He's been grinding it out for the past few days. I've seen him, because I've also been asking him how's it coming. But yeah, he's been grinding it out. So I'm just gonna leave him be for now. So we have Kirio's request, which is Kazamin in Christmas costume. Character ref below. Any composition is fine. Make sure she is happy. It's Christmas. Thank you for the clarification. I'm not sure why happy is in quotations and it's crisp. I don't know what this version of happy means. But I'm okay with plain background. Extra careful for white background. I'm also not 100% sure what this meant. Last thing, please refrain from using hard ref. I have browsed Pinterest too often, and this doesn't feel good when I notice it. So I'm guessing this means, you know, don't just take the post as is, right? Come up with something slightly, that's slightly different from what you might just already find in the reference on Pinterest. Also, I forgot, is Kazamin a... Oh, it's PSO2. Okay, okay. I'm glad to see that Uni actually... let me bring it up real quick. So, very, very polished. I looked at it and whoa, whoa, whoa. But here's Uni's message, right? So for Kirio, Merry Christmas. Asked for Kazamin from PSO2 in a Christmas costume. Was fun to design. Hardest part was how obscure the character is. Couldn't find even a reference image when Googling. So I hope I got the vibe of the character correct. And then following that, we have more versions plus initial sketches for the character design. Sorry, for the character, design, and 2 thumbnails. So, very robust. Very robust, all around very robust sort of design and workflow process here. Let me open another one here, and I'm gonna put it side by side here. Oh, whoops. Since this is a thumbnail, I'm just going to cut it out here. So we got some... It really is like a 3-in-1 here, basically. Yeah, good thing. I also have no idea who Kazamin was. Good thing we did get the references. So yes, thank you, Uni. Yeah, this is great. This is a very, very rendered, very polished piece. Do you have anything you would like to share? Any challenges other than you know, not knowing who the character is? That the hardest part because I want you to not think too much. Interesting, Kirio. Because I let me see later. I feel like let me bring this off screen real quick. Yeah, well, I think some of the language used in your request definitely prompts a little bit more thinking rather than not, I would have to say. Merry Christmas. It's all good though, Kirio. It's always nice to see interpretations of like requests, right? Oh, like over here, Uni, like this thumbnail here. Yeah, this is basically what you were talking about to me yesterday, where you have to put in all the colors you want to use for the color rough. That's definitely something I want to do next time around. Yeah, I guess you kind of worked off of this and then just kind of adjusted it as you went along for different vibes, I guess, right? You've got that subtle sort of blurring and glow, not glow necessarily, what's that, just blurring, I guess. Did you put any, is this just blurring or is there like maybe a little bit of airbrushing in this corner? So the words stand out a little bit more against the background, because there is a little bit of a texture going on the clothing here. Nice, 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 nice. Yeah, and I see you did a lot of other thumbnails, so these are very very complete thumbnails. Like these sketches here. These are very clean sketches. Ooh. Could I show my sketches later? I didn't post my sketches. My sketches are very jank, but Perspective blur. Ooh. Is that like a depth of field, basically? The further you go, the blurrer it gets? The lack of my girl fan art, anything is fine too. Oh, okay, interesting. Sorry, I kind of interested in this character. Kazamin from ESO2, right? Indeed, nothing comes up. Oh my god, what is this? I get a sword. Anyways, great thing you put in the references. I would have no idea too. I forgot if Uni asked for more clarification. Someone asked for more clarification, I think. But most people just kind of took it and ran with it, which is also very cool. Because there's enough information in the request. And people find it comfortable enough to just kind of have their own interpretation. That is also very nice. So if nothing else, I guess I'm gonna move on. Circle blur. Inside the circle is completely clear, and then the other circle slowly gets more blurrier. Oh, okay. I don't think that's the thing in Clip Studio. I don't remember seeing that before. Or with the ref picks. I see. Yeah, pretty good stuff. Thank you, Uni. Right, next. Let me see. Where's my chart? So next we have Igami's request. I think making her look prim and proper while keeping her essentials look would be nice. I would like to see how your rendition of her in a society that isn't a apocalyptic world. Who is her? Who is her indeed? I guess it's I believe it's Igami's OC. Let me see. So the artist would be Kirio here. Minimize this. So we have two versions here, I believe. Let me just let me open up both of them, I guess. I am not sure, Kirio. Is it just two separate versions with the background and two ideas, I guess? Because they're kind of can I share these side by side? Let me see. Can you guys see this? I hope you guys can see this. I don't think my ref 4 is open, so we should be able to see this just fine. So Kirio sent two versions here. Kirio's message: Merry Christmas. I want to keep it until midnight because we shared time zone, but my eyes is killing me. XD. Also, the second one is first draft. Oh, okay. First draft I did. God help, I think I'm Picasso or something. I see. Let me see it. Let me just make sure I didn't miss any messages. Okay, yes, that rough. Okay, yeah. So we have the original rough and then we have the final polish. Ah, okay, I see it now. Yeah, the final one definitely has a lot more atmosphere, right? The sort of subtle blurring. Should I close this actually? Should I close it? I'm not sure. You can't see I'm driving. Thank you, Kirio. Yes, very nice. I guess oh, I guess I can talk about the transformation first, right? Like I see the background got updated, things got more polished. The colors, yeah, the color. I like the lighting here especially. There's this sort of like fuzziness to it. It feels like Bloom. It feels like maybe it is Bloom. There's like some atmosphere going on. It kind of feels like. And then of course all the other polishing and everything. Oh, I like the comp actually. I kind of see I feel my eyes getting drawn towards this side because this side is darker now. There's a bit more darker values on this side, and this is brighter, and it really stands out. Oh yeah, the background as well, right? Silhouettes against the background. That's nice. Yeah, anything you wanna share, Kirio? I should have made the screen bigger actually. Why didn't I make it bigger before? I apologize to all the people I've shared before. I should have made it bigger. Yeah, honestly, I think, yeah, like I get what you're saying. And in the beginning, how should I phrase this? I agree, Kirio. I think to think that every step is a draft is very powerful because it makes it so that you don't feel like you have ever failed. Because in the beginning when I drew, I treated every step as a final version. So every step I felt bad because it looks like shit. But if I just thought of it as like in the process as a draft, then obviously it looks like shit. I just have to make it better, right? But then the other counterpoint would be like if you constantly think that it's a draft, you might just never be satisfied and you never like leave it alone either. You just keep trying to polishing and drawing. So, but I would definitely agree that, you know, thinking of it as a draft is better than not. Because the other way is it's just crippling depression, basically. That's just it. Well, actually, if that's the case, Kirio, is there anything you would like to... Like, did you have enough time? Is this like the final version that you had envisioned? Or were there something else that you wanted to continue to work on? It's kind of interesting. There's a bit of a... by the way, like, again, take your time. Everyone take your time, because today's stream is dedicated for all of these things. I don't have any intentions of drawing. See the hole in the tree after you submit? I see. Like this one here, like these guys here. Is that the hole? This is the hole, right? I see some interesting textures here. Makes you hate green? It looks great though. It doesn't look weird. There's like a subtle difference between the greens in the front and the green in the back. I think like a green fence is an interesting choice. I wouldn't have done it myself just because I don't like green. Like green isn't like a color that I will use for anything unless I have to. So only things that are actually green. But there are green fences too. And like parks and stuff. Yeah, the colors look pretty harmonious, Kirio. The colors look pretty harmonious. I just feel like maybe the bottom of the body here is a bit brighter than what your other area seems to sort of imply. Like, I think overall balance, maybe if the arm was a bit darker, it might fit it a bit better. But otherwise, everything else looks very, very, what's the word? Cohesive. And when you browse other, I see the lack of green. Right, yeah. Yeah, anyways. If you have anything else, do share. You designed to hide her other arm. Like, you mean what? Like, you intended to have the other arm not visible at all? The one that's below? Alright, that's my stuff. Is demon arm in the ref? Oh, interesting. Oh, interesting. Should I have also maybe shown the ref, actually? I don't know what's in the docs, because I'm not sure if I want everything to be shown, per se. Alright, give me a second here. I'm gonna pull the oh wait, it doesn't let me right click? Okay, that's weird. I cannot copy this image. I'm just gonna have to take a screenshot then. So the res is not gonna be the best, but... So you have a glove hand, and I guess you have like a little bit more of a, like a claw hand? Like the nails are just a little bit sharper. I guess Igami could clarify, but he's driving at this point in time. But I see. Okay, that changes it, I guess. It is meant to be a little bit brighter then, I guess. But yeah. Anyways, if that's all, Igami, thank you very much. Let me slowly close these things. Oops, I popped out that now. Pushing this back and forth. So next one is mine stuff. I just asked for Christmas re-up because anyways, simple and easy, and then anything works. This reference here is the same one that I've sent in the server before, I think. So this is exciting because I haven't seen this yet. I actually haven't seen this yet. And Igami sent like an entire wall of text. So I will read all of it as well. Oh, okay. I just got back a message from Mia. He's saying that I'm still sleeping. I'll let you know if I wake up. So I'm guessing he's not joining us today. So I have two images here as well. I'm not sure why there's two just yet. I will open both because these are vertical. Looks like it's just like a background variation. And then I'm gonna read out the message here. Right, so this is an interview. Yeah. So I think in my original prompt when I say when you submit, feel free to talk about, you know, like difficulties that you have faced and stuff like that. So Igami here, his message is, in terms of difficulties I faced when drawing this would be material rendering. I always face difficulties with it. Additionally, with the wolves illustrated here, I'm not really familiar with animal illustration as I rarely draw them. For composition, I tried making a... Sorry, my music is so depressing. Can I do something a little bit more cheerful that's more Christmassy? I should have done this earlier. Let me see. Christmas jazz or something. Oh my god. Oh my god. This is so jank. I'm so sorry. This is so jank. Where was I? Additionally, the wolves as I rarely draw them, so for composition, I tried making a high-angle, full-shot illustration using the light to create a form of focal point. It got auto-translated to vocal towards the character. Furthermore, I tried my best to portray a splash art here. I feel like I kind of butchered this though. Haha. Nonetheless, it makes me realize my shortcomings once more. Two versions with and without background. Oh, it's with and without background. I see. Additional message. Thank you for entrusting me with this opportunity of having to illustrate Ria in this festive art event. These past few months felt like a true blessing ever since you made the first live stream. Oh, thank you very much, Igami. This is streamer cries live on stream. Not only did I meet with great art buddies and learn how to improve myself as an artist, but I also have someone to be inspired from. Anyways, as for this art, I wish I could have done more and a much better illustration, but alas, I am but a novice. You know, you're not a novice, Igami. You're doing just fine here. Furthermore, even though I myself do not celebrate Christmas, I hope you do have a joyous time and holiday. I look forward to more art events such as this. While it was hectic, struggling to balance my time with circumstances, if there is an opportunity in the future for such an event, I wouldn't want to miss it in a heartbeat. With love, yours truly, just Igami no Iomi. Thank you, Igami. Wow, look at that. Not only did you answer my original prompt about difficulties with such high details and drew me really good art, you have given me a very heartwarming message for Christmas. Thank you very much. I think you're driving right now. I hope you can hear us just fine. But happy holidays to you too. Thank you very much. So let's see here. We have yeah. Dude, the head is cute. The head is cute. Look at that with the ears. With like the little ears and the little puff at the end of it. Yeah, two versions, but I have to be honest, I'm not really sure what the difference in the background is, if I'm being honest. But yes, thank you very much. Oh man, I got like different color wolves as well. Oh, I see you try to go for the black and the white ones. We do have the thing. Yeah, like animals are so hard to draw, honestly. It's like a whole entirely different ball game. The vibes are kind of different. The shapes are different. But yeah, very festive. This is great. This is exactly what I wanted. Very festive. Green versus red is Christmas color. Right. Are you talking about this, Igami? Not Igami. Kirio. This color here. Yeah, look at that. Just exactly what I'm doing now with my current thing, with the lines and the painting. Lighting from the side. Man, I can feel the struggle. I can feel the struggle with the animals, man. Yeah, you got... Damn, you actually... This is a challenge too, right, Igami? This pouch here. Because you have to do the physics. You're not only just grabbing this... It's not just this part, you also have the weight over here. And also all these other seams here. You have to find a way to show volume inside the bag. I can see that you definitely try to push your limits here. You definitely went above and beyond the stuff that you have shown me in your in the original in the form. Oof, this is great. This is very great. Going to a Christmas party, yes, indeed, indeed. Good stuff, good stuff. Yeah, anyways, I'm gonna look at this a bit longer later. Igasmi is not here to comment, so I guess we'll just move on for now. Alright, anyways, thank you. Thank you, Igami. Merry Christmas, happy holidays. Let's see. So next one we have right, it's my turn now. Oh no, it's my turn, I'm scared. So this name here, this is Ibukize's handle. So Ibukize basically, I'm correct, right? I didn't screw up the name. Right, okay. Yes. Ibukize basically gave me a lot of different options, actually a lot of options here, and they're very detailed options. So number one, we have Shirao Eri from Blue Archive, who is this student who is part of this art school. So painting on a canvas of either a famous painting like a girl with the pearl earring or Mona Lisa. It can be really, really crappy if you want lol, or a huge meme like Sonic and Mario kissing, or like the Squidward painting. Combine them if you like the screen painting with another character in the painting, for example, right? This is the example given, so combine them if you would like. The other option was Zeno Rob Roy, which is a Uma Musume character with glasses. Putting Excalibur out of a rock. You can pick either her doing it well or being like the chosen one, or make it really cute and have her fail at it. This one, I chose the first one because I like the character more, and also because the second one feels a lot harder if you're pulling stuff out of rocks, like the posing and everything. But it could also... But actually, now that I've done it, I realized the second one is easier. But let me just bring it up real quick and I will talk about it. Let's see, copy image. And I will also read out my own message. I don't think I wrote too much right here. So I kind of skimmed on the message, if I'm being honest. I didn't write too much, but because I thought that since I'm the one talking about it anyway, so I can just talk about it here. I kind of just cheated. But anyways, so my message is I forgot to wish them Merry Christmas. Merry Christmas, Ibukize. Happy holidays. So it was rather challenging. So the biggest challenge with this was because if I chose this, right, you're talking about a character painting an illustration. So because the prompt is both painting and both the painting and the character, and you want to show the front sides of both of these things, and both of these entities usually face each other, right? Imagine if you're drawing, you're facing the painting. So how do you show both on the screen? And so very quickly I turned to just trying a lot of fisheye sort of compositions, and I have some sketches here, I think. If I can just find it. I forgot where I put it. It should be in this folder. I need to clean this folder up now again. It's been a while. Sorry, my chat just loaded. It's very jank. Yeah, the Mona Lisa painting. By the way, I'll talk about the Mona Lisa in a bit later. But the challenge primarily has been just the whole setup here. Sorry, where's my other sketches gone? Oh yeah, it's over here. Sorry, I got to cheat. I got to show more because I have access to my files. It's not very fair. But yeah, I was experimenting with some more ridiculous stuff because I was thinking that if you want to do fisheye, then she can be using like the brush as like a wand, right? She can be like casting a spell, almost as though casting a spell onto the board and stuff. And then she can have a really dramatic pose, and we can have really dramatic setup and everything. But I figured that was a bit too ambitious because there was a lot of questions that I cannot answer. Like, for example, what do I do with all the empty spaces here? Because there will be a lot of empty spaces. And I wasn't really committed into painting like the entire background then. And then I was also trying different compositional ideas because I want to show the hand, right? The idea is to show everything. Then you need a lot of space. But if I have a lot of space, I would have a lot of empty space. But yeah, anyways, this is one of the ideas that I tried. There were a lot of other sketches, like a back view, you know, like a back view for this. Some more sort of more dramatic poses, more Arknights-ish. These are really hard to read. But her doing some weird stance in front of the image for whatever reason. Turning around, looking at the viewer. Trying to cast a spell. Yeah, I like Shiraru Eri because of her animations in Blue Archive. She has the really cute thing where she kind of like taps on the fan. And then it blows at her and then she's like feeling like she's as though she's casting a spell. I don't know if you guys know what I'm talking about. I can bring that up real quick. Like this is the one. Oh no, it's gone. Yeah, like where she's kind of just casting a spell with the gun. I thought maybe she could be trying to cast a spell on the board, and then I can have a fan somewhere in the corner just blowing at her. And then we can do more dynamic hair and stuff like that. But I don't know how that will make sense in terms of actually painting, like how that relates to painting. So, and then yeah, some other stuff. But in the end, I decided to just go with something that's a little bit more boring, but more manageable, much more manageable. Also, thank you, Duvet. Also, thank you, Uni, too. But basically, that was it. And there was another challenge with this, is that if you think about it, the hat is really in the way, because how does the light get onto the canvas if she's wearing such a huge hat? And I want to put them close to each other. In the official art, she's seated kind of a little bit far away from the art. So you kind of have that space where the light can come onto the canvas. But in my case, it actually doesn't really work that well. And then there's like a game lore reason why she never takes off the hat. So I cannot take off the hat. Because according to her lore, she feels like taking off the hat is worse than being naked. So I cannot realistically take it off either. So that was primarily the main challenge. Trying to show everything while having the hat on. And have the lighting make sense. So in this case, the lighting, I just kind of hand waved it. There was one from the back and one from the top. And that was kind of it. And then I threw in the other characters in the back just so that we can do it. Just so that it's not empty. But the back is just kind of mostly a wash. But yes, I guess Ibukis is not here to comment or anything. And that is basically all of my comments as well. Yes, thank you, DTB. If you just post it in the thing as per normal, I see that you already have. So that's great. Yes, thank you, DTB. Good. I don't know what to say. I guess great job. You made it. Sorry it was such a rush for you at the end, I guess. So, but yeah, that's kind of it. I don't think there's not anything much else. Oh yes, the Mona Lisa. The Mona Lisa, by the way, I kind of cheated a little bit. I took the original and I kind of painted on top. Because I didn't want to spend way too much time trying to get it to look like the original anyways. The only reason why I might want to paint it would be if we want to introduce something really special, really memey. But by the time I was doing it, it was already also getting a little bit close. It was like the week before, the last weekend before, well, the submission time, which is, so it's last weekend, right? I literally did it last weekend then. But does it feel like so long ago? But anyways, that's kind of all of it. That's kind of it. And then next, I'm gonna jump back here. So since DTB has officially finished, I can mark your name as green, and that is everybody. So DTB is in charge of Uni's request, which is just please draw any of my OTs, nothing specific. Very cool. Let me click this. Oh my god. I'm probably gonna need a bit more context from the references, but let me just read this out real quick. Alright, DTB's message. Merry definitely on time Christmas, Uni. It is a little late, won't elaborate. Hope you enjoy. Lol. Oh, that almost rhymed. The last bit. When I saw I got you as my receiver, I was kind of daunted. Because you're pretty much Kim Jong-gi compared to me. But I hope you like it. Your OCs are very interesting, by the way. I thought I would draw this character because she has a dog, but I adore the chick with the spear. High res file in the Google Drive. Wow, okay, that's very nice of you. Thank you. Thank you, DTV. Let me bring up the let me take this off screen here. I want to take a look at the characters here because I need a little bit more context, I think. But very great painting on the forest, man. Holy, that's a lot of work. I can see, like, even though you're in a bit of a time crunch, you're not compromising on the quality and your ideas. That is very respectable. So which OC is this? This one is with the horns. Ah, over here. Oh, let me... Oh yeah, I forgot. Stupid Google Drive doesn't let me do this. So a little bit more context, I guess. So this would be Yunie's OC. In her own sort of, this is her own piece. And from there we have the piece that DTV did, right? So you can recognize the character, so I'm just gonna take this off now. Let me see. Let me bring this back here. Let me get this chat loaded in here again. You can show the drive is fine. Oh yeah. Yes, hello Maxi. Yes, we're currently going through all the Secret Santa submissions. We're about halfway through, maybe a little bit over halfway through. And but yeah, like I really like the forest. I know you're supposed to look at the character. Really stuck on the forest, man. I really like the forest. Man, I can't believe you put something like this out in the amount of time that you have. That's kind of insane. Yeah, DTB, if you have any comments, if you have any difficulties other than time and stuff, anything that you would like to share, feel free to share it in the chat. This year all about speedrun, I'm kind of used to it. Hopefully next year I spend more time on my stuff and make something amazing. This is amazing, DTB. Thank you. Yeah, this was great, right? I think like it wasn't Uni that requested it. I think someone actually talked about they don't want like it to be Christmas. Oh yeah, like I think Raz did. Not necessarily overly Christmas. So this would actually also be pretty fitting too, I feel like. Because it was you know, it's not necessarily Christmas, but like it's still very Christmassy, right? With the winter and the forest. Yeah, actually now that I think about it, it's nice. It's like the character's riding her... Oh no, I don't know what to call it. Her dog, her familiar, you know, running through the forest. Feeling nice, feeling the snow, feeling the wind. That kind of vibe. It's very chill. Literally. My lectures were also amazed of how fast I can go. I see. Right, because you're doing animation, right? I do believe. Anything else you want to share about your piece here, DTV? Any intricate points that you would like to take a closer look, like us to take a closer look at, stuff like that? I did start my Twitch stream, right? I did. I mean, it's pretty good. It's pretty good considering like the amount of time that you had. What is this? What is this GIF you sent me in DM? Me when I get a whiff of the delicious scent of an apple fritter, a fresh apple fritter. Thank you. But yeah, if nothing else, nothing else, DTV. Thank you for your piece. Have a good rest. Have a good holiday. Merry Christmas. I got like a random DM. I think it's in relation to my earlier message, but that's all good. Also, Uni's piece, by the way. Everyone, Uni's piece. Now's your time. Now's your time to self-promote, Uni. Now's your time to self-promote. But you can't send links because it just gets nuked by the automod. Oh my god. But there's a random pop-up. Who's next here? Let me see. Next would be Ibukize's art of Rez's request. So let me push this. Can you see this? You can see this. Yeah, you can always send your links later in the self-promote channel. So Ibukize is tasked with Rez's piece. Any art of my Sona, generally I would prefer to steer away from overtly Christmas themes, but other than that, it's all okay. Smiley face. She runs a desert. I was like, don't mess this up. Don't mess this up because it's either or, and I messed it up. Anyway, she runs a dessert/tea house plus a Lolita fashion boutique. So that's the general vibe. And these are the references for all of the of a character. So from here, where is my Chad? No, that's my own server. Where is our server? Ibukize, I think was like the first person who posted it, wasn't it? I think it was, yeah, right up top here. Oh, nice lag, bro. Okay, what do we have here? So Ibukize's message at Rez. I am sweating sending this early and hope I didn't spoil this thing wrong. Lol. Anyways, Merry Christmas. Here is the thing. Not much to say about it, but sorry if it isn't the cleanest thing. Hope didn't bastardize your character too much. And yeah, that is about it. And sorry I wouldn't be at the review of everything. I'll be starting work. Oh. Well, Ibukize, if you do watch this back, you did a great job. Thank you for participating in the event. Harry, have a happy Christmas. Hope you get a little bit more rest over weekends, but I know medical students, I guess, is very bad, to say the least, in terms of scheduling and stuff like that. So, but yeah, maybe I should bring up Rez's characters too. Just bring this up screen again. Oh, there's a bit more to the request, I guess. To be honest, I don't have updated ref for her at all. As long as it's basically correct, it's fine. If better ref is needed, let me know. I will send the ref sheet that's work in progress. It's not drawn here because I'm lazy. What is it? She has floaty hands. What? She has floaty hands to carry her cloak or do whatever she needs them to do. Her clothing can be changed as long as the basics are the same. Poofy skirt, corset, vest, similar thing, big cloak, and coat. So actually, I do remember Ibukize actually asking for more references. So Rez sent them a little bit more. So I will showcase a little bit more of Rez's art as well. So this is the character reference sheet that Rez has. I'm just gonna zoom in on this side here. So yeah, Ibukize definitely captured the character. I wouldn't say there's any bastardization here. But yeah, boutique, I guess it is, she's sitting there enjoying some snacks. Kind of vibe. Cozy, cozy, cozy. Yeah, Rez has some really crazy character designs. But I guess Ibukize isn't here necessarily to talk more about his stuff here. It's definitely not necessarily the cleanest, but I see that they're painting it, I guess, overall, like as a whole. Because I feel like the background's eating into the... Oh, is it the other way around? How does this work? Maybe it's 1, 2, 3 kind of vibe. This is great, by the way, Lorem Ipsum. But yeah, let's see, character design. I mean, he did capture all the intricate details, right? There's a lot of accessories going on here. Maybe the crown? Is this like a crown thing? And maybe one of the hair ties, but the hair tie is on the other side actually, so it also makes sense. I guess the horns maybe. But yeah, there's a lot of elements to account for, so this is a lot of stuff to keep track. Anyways, thank you, Ibukize. I think we're nearing the end of our list here. Next we have a rest drawing for Jib. Is it Jib or Gib? I keep forgetting. I even asked him the first time I talked to him in chat. But I believe Jib just wanted like any of these characters. There's like no specific outfit request for any of the characters. You can choose either the official design or your own original ones. The art style doesn't have to adhere strictly to the official design. Feel free to draw in your own style. And it's basically like our Hatsune Miku. I don't know who Modius is. I'm guessing is it the it's not the dude, right? I guess it's one of the devils. And Kiritan is another Vocaloid. And then yet another character I do not know. Gibbets in Discord. Is Raz here? Raz was here earlier today in the stream. So I'm asking if to see if she's still here perhaps. If not, let's just see where is Raz's submission. Here. So I also communicated with Raz a little bit because she was having issues with her hands. Specifically, I think she injured her hand from overworking, and also she was also quite swamped in commissions. So that was kind of a little bit of the background. But so what she sent was, so here's Raz's message. Yeeshis. Didn't realize everyone else is tryharding with fully rendered illustrations. I just did a color sketch. This was super fun to draw. Merry Christmas, and I do hope you enjoy. I would have loved to make it more fill or elaborate considering how good everyone else's looked. I feel like I could have challenged myself more, but overall I think I like how it turned out. So thank you, Rez. It came out great. It's got that what is that one there is like Snow Miku, right? There's Snow Miku and there's the other one. I think it's like the Magical Mirai or something. It's kind of got one of those vibes with the star here. So it's kind of interesting because despite how simple it is, it makes me feel like it's Christmas mood. Just because of that one star. I don't know why, but it feels like it's winter. It feels like it's Christmas just because of it. But yeah, I take it that Raz isn't here to talk more about it either. That is also fine. Let's go leave it up for a little bit longer. Oh, sorry. Misclick. Yeah, Raz was saying like how the white background is snow. Big brain. Raz was saying how she felt kind of bad that it was just a color sketch. But then her color sketch had like really good quality. Sorry, has. It doesn't feel like a sketch until I take a closer look and I see like a bunch of lines sort of, you know, kind of going through each part, that kind of stuff. That's indicative of a sketch, but otherwise it looks really clean, just as is. Yeah, I guess, yeah, thank you, Rez. Next here we have Jib's submission for Miyuzaki here about Miyazaki's OC eating something. Up to the one who gets my tally. Oh, right. I was really confused by this as well. Up to the one who gets my tally. I think what he meant is up to the person who is assigned to draw for them. Can also costume me for Christmas if they want. Yes, this was meant to be a sketch. Yeah, this is, if you look at the Res commission page, this is considered a color sketch. indeed. So let me look for a Jib submission here. So I have to apologize to Jib. I don't know if he is hearing the stream or if he can understand. I guess I'm not sure if he can understand English that well. But most of the communication is done in English, and I kind of forgot halfway through that we have a single lonely Japanese participant. So when I made the announcement for the submission and stuff like that, I kind of forgot to do a translation. And he had to send me a message to ask me where to submit, but looks like everything is fine for the most part. So my apologies, Chip. Okay, so his message here is, I've tried drawing a composition I've never challenged myself with before. I've never experienced such extreme perspective in my drawings, so it took longer than I expected. However, I'm satisfied with how cute it turned out. I'm happy to have drawn such a wonderful OC. Merry Christmas. Wow, that is very, very nice. I feel like the language, I don't know if this is ChatGPT translated or they've written themselves. I've seen them type in English and read English, so I'm assuming they did it themselves. This is, anyways, I'm very impressed by the formulation here. I want to take a quick look at the character of Miyazaki here as well. Right. Oh, it's a druid, not deer. Okay, thank you. Thank you for the clarity. I was gonna call it a deer, but according to this piece here, it is a druid, not a deer. Don't know what a druid is exactly. Like a European mythology with the horns. But yeah, very cute. It's festive. Christmas clothing. A little bit of skin, you know. A little bit of skin doesn't hurt. Okay, does anybody is anybody in voice chat want to ask him if he has anything he wants to share? Is he active? Is he in the voice chat right now? Is he actively talking to anyone? I don't see any messages in the VC right now. Well, in recent history, so he might be AFK. Yes, Uni. His mic is always unmuted, but he hasn't spoke except for that one time where we were talking with Ibukize about sleep issues. I think how to get better sleep. But his mic is always unmuted, which I find very interesting. You guys are spamming. You guys are gonna scare him. You guys are gonna scare him. If it's not there, it's fine. Jivia, time is up. DTV just unmuted, probably to tell him. He's gonna get you. It's probably getting really spooked right now. He might be AFK. What time is it in Japan right now? It's the afternoon in Japan. Maybe he's outdoors or something. It's alright, it's alright. I mean, if nothing else, it's also fine. So, but yeah, like, yeah, please let him know it's fine as well. He's gonna get so spooked. But thank you guys for letting him know, for calling him on my behalf, because I could have just sent a message myself. But you know, Maxi, you're still pinging him. Oh no. But good stuff. I mean, like he even went like he even changed the eyes as well. He challenged himself. The perspective is a little bit wonky, I think. He might not have the grid setup. But yeah, challenging himself. There's a lot of details here with the food. We have even patterns on the tablecloth. I guess it's a tablecloth, some kind of tablecloth. Even the phone itself. Simple and effective, I think. Nice handwriting. Well, like this handwriting? The numbers here? Surely this is text. Surely this is text, what do you call it? The texting. Merry Christmas? Oh, God, I am blind. It is, I think. It is handwritten. I think it is handwritten. Good stuff. Because the R's are different, right? The twos are different. That's hand done. The twos. Oh, like this twos? Cursive writing poggers. Mm-hmm. Yeah, good stuff. Good stuff. Like a big challenge with environments, which is why I didn't want to draw my environment in mind, is because you have to populate the environment. If you just have like houses and signs of tables and walls without anything there, it's even worse than leaving it blank, like just a white background. So I prefer not to, because you have to put in more stuff like this. They should put in like snow globes and houses and stuff like that to make it feel more lived in. Like maybe you could have put up some Christmas socks on the walls and like a carpet on the ground and stuff like that, you know. But it's a lot more work all of a sudden, so you can definitely see them challenging themselves here. But yeah, anyways, Miyazaki has some good good stuff though. Very cute doodles. Only I get to see it. Okay, so we're nearing the end here. Finally, it would be for George. Sorry, George, you had to wait all the way till the end because you were the first person at the top of the list. So we've done Res drawing for Jib, Jib's drawing for Miyazaki. Now it's finally Miyazaki's drawing for George. Look at that. Wait, are we getting a response? Is he alive? No, he's not. But so George requested for Asuka, Freerun, or anything that has a background, right? Very sorry. Oh, no, wait, did I show this already? Oh, wait, no, I already showed this. I'm stupid. So we're done. Okay, I'm so stupid. DTB, I would like you to rescind that message, please. That is not appropriate. That is not appropriate, DTB. No, I don't just mean the text. Rescind, as in take it back. I'm gonna have to remove it for you, actually. That is not appropriate. I don't mean the part where you joke about where he's dead. I think that part is, you know, maybe poor taste, but I think within the realms of the server and joking, it could be is fine. But I don't know why you use 1945. I don't think that is appropriate. That is a very sensitive topic. I don't want the stuff like that to be joked about. But anyways, if Jib comes back, please do let him know that it's fine. There's nothing serious going on. There's no issues or anything. Cause he got pinged like 4 times in like 5 seconds. But okay, that's fine too. That is fine too. But yeah, that date, it's you know, anything in the past kind of sketchy. But yes, thank you, DTV. That is a big whoops, man. That is a big whoops. Yeah, when it comes to like the cultural barrier, like and like that thing, sometimes you don't really necessarily see it. Like so I can only ask you to do. You can only do your best, right? No one can ask you to do more. But if I see it, I have to stop it. But anyways, don't worry about it though. It's all good. But that is basically everything. It's not like talking about Big Bad is not allowed. It's just that it needs I think the consent of both sides to really start doing it. Otherwise, it gets a little bit sensitive really quickly. Like, you don't really go into, I don't go into Japanese servers and start making jokes like that because it gets really sensitive really quick. But if I talk to my Japanese friends and they want to talk about it, then that's a separate issue. But because it's not here, and it's like phrased in like sort of a joke context, I feel like maybe it might be a little bit sus. So I'm just going to keep it as clean as possible, as wholesome as possible. But other than that, I don't have anything else planned, right? We went through all the stream stats, we went through some nonsense. We went through our Secret Santa stuff. The only thing that is left is nothing. So I guess I'll just go back to working on my own shit. Merry Christmas, indeed. Happy holidays, Merry Christmas. I see you guys are going for the 67 hours record. You guys are like 5 hours off last time. Literally like 62 hours, 63 hours I saw before people got out. But very cool. Yeah, it's oh yeah. So closing comments. I think Secret Santa pretty successful. It was pretty good. Oh, was it 66 hours and 40 something minutes? Dang, dude. Who's the last person that left? Who's the last person that left? Yeah, it's not really Christmas anymore. I didn't want to put the stream on Christmas Day itself because I figured people probably have better things to do than spend like 2.5 hours, 3 hours here. I don't want to make it so that people have to be here or something, but Secret Santa overall pretty good. I personally found it a little bit scary in the sense that there's always something looming over my head. So when I was doing streams, it's like, oh yeah, I have this thing I still have to do, but I can't do it on the weekdays. I have to do it on the weekends and stuff like that. But overall, it's been pretty successful. Everyone seemed to have fun. Everyone challenged themselves and found some success out of it. Whether if it's success in the form of something, being able to do more than what they expected to do, or they found out something that they would like to work on. I think that is also a great step forwards. All of these things, very good stuff. In the future, we do probably want to do more events, and there were talks I think previously with George and others who have suggested ideas, like Igami suggested ideas, George suggested ideas. And the biggest issue with events primarily is still like who's going to be there to sort of handle the administrative part of it, right? Be it, so in the Secret Santa case, it's pretty heavy in terms of administration, right? You kind of have to go behind the scenes and set things up. But I wouldn't say it's super heavy, but it is heavier than, say, for example, something else like a weekly theme that needs to be drawn, that people can draw and then submit together and compare. But that being said, even for something simple like that, you still kind of need someone to kind of source the themes and get it set up. I can make the bot do things, but we do need ideas as well. Currently, there are 2 ideas that's being thrown around. Number 1 is by Igami, which is to... actually, the 2 ideas are pretty similar. Both George and Igami's idea is pretty similar. But basically, it is just to have something weekly or something bi-weekly where we have a theme and people can draw it, and then at the end of the week, we just submit it and everyone takes a look. It's not as serious as Secret Santa where there's like such a strict deadline per se, and it needs to be that heavy, like yeah, basically like a mini Secret Santa where you don't even give anyone, you just kind of draw what you want, right? And then you have a theme, people can compare, that kind of stuff. Yeah, other than that, I think stuff like Gartic Phone is also pretty fun indeed. And we could do Gartic Phone. Yeah, so participating in the weeklies, oh, that is also pretty good actually. Ooh, that is pretty good actually. That is very good. Wait, that is a great idea. So my issue with the weekly was that, yeah, we can set up a weekly, but then there's no real incentive for anyone to do it. And then over time, it just becomes this thing that's like, oh yeah, it exists, but I don't really want to do it. You know what I mean? Like, there's no real motivation to keep people going other than themselves. And then over a period of time, more people are going to drop out. People are going to lose interest. And then at some point, it's just going to be this thing that happens, but no one does. So, I mean, that's not really a counter argument to say not ever doing it though, because there's still value being provided if anyone did anything at all, even if it's for a week. But if you just have like a bot that kind of sends a theme every week and then have a special channel where people can submit, they would just ping the bot and submit. Or the bot can just monitor and say that, oh yeah, you have sent a picture for this week's theme, let me award you some points. And then we can just accumulate points. But then the problem comes as to what do we do with the points? We can use it as currency. Hey, doesn't this sound like the other server that pops up once every year? Oh my god, dude. Make them monthlies. Yeah, monthlies. Anyways, a lot of great ideas here. I think this monthly idea, this sort of bot automated system idea is pretty good. It just takes some time for me to scope out the code, as well as like what kind of themes make sense and how the whole system's gonna work. That's number one. Number two is if anyone wants to lead any sort of events, right? If they want to organize a Gartic phone, for example, they want to organize a study session of like one specific thing, kind of like Walnut used to do. Just let me know, because I can give you the role, and then you can start putting events into the thing. And then that would be a great way to sort of get started. Let's see how everyone. Mimi coin, rug pool, winner gets 10 Bitcoin, meme coin. If you guys, I remember I did coding before with Solidity. We can launch our own coin on Ethereum network. The only problem is that the coins always cost money. Wait, no, I have to redo the research actually, but we could technically I've already made tons of coins in the past, like 8 years ago. They were not grub pools, just to be clear. They were actually proper projects, but none took off. Like one that I was kind of proud of, which was a really simple idea, was just something called shit, what was it called? What did I name it? Something really stupid. The whole idea was to put your favorite quotes on the blockchain. So now no one can say that they have said something earlier because you said it first on the blockchain. You are the first guy who said this really smart thing, and you are the smartest person in the room. And you can show all your friends that you are the smartest person in the room. Anyways, it's kind of stupid, it didn't take off. But if you guys want coins, we could do coins. Coins make things really... Okay, you know what? We're not doing coins. No coins, right? No coins. No coins right now. Coins has too much of a bad connotation. I don't really want my characters' names associated with coins. So no coins. Save Mimi coin for a plushie or sticker in the future. What, wait, Uni's saying you know? Uni would be like, I feel like Uni's the last person I would expect that wants a coin. Is that what you wanted? Like a blockchain coin? Oh, still currency though, right? Oh no, you're talking about the points, right? You're talking about the points. You're not talking about the So the blockchain nonsense is kind of just an interesting thought, but I don't think anything's ever gonna happen on blockchain. Not for a long time, because anything on the blockchain is super duper hard to manage. Like, because once it's out there, it's really hard to change. You have to really think through your system and get a lot of people to vet. I don't know if you guys are familiar with the whole process, but in the past, if you want to launch a project, you write a white paper, you come up with the system for how coins are minted, how coins are earned and everything. And then you have to get someone to vet it. Someone who's more experienced, a company will come and read your text and read your code and read your thing to verify that it makes sense, that it's not going to screw up. Because once you deploy it, you can never change it. Not easily anyways, but... Okay, anyways, that's a lot of a sidetrack. If you guys just want like a system where you can do like weeklies, monthly, dailies to earn points, right? Again, points, not coins, in the server. We could do that, but there is a... We could do that. My main concern is with operational security on my end, because the service needs to be up 24/7, right? I can't have people send something and not get coins because the bot is down. I can't have people earn 10,000 coins and lost it because my server crashed. Right, and then that's the other question. That's really good, Maxi. That's the other question. What would the coins be used for? So George's suggestion with like Ria Prashi and stuff like that, that can potentially work, but the problem is there's still a funding problem. Unless I can like, you know, pull out like tens of thousands of dollars out my butt, depending on the volume, of course. But unless I can pull out a lot of money, it's gonna be kind of hard because I'm basically just kind of giving out for free. So it depends on if we have enough money to do that. I don't want to keep it out 24/7. Yeah, I don't technically have to do it, but yeah, I mean, logically, I was gonna say that it's actually harder to do it intermittently, because that means either I have to go in manually or I have to go in and schedule a job on the server, and then the job can still fail anyways, right? So at some point in time, I still kind of have to go in and go fix it manually. And but then on the other hand, even if it's a continuous monitoring, the script still needs to be smart enough to handle stuff that it may have missed on every restart. How about the winner make one sticker removable for the server? Actually, George, that's a great idea as well. Maybe they get rights to do certain things. Maybe you get certain handles. Maybe you get certain tags, like certain name colors and stuff like that, that shows that you're a very active member of the community. By the way, you cannot use points to buy moderation, just to be clear. Reward could be a sketch request. You can maybe ask each other for sketch requests. I feel like you can do like a system kind of like what we have in the what was experienced in the other one, right? I forgot what's it called now. The daily thing where you have the marketplace and people can advertise for sketch requests and stuff like that as well. But it's a closed economy, right? Like the value, so someone would do a sketch request with someone else for that point only because they would then want to use that point to get something else for themselves. So if it's only sketch requests and stuff like that, that supply and demand, I feel like maybe that's not going to be that common to have stuff like that. Hard to say. But yeah, if you can, like, I feel like we need something in the real world to anchor the value of the points. But at the same time, the points are generated out of thin air. There's no real money to back behind it. If we have stuff like you can trade for real items in real life, who's gonna actually be paying the money is the problem. So that it can be sustainable, right? Digital shop stunning with me directly that sells server stuff like custom rows / colors, and other people's stores will have like custom stickers if they set it up. So the sketch request stuff, by the way, I personally probably wouldn't be taking sketch requests for a while because I need to stabilize and I need to go down this route with my own 2 characters for a while, so I can't do that. But what I can do is maybe set up a marketplace for people to do it amongst them, yourselves. I mean, even if I were to do it, I would still need the marketplace anyways, so that will work. Sell digital points in the Discord channel. People can set up their own stalls. So what? People can pay money for points and then they can use the points to trade for stuff from someone else? That's not a bad idea, but a lot of these ideas are really hard to do well. Because once money comes into play, the system needs to be robust. We need to make sure people cannot cheat the system and stuff like that. And the server needs to be up. What I was already talking about? Oh, okay, I see. Top 5 spot guest points. People can set their own sort of website. A website will be too much, I think, because it will take a lot of work to synchronize between website and Discord server. So we will probably just do it on one side, on the Discord server. So, okay, give me a second. I'm gonna go to the washroom. I've been holding it back for a bit. But when I come back, let me write things down a bit. Lamau. Oh, chemo. Yes, right. Chemo. Right. Thank you. Yeah, I'm cost edge. Lamau. Okay. Anyways, I like that's how your priorities over there. But let me see. So this whole thing started with the whole discussion about. Hang on, let me clean my screen a little bit. Okay, so this whole discussion started off with the whole idea of events. My god, my brush. Where's my brush? Right, we currently only have Secret Sender and it's concluded. Sorry, this didn't start here. This started somewhere further behind because it basically is... Server is boring. That's where it started. Sorry, boring should be capitalized. This is what it started in, right? So from server is boring, we got into events. So now what else can we do to spice it up? We can do like sort of some kind of a daily, weekly, monthly drawing prompt / quest, right? That's what Chemo called it. And then the whole idea is that we can start to spawn off ideas from here and then get like maybe get points for it or something. Let's say get points. And then now the concept of points come in, and then we need to talk about the economy here. So what is it for? What for? What do? It's just the same question. So let me see. As a way we just earn it, but I don't. Okay, wait, hang on. Let me go back to the message that I've missed first. I don't know what chemo is. Uni are in the call Sag. Everyone's muted. I don't know what the point is. Jib isn't muted, but he doesn't talk. Also, the people that live are playing League. Yeah, that's a gaming server, by the way, guys. Lol, we all introvert. Lol, I have no one to talk to, so I'm muted. If Bukis are here, I will unmute. Introduce the marriage bot. The marriage bot? Is there a the marriage bot? But create a large family in the server. Bam, easy as that. I don't know what that will achieve, but okay. I don't want it to be as in a way so we just earn it, but I want it to be more motivation to improve your own art in a way. I mean the coins earning part, you know. Yes. Indeed. So that is a good philosophy, right? That is kind of also the philosophy for Chemo. Basically, the points part, this points actually it's part of the economy. How get and what for, right? Is probably the thing. Who, what, when, how, why. Who is you guys. When is whenever you finish, so that's how get. Where in my server. Who, what is the points, what for, who, what, when, where, how, and why. Why is because it's boring. Server is boring, so we're trying to make it interesting. So basically just these two questions left. So how get, like Maxi said, it needs to be motivated by improvement, right? Why is it in quotations? Alright. So improvement / work-based. Wow, you guys we are not discovering the proof by work concept for Bitcoin. But anyways. Proof of work, my bad. Proof of work. Not prisoner of war, proof of work. But so that getting coins should be related to how related to work and basically getting commissions done. So this is probably like, you know, doing quests, doing our quests, commissions. That's commissions, by the way. How do you write commissions? Holy shit. fetch requests. I mean, it's basically a commission at this point. But the problem here is what for is the thing. Okay, well, let me go back up the message chain again. What the hell is going on here? We used the coin to hire Uni, Wana, and Duvet for art class. Suddenly, I'm an art teacher for hire / TRPG campaign, but you can only gain coins by drawing. Lol, what if you had like better artists adopt an artist and then can dictate if they get better and dish out points, or like adopt more than one? So that, like, none of these ideas are bad, right? I'm just considering how feasible it is to organize and set it up. Because again, I'm trying to just draw and not be too bothered with administrative nonsense. So I want to have a system that kind of runs itself. If we need to introduce people like getting artists to do points, like giving out points, that is basically saying that we are hiring moderators to kind of handle some of the stuff manually. And that means it's no longer automated, and that means a lot of attention that needs to be paid to keep the system running. And so that one most likely not necessarily going to happen. The nice thing is that the coin spike can be ignored. I want to keep calling it coin spike as points, right? Yeah, actually DTB, that's a really good point though, because if let's say we have two ways of doing it right now, right? We have the art quests, right? That's the dailies, monthlies, weeklies, if we were to do this, by the way. And then there's the commissioner request, which is basically people trading for services amongst themselves in this closed economy. The first option being a sort of, how do I say this? The real world analog for the first option is like going to a 8 to 9. Wait, what's it called? A 9 to 5 job, right? The art quests are the 9 to 5 job. You're basically saying, I'm taking on this quest of drawing something, and I'm gonna draw it, and I'm gonna make some money out of it. So now the problem is, the quest cannot be something that's really complicated or hard. It should be something simple, like just practice anatomy. Draw a full body, draw 10 gestures, for example. It would be draw 10 gestures, and then you will get a certain number of points. Now, the gesture drawing would be, people will do it to different levels of completion, perhaps. Some people might do it more rigorously, some people might do it to less. But then they'll be awarded the same points unless someone is there to sort of give the points out. But I guess that is just how it has to be, right? Because it's the same thing in real world. Like, your boss can tell you to do one thing, two people will take the same task and do it to different level of completion. And the boss doesn't really care as long as it meets the bare minimum requirement. So I guess the quests may be difficult for certain people, easy for some other people. But at the end of the day, as long as they meet the bare minimum requirement, they should get paid the same. And that will be it. It's up to them to try more or try harder or try less, right? So that means that the balancing of this quest should depend on the skill required for that specific quest on a very sort of holistic basis. So even though, like, say for example, drawing anatomy might be really hard for someone who's just starting out, we can't avoid a lot of quests because we can't award a lot of points because it will be too easy for people on top to farm or something. I don't know. We have to think about it. But this is, yeah, like you said, more fundamentals related. Like the quest, this is like the 9 to 5 job of farm. And then this is more like your side hustle, right? Something like that. We call it mine. Boom boom power, about to randomize motivation competing. What the? Why did I hear my name keep getting mentioned? Make it newcomer friendly. Make it for new people. For all new people who have joined. The quest about fundamental. A couple of ways to do the theme task. One server and just general theme. You can do any sketch related like snow. Right. I do believe like the quest should be more fundamentals related, and then maybe like the monthly could be something a little bit vaguer. Something like a full color illustration on this theme, for example. Like, so we're already getting into like the weeds of this thing. The thing about stuff like this is that you can argue that we can just keep it simple. It's a small community. But then as long as people are coming together, the rules and the consensus needs to be established. Because like, say the monthly, right? We are expecting people to put more effort into it. But who's really there to moderate and say that this is not enough effort, or this is too much effort and I should give you some bonus points? And then some old ideas from Bitcoin and all the white papers that I've read come back into mind, right? You can do consensus, people can vote, but then that means community need to be very active and constantly participate. And that's really hard to get everyone to always do. But either way, I think the biggest flaw of this whole system thus far has always been, what do you do with the points? Like, what's the point of getting the points other than to climb a leaderboard, for example, right? Like, you can trade for... You can spend the money to commission someone in the same economy for them to draw something for you. But why would they want to take this payment for their time is the thing. Unless everyone really sees it as just a way to get better. But like, I feel like inherently it feels a little bit lacking. Right. So Maxi, as for the point that you're talking about, the bot will definitely be the one handling this. Likely what's going to happen is we have a set of quests that kind of just goes around in a sequence, right? Like all the dailies that I played in RPGs and other games, you kind of have like same set of quests that you just kind of either randomly get or you get them in a sequence. Ideally, we'll get them in a sequence for stuff like fundamentals and stuff, because then people can practice a little bit more evenly. Yes, have a good day, have a good night, DTB. See you around. But the thing is, I just don't really know why someone might want to farm the money. I know personally, if I am really interested in the server, I'm really invested in the community, then even if the points have no actual value other than just as a show off, right? Other than as just to climb a leaderboard, I would still do it. I used to do this a lot in TF2. There's a rocket jumping server. All you do is you kind of farm points and you climb the leaderboards. But in that system, it's more about just really climbing the leaderboard. The points inherently has no other value other than to just climb. People set their own quest for requests and did them to get points and spending on requesting artists that like. Right, Uni, that's a good point. But they have enough artists to maintain the ecosystem, is the thing. They have enough to maintain that system. And then there's another interesting thing about Kimo is that their servers reset every year. So I'm wondering actually what would happen if the system was left running forever, right? Would someone get so rich that it will collapse the system, or is that not inherently possible? So there's other concerns, but those are a little bit much later. Yeah, if it's enough people in the server, right? Enough people that want to commission and enough people that get commissioned, then we can keep it going. But at the end of the day, like, no one's getting any monetary value out of it. They have to spend real life time in order to get paid with virtual dollars. Yeah, unless they have someone else that they want to do a request from as well. So yeah, we just need enough artists for this to really work like this. It's gonna take a while to get to that critical mass, though, I imagine. What if instead of coins we change it to streaks? I don't think those are inherently conflicting things. We can have both. We can have both, is the thing. Hello, the virus. Oh, you missed quite a bit today, actually, the virus. We ran through some stream stats over the year. We went through all the secret center. Currently, we're discussing what could happen. What can we do with, let's say, a micro sort of closed economy, and have people earn points doing dailies, doing monthlies, and then use that points to trade for some other services from some other artists, you know. I mean, you can just copy Kimo and people set up stalls to give out whatever they want. Like, people set up a stall to take meme requests or whatever dumb stuff. You could. So George will say, maybe we'll work with what we have until we can make it update later. So the issue why I want to kind of sort it out is because imagine we take a really long time to figure out what we can do with the money, and people just accumulate a bunch. Then when we start with, like, once we start doing, you know, these, like, the virtual economy, like, start actually trading services and goods, someone is just, like, there's gonna be a few people that's gonna be super rich and all. And that kind of throws the balance off a little bit. Like, right now, our server is small. Everyone knows each other decently well, right? We have a good relationship going on here. There's no one trying to be malicious. But what if someone is so rich that they can just buy out the entire stock of someone else's stuff? And that someone else is, like, willing to do that. to willing to be like, hey, the highest bidder gets everything. I don't care. Highest bidder get everything. Then that kind of like leaves a sour taste, right? Everyone kind of have a bad mood for that. Reset a couple months. Actually, that's kind of interesting. That is kind of interesting. I don't know. We could have multiple systems here, right? We can have like, let's say like the points. We can have the streaks, and then we have the coins. So as you do quests, you accumulate this, and you get the equivalent amount in coins. But then at some point in time, maybe your coins get reset, right? Maybe we can do something like this. So you still get points that is like lifetime, where you can keep track of your streak, your current streak, and also your lifetime sort of achievements of how much you have drawn, you know, stuff like that. But then the amount of coins gets limited. But then at the same time, I still have to sort of justify to myself that the reset is necessary. Like, because, you know, losing money is not exactly a good feeling. So, yeah, the intricacies of this, I kind of want to mull it over a little bit more. This is ChatGPT is great for stuff like this. I would just ask you to read some academic papers about virtual economies. Like, I don't know if you guys have seen, like, there's some interesting video essays out there. There are some servers, Minecraft servers, Discord servers that try to emulate like a government, right? So within the realm of this Minecraft server or Discord server, you have people that are running for political parties, running for like governance positions, running for the president. And it always falls apart. It always falls apart. No matter how democratic people try to be, there's always gonna be issues where people start to look at the rules and being like, hey, this is not democracy, this is democracy. And then all of a sudden, like, there's a whole fight, and then the things always fall apart. I think virtual economy may have similar issues potentially, but I need to think about this. What for? Yeah, what for trading each other? Let me send this up to ChatGPT real quick since I do have the tab open. I'm just gonna ask it really quickly here. So suppose make a virtual economy in my Discord server. Draw art to complete quests to earn points, then trade for commissions from someone else. Is this sustainable? So short answer, yes, it can be sustainable, but only under specific conditions. Most versions fail without guardrails. So when is it sustainable? The points do not inflate. If they are easy to earn and commissions are limited, value collapses fast. Right, because the value will skyrocket, right? Supply and demand. So sustainability requires either hard caps on point creation or constant point sinks, fees, burns, and entry costs. Right, basically taxes. Great. A real demand for commissions. People actually want to commission people with points, and people want to actually accept points for commissions rather than actual cash. So that we already know. Clear quality standards. If draw is vague, low effort spam will dominate, right? So this is also the other thing. How do we justify, how do we make sure everyone's submission is actually warranting the amount of dollar bills, right? Because my bot is only able to know that you're gonna receive stuff. Someone needs to vet it. Small tight-knit server. So these systems work best under 50 to 100 users, active users. Larger servers amplify abuse and imbalance somehow. Sorry, let me update myself on the messages. Texas Lamal, tax the rich in our virtual economy. Suddenly we make country. Are we trying to gamify art? Yes, we are actually. Make it addicting, like League. Actually, the only way to gamify at this point without introducing too much trouble is just to add a streak. That really gamifies it a lot. Right? Nobody wants to break that streak, and everybody wants to flex. Like, we can make it so that you reach a certain number of streaks, you get certain privileges, like shiny names, or I don't know what else you can have. But that would be the simplest way, right? There's no money involved, no trading of goods and services, just a point system, just a streak system. That's it, just a leaderboard. This is unrelated to our new economy. It's already been decided, huh? But do you know about the waifu husbando gacha Discord board? It's called... Oh, yes, wait, Wasn't it in the chemo server? Was that in the chemo server? I feel like it might have been in the chemo server, but let me continue reading my ChatGPT reply. So when the system will fail, everyone earns fail redeem, so points become meaningless. Top artists hoard points, newcomers get disengaged. No value, no exit value, right? So the points has nothing, yeah, this has no value outside of the system. This is the biggest flaw, but at the same time, it's also a flaw that cannot be changed. Because unless monetary value is being put into the system in the first place, there's no reason why it would be converted to anything else outside of it. Like actual money value. Getting commission is also quite a lot of money value, but burnout from unpaid creative labor, masses fun economy. Let's talk about. Treat points as coupon, not money. Rotate or time limit points, seasons reset. Alright, that's a great suggestion, Uni, you see. Smarter than GPT. Limit commission supply, weekly slots, auctions, add non-art syncs. Oh, you know what? Auctions for the thing might be interesting. Because then there's a push for people to want to get more points so they can actually auction. But the only downside is that some people will feel really bad about it. But at the end of the day though, like at the same time, it's unavoidable because the one that who is being commissioned only has two pairs, like one pair of hands. So it's always going to be limited anyways. Non-art syncs, so roles, raffles, and events. Oh, yeah. So statuses. Let me see. Was it in the chemo? Okay. So what for? So this can be commission. Can be statuses. So perks. Raffles. Explicitly allow cash opt-out so artists untrapped. Okay, so like yeah, that's kind of hard. It's sustainable as a game mechanic, not a serious economy. Yeah, no shit. If you expect it to replace money, it will fail. Yeah, no shit. What are you talking about, ChatGPT? I'm not trying to create a new country here. Holy shit. Yeah, it's very exciting is the thing. Like all of these are very exciting. Only issue is I can't justify spending that much time in this. Let me think about this. In any case, the system will not be able to be just rolled out right off the bat. And also, if you want the system, like, am I gonna code it myself? Because stuff like this is best done by a community. Sorry, let me rephrase that. Stuff like this, I should just find a GitHub that really works really well, so I know that there's no bugs in it. One bug is gonna cause a collapse, and it's gonna not be very good across a lot of multiple different factors. So, are there any existing GitHubs for this kind of thingy for Discord servers? Make ChatGPT look search internet for me. Basic economy bot in Node.js with commands for a virtual economy you can build on. Bankroll economy bot with it's a lot of them actually. Look at each one for me and find the one with the most stars. This is what AI is for me to not do the research myself. Also, hello show. We're talking about virtual economies and gamifying art. We can always just start with the gamify part, right? Just earn points and earn streaks. Maybe just streaks in the beginning too, actually. Because points kind of, you know, carries forwards and keeps adding up, and it gives people the expectation that it's going to be worth something down the line. But streaks, everyone knows that if you stop it, it's going to break, and that's it. And the value of the streak will primarily, well, will only be to just get yourself on the leaderboard. And that would be, you know, the whole entire value of it, for you to flex on people. I have been doing the most difficult quest for like the past 3 weeks, you know, stuff like that. But yeah, the quality also has to be controlled though. That part is kind of hard. That part is very hard actually, to make sure no one cheats the system. Not saying that anyone's necessarily gonna cheat it, but So I have no idea what DTB is suggesting in my request and event suggestion chat. What to call the server currency? Oh, sorry, server currency. I read it as serving currently. I got really confused. Oh, because of money is mine? Quality has to be good, otherwise I'll put random doodle for my points. Yeah. The thing is, all of these things need to be done programmatically because I don't want to spend time sitting around looking at art. I have to go through art every week. You know, that's like another job. It feels like if I have to look at stuff and decide if it's good quality enough. Yeah, this idea needs a lot of expansion on it. We need to figure out a lot of things before it can to report. Yeah, the community could self manage as well. But at the end of the day, someone has to look at the situation. It's the thing. I am trying to avoid moderators because moderating requires alignment on values. And that takes a while to sort of align. Yeah, this is a tricky spot because I understand that I'm the only one who can how do I say this? Make everything grow, right? Grow the server, grow the channel, grow the community. And but at the same time, I cannot quite justify spending all my time on it. I don't think I can ever justify that. So I need to find a way to slowly roll out a system that is just autonomous for the most part and requires very minimal user input. Also, hello, Res. Yeah, there's also some interesting stream stats in the beginning too. The first 2.5 hours, basically, up to date. Actually, you can skip the first half an hour because it was talking about scraping Twitter. Unless you're interested in grabbing all your bookmarks from X.com before every single artist decided to delete everything off of it. But oof. Yeah, there's code that you can use if you want in the server stream dump, but it's not necessarily very user friendly per se. But there's enough instructions there that I think people should be able to do it. The output of it is also not necessarily that user friendly either because it's sorted by stream ID names and stuff like that. So it will require a little bit more work. I'm currently working on the second half that allows it to be displayed, but that would take a while because a lot of that is math. Math for analyzing images without human input in an objective way. If that works out, I can also use that for our new current ideas right now. But it's gonna be a while. So anyway, just to conclude, we're just trying to make the server a little bit more fun, I think. Something that is there for people to interact with, be it a system for doing art quests or commissioning each other using server points. Art streaks. Yeah, other stuff. How do we go from events to this? Man, I'm so tired. There's a lot of stuff to do. I don't think yeah, this as it goes on, I don't think I can handle everything. It's not that I don't want to handle everything. I would prefer that I'm the one who did everything actually. I would like to be able to bring everything together myself. But if it's just me, it's probably not gonna take a ungodly amount of time for very little progress. Anyways, we have the event thing, the bot doing suggestions for ideas. The data scrape plus what was the last thing? Oh, okay, right. DTB asking about money, currency name, but that's gonna be a while before we get there. Okay. I guess I'm gonna go back to rendering for now. Man, today is it's more draining than usual. It's more talking than usual. Is this the one in the back? Yes. Can I just turn that off? Keep this on. let's look at that. Let's go. Haroto Motok. Cool. Now that all the talking's done, I'm getting really sleepy all of a sudden. Very sleepy all of a sudden. What am I doing right? I think that's like a... What do I even call myself? I guess community manager? Server manager? I feel like I'm lacking a lot of vision. Yeah, today's energy output is a lot higher just because I have to constantly form sentences and words. Apparently, very hard. Very hard to do. I feel like I also stumbled over my words quite a bit today because I try to talk fast. I want to get the ideas out quick. And then I eat my words and my syllables disappear. A lot of things happen. Yes, yes, Raz. If you actually, yeah, if you have anything you wanted to share about the Miku that you've drawn, also feel free. Also, I'm using the wrong brush. We can still talk about the Secret Santa stuff. Right, Uni, would you like me to share your stuff? Actually, is there anyone that want me to share your stuff? Or like, sorry, I'm asking because clearly, like a lot of the references that you guys have sent for others to use for the Secret Santa request is very interesting for other people, right? So I'm just wondering if these pieces of art are available out there already somewhere, or it's only in that drive. And if that's the case, would you then like me to share stuff like that? Or even if that's not the case, if you'd like me to share stuff. Sorry. You know what? I'm gonna take the opportunity to leave a message for future me. Because anything that we have done, the good stuff and the bad stuff that I've done today, I do want to keep track so that whenever we do it next time, it's gonna be better. So give me 1 second here while I do some stuff behind the scenes. Also, no one gets the Secret Santa row anymore. I'm gonna delete people's rows now. It was nice to have that raid name while it lasted, but... Wait, Raz didn't even have the Secret Santa row. Did I forget to give you the row? My bad, Raz. That is truly a my bad moment, because it would mean that you didn't get any of the pings that I did. For well, you guys want to keep it for Memento? Wow, okay. Actually, you know what? Wow, okay. You have... Okay, you know what? Like... I don't know if that's what you meant, Uni, but that gave me... That was such a... That's such a compelling argument for leaving the rows in there. I'm quite sentimental when it gets to like really old things and like broken things and stuff like that. Stuff that I used to have. So... You know what? I will leave the tag on for everyone who has participated this time around, so that it is truly a memento, a keepsake for the future. Let me just double check that everyone is indeed... so there's 10 of us, I think. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yes, there's 10 of us and all 10 of us have it. Oh, thank you, Rai VHAW. Ah, Jibu-san desu ka? Jibu-san desu ka? Should I lock the thread? Okay, maybe I'll lock it when New Year's come. I don't have to lock it now. At some point I have to lock it, I think. So everyone gets to keep the row as memento, but I will remove the colors so that you guys, we are not like special for whatever reason, right? It is just for memento and that's it. But I don't want people to be like, oh, look at me, I'm red. I'm so special, you know, kind of like that. Not that there's anything wrong with that, I guess, you know, in some good fun. But just to keep everyone equal, I will just do that for now. Right, I need to write some message for myself. I'm gonna ping myself. Notes for Nick's Secret Santa. Ohayou gozaimasu. Number 1, make sure music is festive. Number 2, make sure CSP menu is hidden if not necessary. Number 3, read requests first. Show OC characters first, then peace. Number 4, prepare some stuff to talk about slash ask for more personal inputs from artists beforehand in case they are not on stream. I mean, I did kind of ask, but I think next time I'll ask a little bit more. What else about the Secret Santa? I guess make sure rows are assigned correctly. Sorry, Mia, you might have to wait for a bit while I sort stuff out. And then finally, it would be for shit, I forgot what I was trying to write. Make sure rows are assigned correctly. Or whatever. Let me just ping myself here. Sorry, can you guys not, the virus, can you see the submission thread? I think it's public, right? This is under general, so it should be public. Anyone should be able to see it. You know what? Okay, let me send an announcement right now. Hello everyone. Secret Santa 2025 has officially concluded. Please visit slash, let me just copy the link here. The link here to see everyone's submissions. In addition, if you would like to learn more about today's stream also shared some stream statistics like average stream duration. So if you are interested, check out the archive for it here. And then let me grab the link. Put the link. Where's my link? How do I get my streams link? Content live. これですかにゃ? これだ. Okay. Hello at everyone. Let's just do that. Send now. Okay, cool. So that officially concludes Secret Santa. Everyone still gets keep the tag, but then no more colors. So that is also set. That's all cool. Let me see. What messages did I miss? Ohayou gozaimasu. Maybe you can make the thread public for everyone to look at. Post it again in the showcase because the channel looks weird with everything being spoiler marked. That's also a great idea. How to unmark image as a spoiler? I don't know if you can edit. Let me try. Maybe you can edit the message and just untick the Can I edit this message? No, you cannot. Yeah, you can't edit it afterwards. Can I force people's image to be not spoilered? Can I do that? I think maybe with my bot I might be able to do it. There might be a programmatic way to do this. Because you can copy the image ID and I can maybe delete the tag on it. But it is what it is. And you guys feel free to send it again if you guys want. But in the meantime, the message should take care of that. Jib, if you're still here, it was nothing big. It's just a I just wanted to ask if you want to share anything about your art. If you're still here, that is. I'm not sure if you're here, but same thing for Rez as well. I just wanted to ask if there's anything you wanted to talk about your art. But if not, that's also fine. And yeah, I think. Don't think it's possible. If you're cool, if I could. I don't know. Works for my gacha brain. Opening spoiler is like opening a present for me. Also makes me focus on illustration a lot of the time. That is a good point. Let me ask ChatGPT real quick if it's possible. Oh, zero Discord economy WOD, 163 stars. Victor in Discord JS, easy to deploy and shop. Okay, I'll keep this one thing open and I'm just gonna ask. Can I make my Discord? Oh, sorry. How can I unspoiler an image in my Discord server as admin? Manually re-upload without spoilers, that's stupid. Ask the original poster to edit / re-upload, that's also stupid. Use a bot workaround. Moderation bots can delete the original and repost the attachment without the spoiler tag, but that doesn't it change? Oh, okay, what you cannot do, you cannot toggle spoiler on and off of someone else's image. You cannot edit another user's attachment in place. You cannot reveal it server-wide with admin powers alone. What, you need god powers? Wait, the spoiler is done by adding a spoiler tag in the name? Is that how that works? Like in behind the scenes? Okay, that's so stupid. It's not on the Discord side, it's on the actual file name, so they just changed the file name when they uploaded it to the servers and so weird. Is that actually true? Yeah, it is true. What the fuck? If you save any of the image that's spoiler, that is prefixed by spoiler, capitalized spoiler. That's weird. I didn't know that. But sorry Mia, I'm ready now if you like let me see. Okay, yes, nice. Sorry for the delay. I'm going to call you now. Hello, please help me. I am under the water. Let me drop my music down. Discord is up. 1, 2. Hello. Share my screen.
Okay.
Merry Christmas.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Merry Christmas, yeah. Merry Christmas and Happy New Year's.
Yes, Happy New Year. Merry Christmas, Happy New Year, everybody. Happy holidays.
Yeah.
Oof.
I'm sorry, I missed 3 hours because yeah, I was sleeping in. So.
That's all good. Why is my phone showing this clock thing constantly? So stupid. But yeah, today I've just been doing talking. I think the first half an hour was talking about how to scrape data off Twitter. The next half an hour was some stream stats, 45-minute stream stats. And then after that, it's like an hour and a half of like Secret Santa submissions, as well as getting some feedback from the artists who have drawn it, if they have any. And then it's now, yeah. So
you already showed everybody Secret Santa?
Yeah, I've gone through everything. And then we started talking about virtual economies because we wanted to, like, I think the server's kind of boring at this point. there's not a lot of events going on, and I don't want to organize any. Is the main thing, because it's too distracting from actually drawing. Then it will be up to the bot, right, to do something interesting, like doing a weekly thing. And then from there, it's like, hey, if you do a weekly thing, why don't we add points to it? If you add points to it, why don't we make it a currency? If you make it a currency, why don't we make it so that we can trade for goods and services? And then like the whole discussion. But yeah, it's kind of tricky. But anyways, other than that, you have a question from Kirio. It's asking if you're eating KFC.
KFC.
Very
We don't
important.
actually have a KFC nearby, but at the supermarket we had some Christmas cake and some Christmassy sushi, and there's like Christmas chicken, I think, or is it like turkey? It's like a big bird. I guess that is Christmas chicken, yeah, but I didn't get any. It's like bake your own Christmas chicken. Yeah. But I got this like platter of pure Australian non-fat beef, like pure cuts, very low fat. That's what I got. But yeah.
My god, I'm so tired, by the way. Talking on stuff for
Tired,
3.5
okay.
hours. Yeah.
Okay, that's fine.
Indeed. I could continue working on this drawing. I was also thinking of just working on the bot for a little bit, the chat bot. So we can start to maybe send. Oh, can you drag this over?
Using for the back end for that.
Oh, it's just a Python script running. The server is still my computer. I'm looking at like cheap servers, $4 a month, but if we're gonna make it like event based and able to do like image processing, I'm gonna have to pay a little bit more than if we're going down that route.
Oh.
We have to see. God. So tired. I feel like doing anything.
Did you get enough sleep?
Did I get enough sleep today? I'm not sure.
You're not sure.
What time did I wake up this morning? I can't remember. I took a 2-hour nap, but that was like already... I woke up at 7. It's 1 a.m. right now. How many hours ago is
Ooh.
that? But yeah, probably not enough anyways, but... Let me try to get some stuff done. Back to work, guys. Back to work. Nothing to see here, guys. Back to work.
Back to work. Okay.
Yeah, today's been interesting. I think slightly change of pace of just talking and coming up ideas, maybe. Not really, I guess. So just talking. Yeah, need to upgrade. Yeah, I want the server to be a little bit more more autonomous in the sense that there's more fun stuff, but without my input. It's kind of hard though, because
Okay.
Yeah.
I mean, I feel like the steps to do the automation is a lot of effort that you could, I don't know.
Yeah, it could definitely turn out that way, I think.
Yeah.
Currently, ChatGPT is doing all of the coding and all of the writing. I just do the thinking and tell it what to do. So it's been pretty effective. But as we tackle more complex stuff like this, the issue comes in like what happens when it breaks, and what happens when it breaks, right? Like someone has to come in, take a look, and fix it. Especially if it's systems that involves currency and points that people want to redeem and stuff like that, that becomes kind of tricky.
Ooh. Amazing drawers.
Oh yeah, everyone went above and beyond this time, I think, because I got the what's it called? I got people to send in like a copy of stuff that they have drawn before, like a couple of things that they have drawn before, to make sure that like they can deliver something. But yeah, most of those sketches that I received were like sketches and black and white sketches and stuff like that, really flat colors. This time around, everyone really went for more backgrounds, more colors, more complex setups and stuff. Well, Rez, you were injured though. You were really swamped and you were also physically injured in your hand, so it's I wouldn't worry about it. It's also not too late if you want to draw more stuff, right? Like
Well, I'm just looking at this right now.
Yeah, her Res color sketch doesn't look like a color sketch. It looks like a complete thing. I don't feel like drawing. Oh my god, I'm so tired. I just want to get ChatGPT to do something.
You know? What are you planning it to do?
That's the thing, right? You can.
I mean, you probably already explained this, but I wasn't here, so.
No, I haven't strictly talked about this yet. Like, I don't have any ideas myself, is the thing. But like so far, a couple of good ideas that came out. Like number one is to get the bot to do some kind of a weekly theme, right? So that it can automatically send it out and automatically collect people's stuff, and then we can award people points based on that. That is all automatable, right? And currently we don't have enough people. We don't have any bad actors that will try to cheat the system by sending an empty image, for example. But even if we do, there's a lot of programmatic ways to sort of analyze and break the image down and do some feature extraction. And that way we can sort of automate the vetting process too. Am I done with the bot? No, we're not. This is the beginning. By the way, the 6-7 thing is just a meme. Like, it's just to test if it can work. Which you guys are enjoying, which is great, right? I wanted to do a little bit more than that.
Like, there might be a bot. I mean, maybe, but probably not, right? A bot that already exists that does something like this, but it seems kind of complicated.
Sorry, a bot that does what?
There's a lot of that like takes submissions.
Oh, yeah. So honestly, yeah, I kind of want to do things myself because it's the most straightforward. I don't have to read anything. I tell ChatGPT what to do. I take a quick glance at the code because I know what I'm expecting because I architected the idea behind it, right? I just didn't type it out. So I know immediately what's happening. But if it's someone else's code, I have to read it slowly, process it. But the downside of me doing it myself is that it's so not robust, right? There's so many things I haven't considered.
Yeah.
And if we do economy, we do points, we do submission, we do weekly stuff, I really feel like there should be someone else's public repo that has a lot of people using it. I actually opened one just now. That's one thing. Let me see.
It does seem like a big undertaking, so.
Yeah, especially with the current scheduling and stuff. This would take a while to set up and then test and then debug and then improve it over and over.
I mean, I don't know if you talked about this, but like New Year's resolutions, it's.
Oh, I haven't. Actually, I haven't.
Yeah.
Because New Year's is we still have some streams before that.
Yeah.
I forgot about it completely. Prime and back? What the hell is this? The New resolution for me is to just draw more color and more render. That's it. More original ideas. That's it. Because in that process, I'll just get better naturally, hopefully. But yeah. For the server, not really. For the community, not really, I think.
Okay.
Do you have any?
What does Scribe do? Me? Well, I'm still in the process of finding work, so.
Right, yeah. That would be, yeah. Honestly, with that looming over my head, I would have like, I wouldn't be able to really think about anything else other than that.
Well, it's definitely your life kind of changes after you start working, so. Just preparing for the new normal, but in the process, working hard to achieve that goal first. So.
Indeed.
Yeah.
The newest resolution basically is just find a job and stabilize this essentially at this point.
Yeah. Like stay in Japan, find work in Japan. Very much so. Yeah.
Come on, what is this stupid ass
Bob.
Yeah, can lose is equals to true. Where is lost set? Must be in here, right? Rob is assigned. I wish I can control click this. How do I go to bag? Eco.bag? What's eco? Economy? Client.eco.bag? Is it in client? Where is my code? Anyways, I'm trying to see what this guy is doing, but honestly nowadays I don't really read anymore. I also just asked ChatGPT to look at this and analyze it and tell me what it does. Inquiry daily help bag. Message ready here. Oh, what can we do for... Oh, so damn sleepy. Holy shit. What can we do for the bot? Let me ask Mr. GPT. Let me see, what could be a fun thing to add to a server, Discord server bot in the context of an art server that does not require any human intervening? Right, first one is daily, weekly art prompts. Thank you very much. We've really talked about that. Portfolio auto tracker. Bot detects image posted in art channels, keeps a private count per user, total pieces posted, streaks, auto unlocks rows of badges. It's the same thing. Community favorite, reaction based, scans reaction after X hours, automatically highlights most hearted this week. Oh, this is a good one. Oh, this is a great one actually, right? So it automatically looks at all the art showcase channel, right? It collects all of the images that has people that have posted illustrations and how many reactions that they've got, and then we can get a summary of like, hey, you know, this is the most popular art this week.
I've actually been in a server that does that. It like looks for a channel and gives you a synopsis about what, you know, people are talking about, and gives you like a weekly or daily synopsis. Which I find pretty helpful.
Indeed.
Like and it can also be kind of funny, to be honest, because it does analyze it using an LLM, so that's how you get the synopsis.
Yeah, the AI, the whole AI thing has been kind of touchy because you know, like there are people who are okay with it, there are people who are absolutely just like AI means like it needs to die, right? Like even if it is not even necessarily art related, it just needs to go away. So it is tricky.
It is your channel, so you ultimately you decide. So
yeah, I'm using it, like, how do I say this? I'm using it very heavily for programming and everything. So but for art, I mean like stuff like generating a synopsis, I think that makes sense. Yeah, in fact, even, how do I say this? The bot can be so much better. It can collect maybe interesting informations across the interwebs and then just like create a summary, but I'm sure there's a lot of ones like that already out there, and they will have better information sources too. Yeah, actually, no point. But this community one is pretty good. What else do we have? Random art roulette periodically reposes random older artwork from the server, credits the artist, and encourages long-term visibility. Pretty interesting idea, I suppose. Style constraint generator. Draw in ink only, no curves, 15-minute emotions equals envy. Ooh. Personal progress graphs. Bot tracks posting frequency of word counts in captions. Now I'm just gonna get a bunch of people saying 6-7 all day long. Collaborative prompt chains. This is like Gartic Phone then, right? One person draws one thing, like the character, and then another one draws the background, draws a prop or something like that. Limited time events. That's a little bit heavier to code. Or to avoid automation killers. Quality scoring. AI critique. Forced participation. Anything that deletes or judges art. Reaction-based showcases. Zero moderation and scale cleanly. Tell me JS or Python, Discord.js or Discord.py. We're doing this Python here. I'm just gonna immediately add the response thing. Sorry, the weekly number of oh my god, I'm so tired I cannot talk while looking at something else right now anymore. Where's my bot? What's my code? Scripts bot A0 bot. Okay. Oof. Take me home, country roads. Take me, take me, take me. Modify based on the following existing code. Do not remove anything. Just add the functionality for looking for the most popular piece last posted this week. I need the channel that it looks at to be configurable, as well as the emoji that serves as the like button. What else do I need to consider? Also, let me configure which channel it will post in. That's everything, right? Input, output? I can't think. I'm just gonna let it go for it. It would be so nice if one day the channel like just kind of takes off, like the Discord kind of takes off, or it has its own sort of micro economy. People just come in, do some stuff. But like, I mean, like actually looking at Pluvium server, they have like 10,000 people there, and do they have stuff like this? I wonder if they have tried something like this. Hopefully, it's not like they tried something like this and it just flopped. That's why it's no longer available.
Well, mostly in these servers, it's just with VC. People are just constantly into VC.
Right.
Drawing and like not talking. So, I mean, the VC now is pretty big.
Yeah.
So
indeed.
Yeah.
Art Weekly, source channel, post channel, like emoji, time zone, American, Vancouver. Last weekly post key. What does that mean? I don't know. ChatGPT knows what it's doing. I'm sure. Oh, it added a bunch of commands. Okay. I don't really want the commands just yet.
What do you think, Duvet? What do you think about the current state of the Discord? Or anyone else in chat who's like active participating?
Yeah, in 2000 VCR, about us have 6-7.
Not enough chaos. What does that mean? I mean, usually, you know, a thing with VC Discord channel is that people don't really participate. There's not much stuff happening. It's like nobody does anything, even though there's a lot of people. So.
I'm not the kind to participate either, so it's it's very new for me as well. I don't know what people would like to do because I don't like to do anything.
Like to do?
Yeah. Time out Ibuki for funsies. What is this ganging up on Ibukize? Like everyone wants to either kick Ibukize or time him up.
He's the one of the few people who talks.
Right.
Like, with Mike. Yeah.
Got unique personality to match the freak. You got auto modded? Nice. I'm gonna restart my bot real quick. I forgot what the update did, but Oh no, I cannot restart right now. It's gonna crash. Never mind. Let me not make a new server just yet. It's gonna ruin things. So I'm gonna pick Art Showcase ID. So the source ID is Art Showcase. Post ID will be bot spam for now. Spam. That's the heart emoji, and then it goes at the thing. What's my comments? Weekly top. So top message, top score, weekly local. Find top art this week. Weekly top is not configured yet. Couldn't scan. No art found since time. Oh, okay. So let me restart my bot. At least the command should work, I think. What is the command actually? Is the weekly top the command?
Teamer and Lomi are besties. Show a star like young and old Deve and Keto cool guys. Chilling, sipping me a big brain at the game. Okay. Who is game? Who are you in the voice chat?
Oh, it's George. It's Pound. He has 3 names.
Okay.
Emer and Lomi a bestie. Show and star like young and Duvet and Curio like cool guys sipping coffee. I see. Me a big brain Red the gamer. Even kids don't need to kick him. DTB should be mod. It's kilograms in V. What does that mean?
On per pixel. I don't know.
How many people are in there right now? 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 11. Oh, no what music bot today? Look, the weekly top art of the week is already done actually. ChatGPT already got it done for us.
Okay.
It's quick. I think I should add the timeout, auto timeout functionality for people who spam too many 6-7s.
Yeah. Make it funny.
Like yeah, there's this row if you're assigned 6-7. Oh sorry, if you're assigned timeout, oh my fucking god. You only see the rules channel, that's it. You don't see anything else. I wonder if it kicks you out of the voice chat. Wait, can I get a volunteer? I need a volunteer right now. I promise you wouldn't be timed out for long, but I want to know what happens when you get timed out if you're in voice chat. I need a volunteer. Devay? Okay. Yeah, can you just let me know if I just need to see if you get kicked off of the voice chat or not. You may not even get kicked. How do I assign roles again? Here. Are you kicked? You're not kicked. Can you still chat in the voice chat? In VC1? You're still here? But not chatting. Oh, okay, I see. Let me remove it now then. I'll remove it immediately. Thank you, Duvet. Can't chat, I mean. Okay, can you see other people's chat though? You could, right? Nice. Actually, now that I think about it, how do you set someone's role for like just 30 seconds? Because you can only set it and unset it, so you need somewhere else to do the timer. So what happens if my bot disconnects after setting someone to timeout? They would just be timed out forever? That's interesting. There's no fallback on it. Let me ask ChatGPT. Wait. Can I make it time out someone when they have said 6-7 enough times? I meant like just time.
Oh, you got me.
30 seconds. Only. Then remove it after. Must the script be the
Okay.
ongoing time?
Destroy your...
Dies. Is that guy stuck? Right, timeout. Forever. Is Indonesia the timeout country? Yes, you can time someone after they say they hit a 6-7 threshold. Timeout is not a role. Built-in communication disabled state with an expiry time. Oh, there's a separate timeout then? I did not know that. Sorry, how do you set timeout then? Await member dot timeout date time dot time delta second equals to 30 reason equals... Oh, but this is a different one though. I have a timeout row though. How does the Discord's timeout compare? Okay, so there's an actual Discord built-in timeout. And that one has an expiration timestamp. But I need to know what it looks like though, is the thing. The economy thing, Igami, is gonna take forever, man. Like, I feel like it needs to be robust. And I mean, like, we could just go ahead with it, even if there's no real yeah, even if there's no real value. We can have it reset. We can still implement the system where we have a streak, a point system, and then a coin system. Where the coin system is the one that resets. The points just basically keep track of your lifetime coins, essentially, and the streak is just a streak. We could do something like that. And then if that's the case, people get used to the coins resetting. And then whenever we do introduce something new that people can spend the coins on, we can introduce it at like a cutoff. Oh man, I can already think of all the problems that would come. What if someone pays for it at the end of the month, their coins get reset, they don't have enough time to spend it for the next thing? Or what if someone promises to draw something for a certain coin, but because the things get reset, they go back on their word, and then there needs to be moderation. Wow, okay, there's a lot of nonsense all of a sudden. But anyways. Right, this is less of like the community is going to be malicious or toxic, and more of just like the moment the system is in place, right? Like, it opens up the avenue for issues like this to happen. Then as a, you know, if I were to have a little bit more foresight, you know, to plan it out properly, I would then have to account for such situations. What to do when situations occur, how the moderation and everything is going to go. That's why I'm very reluctant to do it, because it's a lot of work to set up something that's going to give me more work. It just feels like.
That's usually how it goes, it seems, so.
As it gets more complex, right? There's no way around it, honestly. Can probably set a grace period. There are a couple of days where you can't spend it before it resets. Sorry, yeah, my brain is definitely not clear enough right now to have anything concrete. All of these are all really good suggestions, by the way. They're all very valid suggestions. The main issue comes from like how our system specifically is meant to work. Like the life cycle of the coin is the thing. Well, what is the envisioned sort of life cycle between earning the coin, accumulating the coin, and then spending it? What might that look like? Because some people would do quests and then they will request people and then that would be fine. But then the other people who are doing commissions, they will have to wait for the people who earn the coins first, have enough to commission them themselves make the commission, earn that coin, and then commission someone else yet again, right? So there's like a lot of delays when the money exchanges hands. And then like what happens when, you know, we hit one of the reset cycles, right? we might have to have something more complicated, like, hey, you know, this amount of coins is currently used to commission something that's not yet done, and even though it's going to reset, this amount of coins will not reset, because it's only fair, because the guy who's drawing it right now should be allowed to earn that money and use the money later. Then the system gets more complex all of a sudden. All of a sudden, it's like, hey, there's now this additional edge case that you have to account for. The reset system is great, but it introduces problems. More, like, not necessarily problems, just more things to consider. Yeah, it does remind me of Rust. Rust, Tarkov, all the games that reset once in a while. The only difference is that in those games, your experience kind of carries through. In our situation, I guess it does. You do get better at art, but I guess the learning curve is a lot steeper. It's gonna take a lot longer for you to get better at grinding those quests, per se. You know, if we can have like a game to go along with the system, where people can spend the coins in the game somehow, that would be interesting, right? It's like, imagine you play a gacha game and you have the microtransaction currency you earn through art instead of like just paying dollar bills. But then you will need then we're talking about designing about a game now, where we can have a in-game currency that provides some value but not too much value, enough for people to want to work for it. For Rose in a actually, let me take a look at this bot. Because just because other people can spin it for free in other servers doesn't mean they are allowed to do it here, right? Like, also kind of makes sense. I feel like I've used this bot before, but where? Oh, I know where. In my university's Discord. You're right. Yeah, it's in my university's Discord. I remember rolling for it in the past. That's why. Where is it? Sorry, Mia. It's just all me talking. If you have any ideas or you want to talk about anything.
Oh no, I'm yeah, I'm just working. I'm gonna eat some food, so you do all the talking. I'll just chime in when I feel like so.
All right, man. Bot spam, is it here? Yeah, okay, yeah. My universe is stupid, so yeah. Remaining time before your next $P, 1 hour and 30. What does that even mean? Dollar daily sign. Next daily dollar. $sign daily reset is 19 hours 15 minutes. $sign W. React with any emoji to claim. Anastasia Lucio from Dresden Files. I do not get this bot, man. Very confused. The value of the points is the problem. I need it to be usable somewhere. At this point, I just feel like playing games now. I don't feel like doing anything. Let me look into. There's a bunch of people playing League in the game in our server.
Oh yeah.
They're trying to go for 67 hours because they stopped at like 60 something last time and before reaching it. ETB said that it got up to 66 hours and 40 minutes or something. How can I see what being timed out looks like as admin right now? Self-test, ask them to time you out for 30 seconds. Use timeout in the user context menu. Okay, I'm gonna time myself out in my own server right now. Let me try that. How do I do that? I think I need to open the moderation page. Server settings, moderation members, maybe here. What? Why is my name not coming out when it says from me? Wait, how do I time myself out? It's not letting me time myself out. Sucks. Make me mod and time you out. Database of every character that you can think of. Watch them play League and do live commentary. I don't know League though. No, I can't even do Dota, even though I have hundreds of hours of gameplay in Dota. Because I play arcade.
We can play Dota.
Yeah, I don't want to play the actual MOBA part of the game.
We can play Boomer Dota.
I play what's that, like gambling tower defense. You kind of roll and then you get different items.
That brings me back to Warcraft 3.
My god. Where's the moderation page? I've seen it before. Oh, open mod view. Yeah, there you go. Oh, timeout. Oh, I cannot time out myself, dude. It's grayed out. I need a volunteer. I need a volunteer. Hang on. I need a volunteer for 60 seconds. Who wants to be a volunteer? Time you out again? Okay, Duvet. I just need you to take a screenshot of what it looks like on your side. I just want to see what it looks like. Okay, you're timed out right now? Did you get knocked off the chat? Oh, you got kicked off the chat. Okay. I'm assuming you cannot do anything. You cannot type anything. But I don't know if you can see anything. What is it that you see? Yeah, okay. Once the timeout finishes, actually, let me try. Can I undo the timeout? I might not make it actually before the automatic recovery. Oh, I can remove the timeout right now. Right. Okay, you should be able to do everything as per normal again. If you have a screenshot, if not, can you tell me like what you saw? What does it look like to you? Is this a carnival ride? Like everyone wants to get timed out now. You want to get timed out? Is this a carnival ride? What if all the people say 6-7 at the same time and got timed out? I don't know. Do you want that to happen? I can. How about this? Anyone that has say 6-7 even once in the server thus far, I can put them. I can give them a. I can give them a special tag that just say 6-7. Then the next time anyone says 6-7 even once, every person that gets 6-7 tagged will get timed out together. Shared responsibility. Shared responsibility. Super cursed. Right, you're seriously timed out, I see. You cannot chat, react, or reply, or join voice channels during timeout, and then there's a timer there. Okay. Thank you, Duvet. Thank you very much. Very useful information. Collective punishment. I don't want to be volunteer. The big Geneva is gonna get you. Yeah. And the funny thing is, you guys, there's no take backsies anymore. You guys already, those who have already said 6-7, already on the leaderboards. This is the bait and switch. I got the bot to react to people saying 6-7. So a bunch of people say 6-7 and started counting up the number of times. Now people who have say 6-7s are on the radar. They cannot hide anymore. I knew you would like this new rule, Uni. My god. Collective punishment 6-7. One guy 6-7, the entire voice chat gets nuked because everyone gets timed out. So much for the 6-7 hours 6-7 hours challenge. It's just like everyone's gone. They're like, oh, we're almost at 67 hours and it's just over. Oh my god. I do think we should get a bit of a moderation against spamming though. There is auto mod spam protection by Discord itself, but clearly it's not working against the 6-7 spam. So maybe like the same message for like 4 or 5 times in a row in shorter span amount of time, we just get new timeout. And then the timeout will be exponential. First time is like 30 seconds, next time is like 60 seconds, then 2 minutes, then 4 minutes, then 8 minutes. And before you know it, it's like integer limit. Ooh. Very fun, guys. No art getting drawn today. I could at least do a sketch, I suppose. What is 89, dude? Is this like the next thing now? Do I have to ban 89 too? Is this an actual thing? Where you got flagged? I don't see it. Yeah, DTB got flagged for spamming pies because he just spammed the pie emoji repeatedly in one message and got flagged. What is 89? Is 89 a real thing? 89 meme. Oh man, they're trying so hard to start a new meme. Oh, is that a kid? Wait, hang on. So 89 meme or the 89 meme refers to a variation of the 6-7 where people wave their hands sideways with their palms facing down as a parody of the viral 6-7 meme and gesture. It begins making the rounds October 2025 on TikTok. This is such a brain rot statement. Several internet users touted the 8-9 and the sideways hand motions as the antidote to 6-7 meme in late 2025. The 4's meme followed the example of the 6-1 meme, the 4-1 meme, and the 9-3 meme, all of which was posed as replacement of 6-7 in 2025. How many are there, dude? Holy. I did not need to know this. Very useless knowledge. I'm getting very hungry though. Yeah, none of them worked, yeah. Not aware of any of them, yeah, exactly. Some people need a lobotomy. Broski. I'm gonna draw something.
Lobotomy?
Yeah, I'm just gonna do a sketch. Yeah, lobotomy.
I'm gonna go eat my boiled eggs.
Oh, nice. Okay. Very, very good. Very, 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 very. Yeah, honestly, I get like why streamers, like Japanese streamers, they don't tend to stream that long. Because like actual streams where you're like talking, having fun, communicating, being energetic, making things seem interesting is very tiring. A little bit of it is forced each time, and then over time you get a little bit more comfortable just having that sort of personality and knowing what to say and having like internal jokes, like that kind of stuff. It does take a while.
There's those who like game for hours or just draw while saying
Yeah.
nothing.
Indeed, yeah. It's so tiring, man, to keep going.
Do the thing. If you can do the thing for like 7 hours straight.
Oh, like 6 or 7 hours? Indeed.
Yeah. This game 6 or 7 hours a day, or draw 6 or 7 hours a day. But you don't say anything.
I'm just gonna do sketches. I don't feel like drawing though, but I think I should at least do something today. How many hours? I don't know, Igami, maybe 6 or 7. I can be an absolute tyrant. Just give everyone the 6-7 tag, and I'm the one that says 6-7 and then gets everyone timed out. Can we listen to the Skibidi Christmas song?
Skibidi Hawk Tool.
Skibidi Hawk Tour. Skibidi Hawk Tour. I don't want to draw anymore. Wow. Big boobas. We draw big boobas. I'm just gonna not use my brain actually. I'm just gonna autopilot. I was trying to draw something a little bit different from the ref, but now I'm just gonna draw the ref. No brain required. For the most part, at least. When the weather outside is rizzy and the fire is so skibidi. When I've got to go, Ohio, Ohio, Ohio. Kadonks. Yeah, it's a big booty. Well, it's not really booty, but and so the wrong angle alignment. Oh yeah, I have other stuff I have to take care of. I have to find a way to wire transfer some money to Japan so we can pay for our one-on-one with the artist. Hopefully that's not gonna be too difficult to do. No complications and stuff like that.
Let's take a look. What are you drawing?
Oh, I don't have the reference shown because too lazy to move it over to my pure. Yeah. Trust. It looks exactly like what I'm drawing. Trust. Oh my god, it definitely does not look like this. Holy shit. This neck's not even connected to the body, bro. Trust, broskies, trust. Okay, I'm just gonna play Deep Rock Galactic at this rate.
They're mining.
Any Deep Rock Galactic gamers in the chat? I guess I should at least also show the game if I'm talking about it, for the people who do not know what I'm talking about. This thing. Deep Rock Galactic. No. We're rich. Mushrooms.
We're gonna be rich.
Goosack. I found a Goosack. But it's a great game. You play as a dwarf. It's a PvE, and you basically commit genocide against the spiders. And then now my video is flagged for saying the word genocide. But anyways, Rock and Stone.
You're supposed to say G side and unalive. Come on.
G side. I'm just gonna send the link for people who want to see it. Why did I get a ping in Secret Santa? What is this? Oh, I see. It's too goofy, man. Sorry, show. If you're here for the big boobas, I might not even get there before I die. Before I die of ligma.
What's gonna happen? Ligma?
Hmm.
Okay. I know where this is going.
This face is so jank, bro. Holy shit, this face is so jank. So derpy. I don't know why. I don't know how to fix it. I'm the Sigma of Ligmas? No, man. We do not have the Sigma grind set here.
No talking in library.
Yeah. Yes, show your intentions with actions, not words. Ligma. Ligma Sigma.
That's still a thing now? It was like years ago. The Sigma thing.
I don't know. I'm just saying it now. I don't think it's made a comeback necessarily.
Yeah. I don't know. People aren't grindy anymore, it seems. What are they doing? Where are they?
What's the opposite of grinding?
Chilling? I don't know.
现在我有冰淇淋。冰淇淋，冰淇淋。
I mean, there is in Chinese, but I don't know in English.
Bing chilling.
Morning, America. Today I have ice cream.
Yo, the ice. Broski. What am I doing? Take me home, country roads, to the place I belong. West Virginia, Mountain Mama. What about the next line? Shit. Soon the holidays will be over and then it's back to work. Thank God. Life is so exciting, guys. Wow.
Satisfied with your life? Your life satisfactory?
Higher than ever, highest ever in my life, I think. Apparently. It will peak when I get my own style, and then as I draw my own stuff, and then once I have all my ideas are exhausted, it's game over.
It's game over.
Might as well end it now while you're on top, you know, before the decline happens. It's a little bit morbid, but sometimes I do think about the fact that, you know, if someone dies, all of the stuff suddenly got more popular, right? So...
I mean, not nowadays. If they stop posting, then they just kind of disappear. So...
Right. Yeah, it's not a necessary guarantee, but I feel like, you know, if I really want my my characters, my daughters, to live a successful life, you know, Maybe one last bang might be an interesting way to go out. At that point, it's a final commit. Always an interesting thought. Not that I'm really considering it, but yeah. I mean, it depends on the execution. Wait, my booba isn't big enough. What? What the? I'm really not a big booba person. Where the hell is this? What? Guys, quick! I don't know how to draw a big booba. I need visual references. I need a volunteer. Duvet. It's the dynamic, not the size. It's a grower, not a shower. Got auto modded? Is it the latex boobs command? Oh yeah, it is. I see it, Uni.
What?
Duvet put on the latex boobs on me. Well,
What does that mean?
because I was saying, like, you know, I'm like a visual learner and I don't know how to draw boobs. I need a volunteer. And then I was like, I've been asking volunteers multiple times and it's always been Duvet. So I'm like, Duvet. My god. Ah, yes, do me a solid, would ya? Just put on those latex boobs and come stand over here.
What are latex boobs?
Like those fake boobs, I guess.
Oh,
Yeah, are those made of latex usually? I'm not sure.
they're made of silicone usually.
Ah, yes, there are silicon. Silicon's the magic word. You see, interesting. Like, Uni's automod, I can see it still. But Duvet's automodding is crazy. It just doesn't exist. Like, it's apparently deemed like such a terrible, terrible message that even I don't get to see it. Which is kind of insane. You know what? Since I'm not really drawing anyways, I'm gonna ask ChatGPT real quick and see if there's any settings in YouTube Studio here that I can do so that I can, because it seems like it's targeting you for some reason. So maybe there is some kind of you got put on some kind of a list. There are any blacklists for users or something because one specific user in my YouTube stream keeps getting their messages auto-modded despite not saying anything bad. Research and purposes? Yeah, sure. Here you go, show. It's not as impressive as you might think. It's just actually a line sketch. And it's on Pinterest, so you don't even know who it's from. YouTube's hidden spam trust system. Most likely, YouTube assigns per account trust scores. If an account is flagged as likely spammy, the messages get auto-removed even when clean. So triggers include new or rarely used accounts, repeated short messages, emoji only or repeated phrases, posting links in the past. Maybe it's because you keep saying dailies and then the word dailies got blocked for you, Duvet. Maybe it's because of that, but posting links in the past, copy-pasting messages, being reported in other streams. This is not visible to me and cannot be fully disabled or at all. Symptoms, the same user always moderated. Other users can say identical messages without issue. Happens across multiple streams. There is no UI to clear this flag. So your trust level is lower, is what it's trying to say. Channel level hidden users list. YouTube has a manual blacklist and it's settings community hidden users. Let me find. I don't think. I mean, I didn't even know this thing existed, so it cannot possibly be me, manually at least. Settings community. Community moderation, user management. Yeah, you're not here, Duvet. Third option, auto mod keyword matching, false positives. Your blocked words held for review list may be catching partial matches, number emoji, so forth and so forth. Where is this list though? I literally turned it off though, is the thing. I literally turned it off. Here. So community moderation here, right? Comments on the thing is turned on. So this comments on videos and posts have basic moderation. I'm just gonna turn it off. Messages in live chat is already off. This has been off for a really long time. Viewer posts. So where is this? I don't know what this means actually. Blocked words, I don't have any. Link tags. I turned this off, you see. Like, I don't hold the comments for review. Oh, it says URL and hashtags are already blocked in live messages. So I guess I cannot turn off the block then. User management. So moderators, right? Moderators, approved users, hidden users. Channel guidelines, and this is just like the usual stuff. There's nothing here. Yeah, so I turned this off. So yeah, like if you're actually being moderated like that, it's probably really because YouTube deems you untrustworthy for some reason. Sorry, what message did you get moderated by? Sorry, with Duvet. What was the message that you were trying to send? Randomly got banned from WhatsApp. Imagine if this booksome sketch becomes the popular one. Is that the word that you got blocked for, and then you're trying to sort of circumvent getting blocked again? Uba, I see. So yeah, VPN went on chat manager thought I was doing something bad. Right, yeah, that can happen. Can someone else type Booba in the chat and see if it gets auto-modded? Very curious if Duvet is actually getting targeted because hey, Duvet, can you also type Booba as a control? Thanks guys, by the way. You got flagged? I think everyone's so no one's message got sent to the okay, let me show you guys what I see, right? So your messages are not on stream. So that it is getting moderated, but at least I see it here. The thing about Duvet's moderation issues is that where is it? You see how Uni said like put on latex boobs for me? This message got auto-modded. You guys cannot see it, but I can see it. But then when Duvet talked about the message getting auto-modded later on, where is it? Here. I literally did not see any message that was inappropriate at all. Like, it's just completely blocked for me.
Duvet's trust score has gone down.
Yeah, Duvet's score is actually just gone, I think. So yeah, I see your Booba entry.
This is just spam. I don't need to show it even to the stream.
What? I just want to share what I'm seeing, because from you guys' perspective, it's just gone, right? From my point of view, I still see it. But Duvay's message is actually gone. That's the Booba one? No, that's the second time he typed it, Uni. If you're talking about the... Oh, really? Oh yeah, I see it now. Never mind. Yeah, I do see it. Imagine if this Booba skip prevent a cover. Oh, interesting. Okay, so it's not that bad then. It's not that bad. Oh yes, thanks Uni. I didn't even see that. I was expecting it to be in between the reaction and the I got automata too, bro. So normal automods. Oh my god, I can't speak. I'm starting to slur my stuff. Ooh. All hope is not lost yet, Duvet. Unless you want it to be. And then you can do something about that. Very cool, guys. Very cool. Learning about YouTube. You know what, since I don't want to draw, I might as well spend my time looking for some... I need to look for 2 separate groups. Wait, no, let me think. So I want to kind of push forwards with the... Yeah, let me see. So I need to, number 1, pay for one-on-one. Number 2, think about weeklies. Oops. For bot. Number 3, I have 2D commission for Faye, because basically it's gonna be Faye anyways. And then in this line of thought, I also need to figure out chatbot, which is gated by currently blocked by RAG effectiveness, basically. These are all the non-art related things that is on my plate that is related to the channel and not related to my actual work or other parts of my life. And wait, hang on, what does it say? Okay, this is the kind of Japanese that I always get a bit confused about, but to explicitly state in revised terms that legal violations through generative AI are the user's own responsibilities. Amid controversy over the new AI feature added images set to take effect in January next year.
That just means the liabilities are not for the platform, but for the users.
Right. So they're basically saying that we give you this feature to do stupid stuff. If you do stupid stuff, you're gonna get charged with doing stupid things. But great. Anyways, it's a Japanese post.
Lee's Japanese is notoriously very wordy. It says very little.
Interesting. Yeah, I put a gun in front of you. It's your fault if you use it and shoot someone. Or shoot it at all. You know.
You know, guns don't kill people. People kill people.
Oh my god. Here's a gun. And here's the guy that you hate the most in the world. Oh, I wonder what he would do.
You're gonna get some Americans upset now.
Oh no. Oh no. Oh yeah, like Elon Musk is gonna use this thing to get a bunch of people in trouble for using AI and making him pregnant or something. I don't know. Now I'm just browsing Twitter, but interesting.
Oh, our video time.
Sorry, what art video? Oh, wait, let me see. Other art video that's been sent to you. The what, like the magic leaders stuff? Oh, I have to find the art. I see. Yeah. Let me see. Let me see. Any recommendations? Anything you would like me to watch specifically? Because I'm sure they're all very useful in their own regard. And also, for the most part, I probably would just be like, I'm just probably, my brain's not gonna really process anything. Oh my god, thank you for the, I got so spooked every time. Thank you for the follow. Thank you for the follow. Oh my god, I can't read the name. Shit. I have to make it bigger, man. I cannot read it. The only way I can read it is through OBS because my Twitch is not opening. What a nani? Mr. Mustafo. Thank you, thank you. Ima okimashita. I didn't see that message. Where's my Twitter notification thing? Alerts? This one. Orenya. Okay, let me bring it up. I make it big so I can see. Thanks. Chunks. Let me put it here. I'll put it here. Ooh. Now next time something happens, I can at least see it. Also, I should probably also lower the volume. It still spooks me. Oh, is it actually only... No, it's probably only loud for me, right? Because the volume that I hear is from OBS. And OBS's volume is loud. I think that's the issue. Maika. No problem, no problem. What wa? これいらないかも。これは使ってるやつ。これはいらないかも。これは Okay. It's alright, Uni. If there's nothing that comes to mind, I can just go to a random one. It was Sabe Santime. Also known as save some time. Kind of zoning out. Oops. Oh, it doesn't matter if it's long. I think it's fine if it's long. We can skip ahead if we want. We can look at the what, like 80%, 85% of artists not, oh no, sorry, 85% rule. This one by Aubrey Days. 5 rules of improving fast that most artists ignore. Just the beginning is pretty interesting. Sorry, did you send a link? Because links get blocked. You might have to send the ID. Appeal and the objectively good. Appeal. Ah, this one. Appealing. No, wait. Right, stop. That's there. これ何? これいらないんだよね. Actually, what is this? Why do I have to zone?
I have just returned from Lightbox Expo and Nonstop Barcelona.
Alright, I can just do this.
2 fantastic art events at which I presented this talk, Appeal and the Objectively Good. Now, I made some feeble attempts to record both talks on my tablet, but they were both pretty rubbish. The problem is, I've promised too many people that I would share it online, so I presented the talk for the 3rd and final time, sitting at my desk to an audience of stuffed animals for your viewing pleasure.
This is the secret to getting better art.
Welcome everybody to Appeal and the Objectively Good. Let us first align on what I mean when I say appeal. It is the quality that attracts and interests the viewer. Qualities we find admirable, beautiful, intriguing, and engaging. All the good stuff. It's very easy to get lost in the subtleties of these definitions and how they precisely map onto artistic concepts. But I'm using this word because to me, it encompasses the broadest set of desirable qualities. In this talk, appeal is the goal. Now, I don't just want to take you to this conclusion directly. Instead, I want to go through a longer path, understand some deeper concepts, and expand our brains a little bit whilst we're at it. To get to this goal, we need to start with the other half of this talk's title, the objectively good. So we're going to leave the beautiful flowery abstract backgrounds and instead go into the classroom. Here we have an object and a subject. The object is an apple. It is red, shiny, edible. And the subject is me or you or anybody that has a thought process, a consciousness. The object has properties we can observe or test for. And these properties are factual or logical. But once the object is filtered through the subject, we see the formation of subjective properties based on feelings or intuition. For example, I might find that the apple is tasty. It might be my favorite fruit. It might make me happy when I see one. So it's time for an art example. This artwork has objective qualities. It is called Carnation Lily Lily Rose. It was painted by
I've seen
Johnson
this
Sargent
one
in
in real life.
1885. It's oil on
The
canvas
painting?
and roughly depicts
Yeah.
2 girls surrounded
Let's
by
see.
foliage. It also has subjective qualities
Is it actually?
filtered through me,
It's
the
a
subject. And I,
Hmm?
when I respond
almost
to the painting,
70,
feel that it
60
is
hours.
beautiful. I think it's timeless. It's my favorite painting.
Minutes.
It's inspiring. It's like really good.
What, this video? This video is like an hour 15
In
minutes long.
contrast, we have this next example.
Yeah, that's like 70
This
minutes.
also has objective
Okay.
qualities. It is called Squirrel Girl with Background.png. It's a digital piece. It also depicts a girl surrounded by foliage, in this case, and squirrels.
I feel like
So
this
the
is
subjective
very
qualities. Well, when it filtered through me, I find that it is
abstract
quite
thinking.
amateur. It displays a poor understanding of anatomy, overuses Photoshop filters. The background looks a bit like vomit. It's
Yeah,
a
it was
bit
Sargent.
cringe when I look at it.
What?
And
This
we
piece
have a
looks
few
great,
more
dude. This
objective
guy.
qualities. It was made in February 2013
Jesus.
by Mr. Thomas Chamberlain Keane. Okay, I almost feel bad putting these next
This
to each other
guy's
on the
just
same
saying,
slide,
bro,
but the Sergeant
Sergeant
painting
is
is
the
obviously
only
better.
thing that's worth making.
Subjectively, there's no question. But is it objectively better? At some point, if enough people all subjectively agree on something, doesn't it hint at something objective underneath? And how do we determine that without using feelings or intuition? Well, an excellent place to start is by examining the skills required to make the artwork, the fundamentals. The fundamentals help us understand reality. But following fundamentals to their logical extreme tends us towards realism. And whilst Carnation Lily Lily Rose is certainly more realistic than Squirrel Girl with Background, I'm sure we'll all agree that chasing realism is not the key to appeal. I'm often reminded of this piece, an internet classic, photorealistic Santa Claus created in Microsoft Paint. It's certainly a technical achievement, but I'm not sure it's something any of us really want hanging up inside their homes. What we're missing in this understanding is stylization, something that artists use in all sorts of ways and moves us away from realism, but still creates images that humans find appealing. Now, what I really need to make this point clear is another artwork with a comparable level of stylization, preferably the same subject matter, color scheme, camera angle, and so on. And ever eager to find ways to procrastinate, I drew it myself. May I present Squirrel Girl with Background.png plus 12 years of experience. Now, I'm not going to claim it's particularly original, innovative, but hopefully everyone in the audience can agree that it is significantly more appealing across the board.
What?
Anatomy,
Okay, no,
shape design,
I like
colors,
both equally.
lighting, shading, etc. So the fundamentals are
Unironically,
able to
I
guide
actually
us
don't
to
mind this.
appeal that isn't strictly realistic, which tells me
Yeah.
that the secrets to appeal lie
This
deeper
video is
as
gonna
well.
get me to say a lot of opinions.
So we've dug down past style, past fundamentals, to a place I'll be calling raw experience. And very basically, these are our senses. We're talking about visual art here, so we're really only concerned with what comes in through our eyes. But of course, it's important to note that we can attempt to recreate the experience from the other senses through purely visual means. Comics do this all the time with emanata, abstract or symbolic ways to communicate sounds or smells. There are a myriad of examples that we could look at, but we must move on, so tangent over. We'll start with a single eye. It can experience darkness, it can experience light, it can experience color. Now, we need some form of contrast to recognize that we have any sense of vision at all. If you woke up in a black void, there'd be no way to tell if you were experiencing black or had simply lost your vision. Wake up in a white void and you've got some clues. You can look at your body, you can blink your eyes, experiencing the red light filtering through your eyelids. As you all are sitting in an audience looking at this presentation, you see a white rectangle surrounded by a conference hall, or, since I'm now recording this at home, surrounded by your room, the outside of your computer screen. And with this information, you're immediately given all the contrast you need to recognize this as a white void. But I want you to imagine you are truly immersed in the image, much like the experience of watching a film and simply losing track of your
His
surroundings.
voice makes me want to
In this
sleep.
white void, with nothing to compare to, there is no difference to the black void. Ultimately, if there is no change in what
Getting
is
really
coming in
sleepy.
through our eyes, there
Oh,
is no experience. And humans crave experience, so we need that contrast, otherwise we're unable to experience anything.
It's like
So
the
that was
Matrix.
easy.
Yeah.
Number one rule of appeal is contrast. Hopefully that makes sense. And so we'll move on. Now, does more contrast always mean better? Well, no. We need to talk about contrast within contrast. The more layered, the better. I'm pulling this slide from my previous talk about contrast, and hopefully it shows you how you can easily show elements of contrast by setting up areas without it. Essentially a pattern. So the majority of these images are the same. There is no contrast, and then only one element stands out. And we also get areas like this, where one thing stands out more than the others because there is more contrast with the established norm. And I delved more into this in my previous
What
talk,
the?
but of course you can set this up with anything.
Nice
And it's a
cheeks,
really
bro.
fun exercise to choose some random, maybe abstract, maybe very specific element of a painting and find out what you need to do to set up contrast within that. But this is now a great opportunity to delve into patterns. Humans have excellent pattern recognition, and you see this everywhere around us. It doesn't have to purely be visual. It can also be in abstract things like numbers, experiences, or just rule sets that propose themselves
right.
once you see them repeat. For example, a dot connected to a line, connected to a dot, connected to a line. It doesn't matter what the shape is, we see the pattern repeat and we start to understand how we'll be able to continue it. For me, the most universally experienced form of pattern recognition is pareidolia, and it's also a lot of fun. We see faces in everything, be them man-made structures or natural structures. It could be the inside of objects revealed once we cut them open.
I've seen Jesus in my toast
It could
before.
be faces that we find in designed structures that were never supposed to look like a face, but through
Have you seen
some
that
change in the weather, for example,
face on Mars?
or just under certain lighting, we start to see
I
all
feel
these
like I've heard
interesting
of that
characters
before.
form.
I cannot remember.
And these are
though.
really fun examples because these ones have specificity. On the right, this guy almost looks like he has a shiny gold tooth. There's a slight shine to his eye. And on the left, the drip that has caused this nose to look like it is dripping because it's cold just adds to the sense that this is a real being that has biological processes and things like that that give it more character than the underlying shapes would alone. This next example is important because it shows that we can learn patterns very, very quickly. Hopefully you were tricked by this in the same way the reply was, thinking it was a video because we have become so accustomed to seeing this little white triangle on top of an image and thinking that it's a video we can click to play. It is, of course, just the little stand that keeps the lid off the top of the pizza. But with that context, that humans are very, very quick to pick up on new patterns, hopefully I do not need to explain anything about this next slide.
Among Us.
And I haven't
And at this
had
point,
pizza
I'm
in
really just having
years.
fun finding excellent
I've had it
examples
once
of
a week so
pareidolia that
far, I
make
feel.
me happy. But something really special about this is that it
I
shows
used to eat
from
one
abstraction
whole
we can get
Costco
closer
pizza
and
a
closer to
day.
things that look
Oh,
like
shit.
real designs. Something very,
Yeah.
very intentional.
Okay,
Like this
half
little
one.
guy that feels like they could be dropped straight into the Robots movie. And these particularly strong examples of pareidolia can come from the more symbolic side like this, or ones that sort of represent something a little more maybe realistic. I think this example is wonderful because it's got
Omni?
this beautiful
I
blend
don't know.
of a very realistic facial structure, very realistic lighting, and yet it is also abstracted down to simply two values. If I actually do a little quick painting of this,
Oh,
it
Yaranaika
almost looks
じゃない
like
これ
a
やらないか
master painter has come along, and if I were to just paint this from scratch in front of you, you would marvel at my understanding of form and being able to predict exactly how light will hit it without having to construct it and all that. Like, it really feels like someone understands their fundamentals if they were able to just pull this out from imagination. And since it looks so good, I might as well put my signature on it. And in this final example, I have my wife's lunchbox. Now, I'll give you a moment to try and look for what I see in these patterns. And if I rotate it, perhaps it becomes a little clearer. And finally, I'll zoom in on the area I'm most interested in. And I see this
So I
face
still don't see it.
every day when I see this lunchbox.
I
It's
see
really
it.
appealing to me because, again, it has that level of abstraction.
Side profile
It feels
female.
like the decisions going into simplifying these shapes that still represent something real is something an artist would choose to do and isn't simply born out of randomness.
I still don't see it.
And what this helped me understand is that
Yeah.
it isn't necessary to start with clean construction based in reality. We can start with abstract patterns that humans instead interpret because we're always looking to make sense of the things around us. And so from this place of abstraction, we can slowly build back,
What?
adding more and more little patterns that convince the viewer what they're looking at is more and more a face rather than a series of shapes. And so there's a little example. I was really just having fun again, being distracted from actually writing the talk and painting over it until it starts to feel like a very deliberate composition. And as you can see, the further it progresses, the more it starts to resemble that picture from the beginning, Carnation, Lily, Lily, Rose, which is quite deliberate. I thought it'd be
Not
quite
this
fun
painting
to show
again.
the two next to each other. But we can also get an appreciation for how abstract paintings can be, certainly when you zoom into areas of them. For example, when I wanted to add flowers to the background of my pareidolia piece, really I was just indicating where light was hitting the flowers against a dark, murky background. And that really isn't dissimilar from how
Sorry,
Sargent
I
approached
have no idea
so
what we're trying
ultimately,
to
it's humans'
get to
desire
right now.
to
What
find
is the point of
patterns in
this
everything
point?
they see that allows us to create
What is he
art
trying to
That's
say here?
how I'm
very
thinking.
abstract
That's what I'm thinking as well.
representations of real objects.
This
And in this
is
last example, I simply want to show you
like
something that I
aesthetic
do occasionally in my
theory,
free time
basically.
because I find it to be fun. I'll take an image
Like
that's filled with details,
it's like
filled with things that have very
I don't know.
specific meanings, especially
It
where I've
has
rendered
also
them very
something to do with
tightly.
like
I'll put a
Christianity.
random
To be
transform on it,
honest,
be it rotation, stretch, warp, flip it,
so like
and then overlay
basically
it with either
a
lighten
lot of the
or
art,
darken.
European
And
art,
the result
has
is
like Christian
undeniably
roots,
chaotic.
basically,
But because there are
and a lot
so
of it
many instances of very specific
historically
renders
shows like
within the
there's like
piece,
an objective
I
beauty
think our
standard,
brains
and basically
automatically
that's
want
like
to understand
good,
this as a real space.
basically. And
There's
he's
kind of
trying
like
to
two different
elucidate
messages
that
being sent.
there's like
One is
an
the
objective
overall,
way of
the
viewing
large
art
shapes,
to say
the
that
overlaps,
it's
the
like
things
good
that
or
don't make
beautiful.
sense
Like
yet.
beauty is like a thing that
And then the other
exists
message
outside of
is specific
sub-
rendering that is
subjectivity.
designed to look like a real object. And so we're being told that this image is both
Okay, I don't know.
real
I'm completely
and
disconnected from
abstract
this
at the
video
same
at this
time.
point because
And so we're
it's
looking for ways to make
it
sense
doesn't
of
feel
it.
very
And
structured.
personally, when I see it,
Every single
there's
point
perhaps
is
a
being
huge
elaborated
cathedral
Not
upon.
very
leading up
structured
into the
because
ceiling,
it's
and
supposed
kind
to
of see
be
pews,
like
wooden pews
woo-woo,
along the
like
sides.
just look at
Or
this
perhaps I
point.
see
This
some
is
I
sort of
hate videos like
almost
that because
angelic creature
it
emerging
feels
from
like a
above.
waste of time
These
after I
very
get
dual
out of it
patterns
without
looking a
anything
little like
concrete to
golden
think about.
wings. But I could
you,
mess
you
around
know,
with this
I agree.
technique
I'm
forever and
glad
show you
you're the
all
first
sorts
one
of
to bring it
examples,
up
but it's a
and
digression
not
we
me
must
because
move on.
Oh,
I have
so
massive
So,
gripes
rule number
with
2
these
of
kind of
appeal,
videos.
patterns.
So,
Okay, so we're
And
talking about
hopefully you
pews. Okay.
understand how we got there. One eye gives us
No,
contrast.
but
and we have to think
wait.
about
Wait. So we're talking about appeal. And the appeal, the first thing that he's talking about appeal is pattern recognition. And somehow that is part of the appeal. But I guess it makes sense. Music needs a pattern for it to establish as something that's nice. But how does this...
so the point is that objectively, like humans see things that are appealing inherently, like faces, and basically he's trying to establish this point. Therefore, this means like beauty is also objective. Like that's probably what he'll see in the end. Like he's trying to
Okay,
build little points to support this thesis. It's
Okay,
basically
then
what
I'm
we're doing.
I'm completely done with this already because like I feel like the whole point of going through this discussion of whether if there is or there isn't objective or subjective or whatnot, none of that matters. It just matters whether if you like it or not, and then you just
I
be
agree.
able to draw it. So I feel like this, I don't know what exactly is the point of thinking of things like this. Does it help you become a better better at composition or coming up with
No,
ideas?
it doesn't. No, it doesn't because like my major is sort of related to this because I studied this kind of stuff,
Uh-huh.
and it seems it's like more like an ideological thing. Like I said, like if you want to take it goes back to like Christianity and like Western art. It's basically saying like, yeah, like beauty inherently exists in nature, and therefore beauty's art's goal is to create beautiful stuff that you see in nature because God created nature is sort of the logic, but the God stuff is probably not, overtly stated, but that's sort of the origins of it. Like
okay.
like a lot of it has to do like simple shapes like the platonic forms, the cubes, the spheres, or like stuff like that.
It's getting a little bit
You know?
too intangible for me, all of these concepts. Like if I want
It's
go ahead.
it's not helpful for making art at all.
Yeah, like I want information that just tells me that, hey, this is how you can balance to make it look more balanced in a specific way. And then that would be more useful. Right now, all I've seen is that, hey, you can look for patterns and then paint something, and then that is like a great way to come up with inspiration. That's all I'm seeing. I don't necessarily see it as like an appeal thing. Like, so what if I see faces and certain things, right? Like, how does that help me in any way? And I don't know what his
like I
other
said, the
points are, but
purpose
yeah.
of the video, I mean, I didn't watch the entire video, but
Right.
basically it's more about aesthetics. Like aesthetics as in like the philosophy of beauty is probably what it's more talking about rather than how you can apply stuff to practical art.
Right, but I don't see it as a thing. I don't understand
I don't
the
he also doesn't really get
appeal.
the aesthetic point across as well. So
Yeah, like I don't
so like
I
it's
see
a
the
well-made
lines.
video, but like he doesn't really get his point across.
I see
I
the
feel.
lines that's being highlighted here, and I can maybe see why some of these parts might be a little bit awkward, the way that these lined up and stuff like that. And this feels a little bit more balanced. But like, I mean, this kind of makes a little bit more sense to me, a little bit more concrete sense. Like, hey, avoid things like this, and maybe you get something more aesthetic. Sure, pareidolia, pattern recognition. I don't know what else is gonna come up. I'm sure there's some other stuff that I can learn from this. But as of right now, I am just like okay. I'm sure
Okay.
some of these things would be useful. Like it's just so far I'm very lost already. Because it really came in a very sort of like intangible way. You know what I mean? It's already
So
talking about
the
concepts.
way these things works is basically artists do a thing, and then therefore you lay a theoretical framework on top of the way artists do things. Like the way artists think is not like akin to this at all. Basically, it's like analyzing things post hoc,
Okay.
like trying to ascribe a certain amount of way of learning things. But in actuality, you miss the forest for the trees, basically. You know, like art itself is like a gestalt. It's everything, a synthesis that probably you can't really describe with words, I'd say.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, at least that's what I think. So
Right. Yeah. So I'm basically 100% lost in the sauce at this point in time. Completely gone. It's way
that's
too
okay.
yeah. It's a bit too abstract in this sense. That's why when I make my videos, I try to make it just like you do this, do that, do this, do that. That's why you do, and you get this. And then
Have you seen
that'll be that.
the how Chinese artists do color? That's kind of not
I've seen like a short about it, I think, but I'm not 100% sure if it's the kind of stuff that you're talking necessarily referring to.
I mean,
Oh. Mm-hmm.
you know, I have personal opinions on these kind of videos, and the more practical the video, the better. Usually, if it's too theoretical, it's like, how do I exactly use this? And then they don't really explain. It's like, oh,
Yeah, I feel like it's
why did I watch this video in the first place?
yeah, I feel like it's a waste of time.
So-
Like
yeah, that was what I was gonna say.
right. I guess you're trying to put it nicely, but I think it's a waste of
Yeah.
time. What is this video about? How to draw from reference?
I mean, at this point, it's like rate the art video session. How is this?
Now let's rate the art video, yes. How agreeable they are to me. And make some enemies along the way.
We're having a discussion here.
Is this like entirely no words? Because the text is moving too fast for people to read, I think. It's a bit too fast. This is definitely too fast for reading. There's a problem with art videos is that I feel this a lot when I made mine in the past, is that if people have to rely on subtitles to watch a video and it's an art video, it's so difficult for them to digest anything, because are they looking at the art or are they looking at the text, right? It gets too overwhelming. And for my videos, at least I speak in English, it's the Japanese audience that I worry about, because they can only look at the subtitles. But in this case here, it's entirely text-based and it's too fast. Like this point here, I felt really overwhelmed. The font could probably be bigger too. Like there's that rule, right, where you're supposed to be able to read it 3 times before the speed, before you let it go, because otherwise it's too fast.
I feel like this is very much TikTokified. Like you're not actually supposed to read.
How do we get to it? How do we get it? Yeah, you have to read so fast to fit 3 times in there. But yeah, like I guess that's kind of how things are going, right? Faster and faster and faster and faster.
Yeah, that's I don't know, it's a gripe, but on YouTube I feel like the videos are more for entertainment rather than actually being practical is a thing.
100%. I 100% feel it.
Yeah.
Like video in and of
Yeah.
itself is an art form, and currently that trend is to just make people retain people and be more entertaining, be more interesting to view. But then the content delivery itself, it's like if you're trying to do educational content, it's just so incompatible, personally.
Yeah.
This is really just like how to use Google, how to come up with keywords, and where to search for things kind of vibe. Like, what about the actual using of the reference then? Do they break it down?
Yeah, that's you need to sort of explain things, like as in like there's an intuitive aspect, but also there's ways to use it correctly and incorrectly, I'd say. And also like for beginners and intermediate and advanced, like you use reference differently, so
Yeah. You gotta know what you lack and what you find the reference for, and then extract it out.
yeah. Like a reference is like like an assistant for something you're currently lacking, and eventually you want to go to a point where you don't need that reference, and therefore when you need more information, you find more reference. So.
Now, this is already really high level. Like at this point, the amount of experience is showing. The way they use reference would be So I kind of want to... So in cases like this, I actually wish they had shown the final result first, because having a good idea of what it looked like at the end helps me understand, you know, what he's looking stuff for. Because at this point, I have no idea what he's actually trying to get out of this. I think in my videos, I try to put stuff in front just so that people have an idea of what they to expect, and if they don't like it, they can leave the video immediately. But like, so this is where we're
I
going.
do like your videos because they're very straightforward, and like you're going for a process of like I did this, and for this step, you know, I achieved this. Like it's very easy to follow, which I think is what video should be.
Thank you.
So.
Right, so switch between and draw as many interesting poses until you're really happy with one. I picked the parts that, I mean, there's nothing wrong with the way they're doing it, but I feel like if he's not exactly explaining how he's using the references, is it? Wait, so he's just choosing he's just going through all these different to generate ideas.
At this point, he's just doing gesture studies, whereas usually if you want to make a finished work, you're using, it's a bit different. Like you don't really, why is he switching between different references and different drawings?
This is less of using the reference for anatomy or something specific to the reference, but rather the composition or like the idea or like that. So I guess at this point, so at some point in time between switching all of these, and then continuing with this pose, which we now know is the final version, he, like, that should probably be some kind of visual indicator that, hey, this is what we're choosing with, this is what we're going with. And in order to complete that, we need references for certain parts. And this is why we use these references. We're trying to get anatomy from these. And how do we use it? Is because the reference shows us these muscles in these positions and these deformations. Do a study of the reference, bring it over to the final. And then that would be like a bit of a clearer sort of conversion between like, oh, this is the reference, this is how we use the reference to accomplish what we want to do. Currently, it's just kind of like he's drawing, and that's kind of it, I think. Right. Okay. I'm mostly trying to find ideas. So because I'm walking, let's say I walk away from this video, right? How do I do this for myself now? There's no real thought process, I feel like. Maybe I miss some of the text because I keep skipping. But anyways, notes for myself, I guess. Sorry, if you guys want to watch these, all of the links I send in the chat, and also it's in our resources a channel too. I'm trying to I'm not trying to be very critical.
Our enemies with this one.
Yeah, I'm not trying to be super duper critical, but it's just like I'm not really getting what I want out of it from what the title suggests. Right? The title suggests how to use reference and how to draw from reference. I'm expecting the explanation of this is the reference, why we chose this reference, how we're going to break the reference down, and therefore allow us to draw this thing from reference. That's what I'm expecting if I'm seeing this title. But I'm not getting it. That's why I'm making this comment. Like, it could be useful for someone else, and it's definitely, you know, a great process for them, right? Because it's working very well for them. So it's just my own point of view based on what I want to get out of it. The first other video, I just completely got lost. I think it was just too abstract for
这
me.
样的话，我觉得缺少光感，那么我们整体给它压下去。有时候我们这边房间里面给它压一个这种暗粉色进去，那后面
actually
这里其实
Japanese.
我觉
Yeah,
得
it's
应该
actually
稍微
Chinese,
控制一下其他背景的颜色。窗户的光我们可以让它偏冷色一点点。主角的颜色和后面的颜色稍微给它区分一下，然后光从这边过来，我们就可以去加强这里受光的一个感觉。因为这边整体里面是偏暖色嘛，我选一个冷色的光加进去。这里应该会受光，这里应该也会受光。这个斜方肌这一整块的话，应该都是会受一点光。女性角色脸部它是一个暗下去的，那么我们后面这个男性的肩膀这一部分，我们就可以给它受光，让这部分形成一个明暗之间的穿插。那么这里给它加一点点烛火，让它保持一个暖色调。窗外的话，其实可以稍微的给它加一点变化，像一些光晕之类的。后面的一些窗台也可以让它略微有点光照射的感觉。这里的话就可以凸显出角色和后面背景之间的一个层次。整个身体我们可以往前面挪过来一些，鼻子应该稍微再下来一些，眼睛再往前面一点点。我们是更多的看到后面的这个视角，所以它眼睛的话应该是更偏前面一些，眼珠的这个透视应该更窄一点点。好，差不多，这个氛围的话应该大致是这样的一个感觉。
Wow, it got very moody very quick. But like, would it not be just a different piece then in terms of the colors? It could argue that they wanted
Go
that,
from the beginning to
right? The mood
to the
changed
end.
very significantly. And if they wanted this and they couldn't execute it, then it's a great edit. But otherwise, it's a different piece, I feel like. I mean, I would definitely... this is definitely a little bit lacking a color, I guess.
I mean, he did change the time of day, basically.
Interesting, yeah. There's definitely a gap between like the original. Like, so this is why, like, when I like was doing the edit thing, I wanted to know what people want, right? If this is what they want, that makes sense. If Uni is saying that, you know, they change based on what the student requests, then that's great. So the student is like, I want it to be this moody, but I don't know how to do it, and this is how I can do it. Then they changed it. That's great.
Wait, Magic Leaders have a youth channel? What?
Sorry? The magic what?
Magic Leaders?
Yeah, Magic Leaders.
This youth.
Mm-hmm.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah, it's like a Chinese school, right? I believe.
This was the biggest Chinese illustration school before the thing happened.
The thing, like COVID?
No, AI.
Oh. Is that right? Oh, I see. Interesting.
So like basically when you didn't know if you want to learn illustration, you would probably, this was the only one. It's been around for a very long time. But right now, I'd say the majority of people, well, AI is not really a thing, but like it mostly affects normal people, but for people who want to be more professional artists, they probably do private classes with their favorite artist, usually. So a lot of professionals, they'll do private classes. It's very common nowadays.
I see.
So
this looks kind of like hell then.
Yeah, it's basically a training facility.
It's Sigma grind set.
Typical grind set training facility kind of thing, yeah. So
Sigma grind set materialized, personified as a school. Why can I not zoom in? I guess it's not meant for YouTube, but it's trying to introduce
like
what?
Let me just say, the artists I talk to, they don't really have a big opinion of this school because it's sort of the style is kind of old now, and probably the teachers, they're not up to the current professional standards anymore.
Oh,
so
interesting.
Yeah.
Another pet peeve, right? If they're trying to show off the photos, why can I not see the photos bigger? This is so tiny on the screen, and I cannot even click on it. They clearly have enough resolution here. My god.
Yeah. What?
Is that medication? What am I looking at?
This
Like
paint?
cup
What is
noodles?
this?
Cup noodles.
This food?
Yeah, like food, and
Oh,
then
yeah.
oh,
I think
that's
it's
that
one of those where
coconut.
you.
Hmm.
Do they have like a dormitory?
Oh yeah, they might. Yeah, this one look like this other one looked like a
Oh,
dormitory, right?
Okay, okay,
This
yeah.
might be one. Cool ass building though. It's round. Dang.
It's round, yeah.
Yeah. Very creative shape, of course.
Yeah, so basically, there's a lot of these training schools that try to get you into the big companies, and
Hate this
even
scrolling.
then, I'd say there's it's very hard because the standards are so high.
Yo, it's not letting me scroll properly. It's constantly scrolling up and down. Like, what is it doing, dude? What? It's not. I'm not
There's
doing it, dude. It's
there's a
just.
hashtag that says
Oh,
my
it's fine.
portfolio got rejected, and it's like extremely professional pieces.
Oh,
Yeah. Let me find that hashtag actually, so we can see what the professional level is.
okay. You guys see this stupid shit? It's reacting to where my mouse position is. But how am I supposed to click on things if it keeps moving the screen when I try to click on things? Oh no, it's because apparently my middle mouse click is engaged. Oh, okay, that makes more sense.
Okay.
They
You're just showing
hijack, yeah,
yourself.
because they hijack the thing is I'm not seeing the usual visual cues that I'm supposed to see. This is why I don't like it when people hack the websites. Like they make it too overly done. Like this is enough. Like, you know, just normally scroll this. What am I looking at? So curriculum plan. So anatomy, Photoshop software and basics, anatomy, human movement, basics of art, perspective, facial proportions, I guess, simple gestures, advanced stuff, materials, light and shadow, and then graduation work. This is 2026 spring scheduling. First week to 14 weeks. And you have, I guess, different teachers, I imagine. This is different teachers, and this will be the themes, the classes.
Yes. So this is like a training school, like kind of comparable to what I'm at doing, but probably much more intense. So
I see. Yeah, what is like, okay, so what you do it for the entire day? They don't have like a time breakdown of the day, I guess? It's just like this one topic for
probably
this entire
it's
day.
probably pretty long. Like they probably do have a schedule, but
To be fair, I mean, art, it will take some time too, so it's not really at any point. And if you're only doing one thing a day, I guess there's no real point that showing that.
but stuff like this, I'd say, is probably what they're outputting.
And this is a
They'll,
teacher
like,
portfolio, right? I
student
think.
portfolio. And this is probably all student stuff.
Is it? Because I thought I recognized the names as the names here. So I
Oh,
think
is it?
yeah, like the teacher ones.
Oh, okay, 介绍.
It's like,
Okay.
oh yeah, it's like over here.
Oh yeah, yeah. Yeah.
So teacher portfolio, good stuff, I guess. It reminds me of Mogoon's colors. This is how you register. And then just like points for attention.
Why they even have a YouTube channel, because it's only for China. But I guess they don't have many subscribers.
Actually, that's true, right? I guess they're just trying to get their name out there. This looks very nice. The stylization. Very, very aesthetic. Don't know who that is. Cool stuff. Anyways, Magic Leaders. Oh my god, here we go. Stupid scrolls again.
You're doing an ad for Magic Leaders, even though most people can't go.
Right, yeah. I wanna know who this artist is. So this is what, divided by 5? Or like, is it 5 or 6 now? But it's like a couple $1,000s, I think, right? This would be a couple $1,000s. 14 weeks.
$4,000 ish. That's actually,
For Chinese
mean-
schools, that is really high, isn't it?
for Chinese schools, it's really high, but compared to the West, it's cheap. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So, like, I would say, yeah, the majority of Chinese artists don't necessarily need to go to these kind of schools anymore because there's just so many resources. And private courses are probably more effective, to be honest. So,
Oh, look at this. This is very, very juicy. Nice colors. I cannot copy and paste this. I can type it as a pain.
one of those very long images.
Very long images. Like this.
You know, this is just an image.
The
you know?
single image. Oh my god, yeah, look at that.
Yeah.
Efficient, I guess. Sorry, what does it say?
Here's the old painting.
5,874 pixels. Anyway, I guess we're enrolling. We're looking at art classes. Oh, this is what I wanted to see. Look at that.
Oh, campus facility.
Actually, it looks really nice. They're like a hidden retreat in the mountains or something. Yeah,
It's like the FZD school.
Yeah. And look at how are you supposed to hear the teachers? This better be a lab or something, right? This is like a computer lab. There's no
Yeah.
way it's a classroom. That's crazy. Teacher would have to stand on the ceiling or something. I kind of just I wish there's environments like this that I can just go in and walk around and sit down. I want to be immersed
Go
in
be a student and hey, go back to school.
yeah, go back to school. I need to prepare some raid packets and bribe the school officials. Go around, walk around. Good stuff though. Anyways, wait, what is this?
I just saw that as well. Got some cosplay. They usually have these like school market stuff where students can sell stuff like a mini comic, I guess. What's this? This is what it is. Oh, I guess it's just games and cosplay.
I see. It's like a school festival. Yeah. I guess that makes sense. I never had school festivals. I don't really get it. Oh yeah, that's where you go and get street cred. Street cred wall. Oh, I thought it was over. Oh shit, no way. This other streamer is online again. She has 6 me's, by the way. If you look at the bottom right.
6 me?
Yeah, she has 6 me's. Like
Oh
me,
my
me, 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 me. And I'm over here with my own.
Your doppelganger.
Yeah. Last time we saw them online, they were like doing the debut stream, I think. Am I gonna get copy strike? Wait. What song is this? I forgot. One OK Rock?
Wherever you are, I always make you smile.
Is it that? It's actually a wait.
That's actually
That's a mic. So Japanese. So seen more babes in Japan than I've seen in the US.
Oh, yeah. I don't need a reason. Oh, yeah. I just want you, baby. Alright. Alright.
Yeah, that's why. Oh my god.
Day after day.
I'm
getting distracted. Yeah, but uni, you can kind of walk into university campuses and kind of sit around and do stuff. Like how do I say this? At least the schools I've been in is they're not very modern. Like the architecture is very depressing. It's not very inspiring. Oh yeah, not very inspiring is probably a good way to put it. Like I saw the school just now and it looked oh my god, don't remind me. But I saw the school just now and it was you know, nicely renovated, very modern materials and
mean-
design, that kind of stuff.
Chinese are more weeaboo than Japanese, so
Mm-hmm. Is this the video that I
The
watched?
truth is that all these things we've been taught about complementary
Oh, I
colors
saw
and
this
analogous
today.
palettes are
I saw
this when they
first
came
harming
out,
us
my
all,
bad.
and they are helping us. Because after
I don't really
meticulously
think
studying from the
what he
Chinese,
said is correct.
I'll be honest,
So-
I don't know how to use the knowledge that was presented.
let's talk about an
I think.
important art concept.
But it was
I don't
better
think
than
this is
probably
actually how
never heard
Chinese
before.
artists
Qiyun, which describes
color.
the
Mhm.
energy or vibe of colors, but not in a hippie way. While Western artists
I,
often
I don't know
obsess
why he's
over
just taking
perfect
random
hue
Chinese
matches,
words that Chinese don't
artists
use
tend
and
to care
this
more
is
about
this. I'm
capturing
like,
the mood
Alright, I
and
cannot speak to that
emotion
because
of
I
their
don't be on
subjects
Bilibili,
using
but
saturation and brightness. But
mean,
what does that actually mean
the
in
wa-
practice?
the way
Well, instead of
Chinese
trying to
communicate
decide
about
if
art
blue
is
and
less
orange
about,
are
oh, this is
complementary
fury,
enough,
color
Chinese
fury,
artists
complementary
ask the most
colors,
important question of
saturated
all. What
grays. There's
feeling
not
do
really
I want my viewers
a
to
term
feel
thing.
when
It's
looking
mostly
at my
just
art?
practical
They then
stuff.
pick colors accordingly,
Like,
not just based on
words
hue,
are used
contrary
as
to what
like to
we've mostly been
communicate this
taught.
practical
Instead,
thing
they mostly base it
in
on
art rather than
saturation,
it's a
which
theory that's
matters
like
much
out
more to
there,
the
which
mood of
is
a
a big
scene
difference
than you might
between,
expect.
I guess,
For
Western
example,
English
think about
art
pastels.
education
You've
videos.
likely
It's like a lot of
noticed how
theory stuff
soft
that you can't
pastel
really
colours
apply.
often feel calm,
So-
comforting, and serene.
Yeah.
But have you ever wondered why? It's because lower saturation and higher brightness naturally soothe the viewer. Conversely,
I mean,
colours with high
I feel like his
saturation
examples
and
are
a lower
good, but
brightness often feel
his
more
explanation
powerful,
isn't entirely
more
correct.
intense, and often signal drama or tension. This makes sense to our monkey brains because we would rarely ever see such saturated colors out in nature unless it was something important, like a ripe fruit.
Like, this
or
is
blood.
correct,
Our
I'd
brains
say,
would
but,
stay
like,
more alert. because of
saturation
that.
in of itself
And
is not
here's
really
the
a thing
part
where you
most
can,
people
like,
miss.
say
Saturation
saturated is
doesn't
more
just
intense,
change
less
how
saturated is less
bright
intense,
something
you know?
feels. It changes how much attention
Oh.
it demands. The human eye is wired to seek out the most saturated point in any composition.
I think-
So even if your overall scene is perfectly composed, a single overly saturated spot can hijack the viewer's focus entirely. That's why
I think it's
masters use
subjective,
saturation
Yeah.
sparingly.
Yeah,
as
like
a
I
form
feel
of
like a
visual
lot of
hierarchy.
these
They
art
let the
things just
calm,
become a
muted
little bit too
areas do
abstract
the
when
heavy
people start
lifting,
bringing on all
then
these
place
words like
one or two
appeal
areas
and stuff
of
like
a
that.
richer color exactly
because they might
where
mean
your
different things
eyes
to
want
different
to
people.
land.
That's why I feel
Meaning
like
to apply this to your own artwork.
yeah, you just tell people that you can do certain things in a specific way, and then if they want to do it or what they feel from it, then I guess they can decide for themselves.
to build visual intrigue.
Yeah.
So rather
Like,
than
it's usually just,
strictly
oh,
sticking
I'm
to
this
color
artist, this is my
wheels,
style,
ask
I'll teach you
yourself,
how to do my
is the
style.
scene
Right.
And that's just how I
calm
do it.
or
It's
intense?
better to
Should
learn.
it feel
Like, oh, I want to
gentle
learn
or
the style, so
energetic?
teach me
And
your
adjust
style,
the
kind of thing.
saturation to
Right,
brightness
regardless
than
of
just
why,
saying-
right?
Instead
Like
of
regardless
playing
of
to
why
the
you
Western
like
Yeah.
it, visual
cliché of
interest,
red for
saturation,
danger
whatever. You
and
like
blue
the
for
style, and
calm,
then someone teaches you how to do
then
it, and then you can
watch
figure
your
out the other
work
nonsense down the
instantly
line.
level up in emotional impact.
You know, you can
But
make up your
let's
own
keep going
theory later.
deeper,
Yeah, your own
because
theory
The
of
next
art.
layer of this concept reveals
Yeah, because
another
all the
hidden
theory is
gem
post
of
hoc.
Chinese
Like,
color
it doesn't
theory, which
go
is
through
Suili
the
Futai.
process of making the art.
This
It's
is a
like
game
after the art
changer
is
because
done,
it
it's like, oh, this
completely
is how
ignores
it's
rigid color
the art
theory
looks.
rules
You know, it's more of an
in
art
favor
history
of
thing or an
storytelling
aesthetic
and
thing
emotional
rather than actually
authenticity. The
helpful for
direct
making art.
translation
So
Hello,
doesn't do
Min.
it justice, so I'll explain what it would involve. Imagine painting a serene river scene in a quiet countryside. Some Western trained artists might default to complementary blues and greens, creating something technically correct. But Chinese artists might do
this is
things
also
a bit
not
differently,
correct because
using
there's many
whites for the
Western
river
artists who like
and
this
choosing
as well,
softer, muted greens, creating a more empty and airy feeling to the painting, which immerses
Because,
the
like,
viewer.
the Chinese
instead
art
of
methods,
thinking of
they come
coloring
from the West.
objects in a
Like, it's not
simplified
like
way
it's a
of
new thing.
Tree,
like it's
okay,
based on
green.
his examples.
Water,
It's mostly just
okay,
a style
blue. You
thing.
can try thinking of
Yeah,
That a lot of
what should the
artists
river
do.
feel like in this
It's
scene?
basically,
And
oh, this
can
artist does
often
this,
mean
and
that
this
you
artist
don't
got
even
popular, so we
choose
start
blue
learning
as
the
the color
style.
for the water.
And then
So
it's
the
like, oh
general
yes,
idea
all the
of
artists do this.
Suili
Because
Futai
of like,
is that colors
Chinese
should
or
be
something.
assigned based
kinda
on the
strange.
nature of the subject, not just a visual balance. This is why you would
Blue and
often
green is
see
complementary.
rivers
Okay,
painted in
I
earthy
think
greys
this
rather
my
than the
thoughts are
textbook
summarized
blue,
into 2
or
points.
skin
I think
tones
I
of
just don't
fields with
really.
muted pinks and greys rather than high
It's
saturation
still
peach.
really
So
abstract.
next
I
time
feel
you
it's
paint,
very
instead
abstract.
of picking
The
colors
examples that
based
he
purely on
brings out, I
harmony,
feel like it's
think,
just a different
what
mood.
story
I mean,
or emotion am I trying to show? The result might surprise you. Because the goal isn't
yeah.
accuracy anymore. The simple trick to this is to remove color from your reference entirely. Yup.
What?
We're removing
I
the
mean,
color.
This
to
is the
paint
point where it's
color.
like, what?
Let me explain. We'll convert it to
I can
black
kind of
and
see where he's
white,
getting it.
then
I just feel like
reimagine the colors from scratch.
you will only be
based on
doing this
emotion
stuff like
rather
this
than
at a
what
very,
you
very
see.
high level
Ask yourself,
when your fundamentals are
what
really good already.
temperature fits this emotion? What saturation level supports
Most
it?
if you're high
When
level, you
start
wouldn't
thinking
even
that
do
way,
this.
You're not
Usually,
copying the world anymore. You're reinterpreting it.
I think it could be
That's
interesting,
the
you know.
heart of a
complementary
Soleil
would be
Futai,
blue and
using
orange, I
color
believe.
not as description but as expression. Now, this last concept is where the real mastery comes in.
Anyways,
Because what most people think of as grey doesn't actually exist in real life. Every grey takes on the qualities of the light and color around it.
I think
This
this is
means
a,
the same grey can appear
word
warm
definition
in
problem.
one context and cold in another. You've probably seen this with
Because
various
those are
famous
technically
examples,
still
such
greys,
as this one,
so-
where the
Yeah,
background
it's
of the
still
grey
grey, right?
makes
Like,
it
so it
look
depends
a
on how you use the
slightly
word, but,
orange or blue, even though
that's
it's
also fair.
actually the same grey. It's not just about picking the right color. It's about letting the color react to its environment. This is
This
yet
is gonna
another
get
reasons
started.
why all
Alright,
these
we're gonna make a lot of
realistic and
enemies today,
artistic
or what?
portraits by Chinese artists have a distinct type of just style about them. The colors are simply based on a different concept and objective. Instead of trying to push colors into
Concept
the
and
portrait
objective.
like you normally would, you know, choosing orange for something that's orange or blue for something that's blue, the masters will often utilize this concept of 灰色系 to instead use grays to represent a certain color. This way, you're able to
Bruh.
have a more harmonious color scheme since the colors are closer together.
The
Think
Krenz resource-
muted
what's the
lavender
Krenz
in shadow
resource?
or softer peach in skin tones. So how can you
Yeah,
actually
you
apply
ever
this
share a
to your
Krenz
own
resource?
work? Start by thinking in temperature.
I can actually look
not
for a
hue.
Krenz
When you
video
look
and we
at
can
a
compare
subject,
how
don't
like the
ask,
teaching is different. How
what
about that?
color is this?
Sure,
We'll
yeah.
find a good
Instead,
one.
ask,
Like
what's the
I don't necessarily feel like the stuff that he's talking doesn't make sense. It's just that there's something very like a little bit airy about the whole presentation that I feel like I'm not grasping at exactly what is being said. So I can't comment because I just don't know if I'm understanding him correctly. It's what I feel from this video.
No, it's literally this is literally just basic color theory that he's like trying to repackage as being Chinese, but it's not.
I see,
It's
I
just
see.
literally basic.
I just don't have too many thoughts from
But
this.
look at the views. You know, you got the views.
No,
Success.
you see, this is the point I wanted to make before. This is why video making is an art form, right? Like the video feels so good to watch. That is
The
why
video-
My viewers
It's
to
well-made
feel
video,
something
but
on my
it doesn't
eyes.
help you make
We
art.
then
That's
pick
the
colors
unfortunate
it doesn't, but it
thing.
gets you the
Which is why I
views.
say
based on
That's
hue.
why I don't go
Yeah.
for the hardcore YouTube grind, because YouTube grind means grinding video editing, not grinding actually getting better art. That's why I don't want to make videos at this point. It's because it's a different goal. But if I ever want to go back making videos, this is what I need to be able to do to get the views. This is where we need to be. Somehow we need to do this sort of execution, but still have the presentation and the content the way I wanted before, where we're talking about individual layers and how to move things. But I feel like because like this is so edited and it's very like distant from the actual sort of drawing, right? You don't really see the menus, you don't really see the brushes and the color wheel and all that. And even if I maybe stylize sort of the UI of Clip Studio Paint, that level of stylization already sort of forces you to kind of distance yourself from the drawing, and I don't really like that either. So that's why I'm kind of conflicted on the video making part as well, because ideally I would just do what I'm doing now, but it's not as visually interesting unless I put like Subway Surfers or like Temple Run on the side or something. I don't know.
Yeah, like I don't think there's any videos that sort of emphasizes the sort of difficulty in like the grueling process. That's the most important part.
Mhm.
Like nobody that probably won't get you views.
Yeah, because it makes
No.
for such a bad video, right? It's so long, it's so tedious, and it's not
Is the
fun.
background.
No one watches it.
From incredibly detailed to beautifully simple, they invite the viewer to immerse themselves in their worlds. and be part of the story. Then there are my illustrations. They're not terrible, but
I don't
they do
think
look
Trends
dull and
actually has
lifeless.
like a.
So for the past couple of months, I set out to change that. And here are the results of my practice.
Yeah.
In today's video, I want to share with you the things I learned and simple methods I used to improve at drawing backgrounds. I will be focusing mainly on geometric backgrounds rather than organic ones.
Wait, is he
I
doing
believe it will
perspective
be
freehand?
helpful focusing mainly on geometric
Wait, is
backgrounds
he doing perspective freehand?
rather than organic ones. But I believe it will be helpful either way. Let's get into it. When I first started drawing, I focused only on characters and saw backgrounds as an afterthought. And of course, my art
Relatable,
reflected
relatable.
that, with flat colors and random backgrounds. The question was always, what background fits this character? But that's the wrong approach. Instead of thinking in terms of backgrounds, we need to start thinking in terms of environments. The environment isn't just something behind the character, it's part of the concept from the very beginning, and has as much importance as the character. Even though most illustrations will have the character as the focal point, the environment really does all the heavy
I think
lifting
it's fair enough.
in making it interesting and telling the story. This is because environments have a huge storytelling potential. For example, look at these two environments. Even if we place the same character in both, the mood will be completely different. Of course, lighting plays a huge role in that as well, but the design of the environment is just as important. Even the tiny details can say so much about the story and enrich the illustration. That's why the shift from background to environment is crucial. You could call it a shift in perspective.
Background to
If you
environment?
look at this illustration, it may seem really complicated,
Okay, fair enough.
and that's somewhat true.
Aren't those?
It's full of tiny
those
details
synonyms?
that
It
probably
is
took hours
synonyms,
to
but I think environment sort of, even for me personally, I feel like it brings out the vibe that it's not just behind the character, but around the character, if you know what I mean. Like it feels a
The
little bit
atmosphere.
more, yeah, like more like comprehensive about everything, but
draw and paint. But if you break it down, you'll find that below all of that is just a
Thunder is a
composition
good
of
alternative.
boxes. And at its core, every environment can be simplified like that. So we need to be able to draw boxes and other simple shapes. That of course means that the first thing you need to study
Oh, yeah, the
is
draw box.
perspective. Perspective is hard and tedious, but there's no way around it. I tried to avoid it for the longest time, and because of that, my drawings always looked kind of mediocre. But once I finally
Lesser
put
of
in
two
the effort,
evils.
it was the single biggest improvement in my art. You'd be surprised how much just simple perspective can change your artwork. Here are some of my early practice sketches. And while the perspective isn't perfect, you can see the environment starting to come to life. And with a lot of patience and more practice, I was able to draw scenes like this with ink on paper.
yeah, Pog.
It's all about the process of having a solid foundation in perspective and slowly building up the details. I won't be explaining perspective in this video, as there are plenty of videos to explain it way better than I would, but I want to urge you to actually start practicing it. It will definitely be worth it. I'll link the resources I found to be helpful in the description. But the most practical and one I would recommend is Drawbox. It's hard
Yeah,
but very
Drawbox.
straightforward and has tons of hands-on practice. So if that's how you prefer to study, then go check it out. Once you can draw boxes in perspective, the next step is learning how to organize them. That's composition. The best way I've found to study composition
hear the
is by
editing.
looking at other artists,
I
but
can
not
hear the
just
volume
illustrators.
changed.
Photography and cinematography are also amazing for this. You can take a scene you like and break it down into simple shapes. This will train your eye to see below all the details and get to the underlying structure. And once you have that, you can rebuild that composition with your own ideas. Take this as an example. This artist turned this very simple picture of just some household items into a full-on fantasy illustration. And here's another example by the same artist. It's absolutely fascinating, because it shows you that composition is more about the abstract placement and framing rather than about the specific details. You can also practice composition by doing quick thumbnails. Thumbnails help you get the basic composition down without spending much time. This means that you can sketch around and start
I see.
intuitively
Alright,
finding
that
out
makes
what
sense.
works out and what doesn't. I'll link some resources regarding this subject as well. Another trick you can use is playing with basic 3D blockouts and panning around to find the right shot.
Oh, hey,
The
Uni
goal
is your
of the
favorite
blockout
software.
is just to play with the framing of the object, so it really can be as basic as you want it to be. Here's an example of how I used this very messy block out in Blender and turned it into this drawing. And here's a more simple example that turned into this illustration. And of course, composition
Blender.
isn't just about looking nice, it's also about storytelling. For example, if you're drawing a fight scene, placing the camera next to the character's shoulders makes it feel as if we're viewing the scene from the character's POV. This immerses the viewers and heightens the tension.
I don't know if you
don't
guys can appreciate the video as well, but like the tiny things like the lines constantly
Attention.
changing, it's like
If
keeping
you're going for a
attention and stuff
calm
like that.
mood, you might want to
Uh,
focus more on the environment,
These are very
with the
important
character
things.
taking up
I
less
feel
of
like.
the composition. It's important to keep that in mind while
I don't
planning your
notice it. I didn't notice it
Values are
before I
also
started
very
making
essential for a
videos.
good composition. I won't go too deep into that here, since this video is about drawing, not painting. But always keep in mind that areas of highest contrast between light and dark will attract the viewer's attention most, especially if the contrast is on a character, since we naturally look at other people's faces first. So use that to your advantage. Once the boxes are in place, it's time to actually turn them into objects. I think of this stage as sculpting. You're basically carving the boxes into furniture, buildings, or whatever else you need. The most important thing here is cohesion. Everything in the environment should make sense together. In a recent video PCAT made, she mentioned that she thinks of the environment as if it
I
were
like
a
that comment,
character,
Show.
and I think
I
that's
do
a really
agree.
good approach.
No,
What
it's
kind of
100%
objects would
easier
it
to
be?
understand. It's
What
very
details
concrete
would
about
make it
what its
believable?
idea is.
For example,
We're talking about
an
backgrounds.
apothecary's
Everything
room
is related
would
to
probably have a
background,
lot of herbs,
and it's
some
talking about
books
how to
and
break it down
recipes, and some
and put it
specific
together.
tools they used at the time. A witch's study room would be full of books, potions, and of course, a black cat. It's those details that make the place feel alive. The number one thing to remember at this stage is to have a lot of references for everything. References really make the design process a lot easier. Also, don't overthink it. We're making an illustration after all, not an actual environment design. So just put in what you think is cool and see how it feels. A common problem I personally fall into is that my characters feel like they're just out of place or standing very awkwardly. Your character shouldn't feel confusing to look at. They should also have a very clear purpose in the illustration instead of just standing there. Ask yourself, what is this character doing? When characters interact with the environment, they become a lot more grounded. Basically, the character and environment should feel like they belong to the same world, not like two separate drawings stitched together. So, let's put all of this into practice with one of my own drawings. For this piece, I wanted to draw Link from Zelda in his room cleaning his sword. I start by planning the environment. An adventurous room filled with
He's
items
doing it.
like gear,
Oh,
potions,
I was gonna
books,
say, he
and
did mention
It's good
mind
here to
maps
be
just
as
now when
detailed
he was
as
talking
possible.
about creating
Again,
like the
ask
black cat
yourself,
and the
who's
potions.
the character and what are they doing?
Here we go.
From there you can match the environment. After that, I start gathering references. I want to be very specific in what I like about each image and group them into categories. Otherwise, I find that I drift and start adding way too many images. Then I get into sketching. I actually sketch this off camera because I can't get myself to start a drawing when I'm under pressure, but I'll explain my process. I always start with a perspective grid and try to match what I like about my references. I did 2 thumbnails to test ideas and then I decided to go with this one. After that, it's just slowly building up the details. You can see that I don't necessarily limit myself to perfect perspective or strictly sticking to boxes in earlier stages, because I know I can do that later. From here,
Don't
it's
call it
really
that,
just
Show.
about solidifying your composition and adding details using references. And after a lot of refining, here's the final result. I tried my best not to fall into the same mistakes I've done in other illustrations.
This video is pretty
So
good.
I
What
made
did you
sure
find
that the
it?
No,
character
this
had a
yeah,
purpose
this video
in this
is really
phase.
good. It's just on
I
my
think the
YouTube.
composition is good, but
I'm just jumping around different stuff because this is so clean. This is so clean as like a presentation because you have the title implies backgrounds. Okay, you're coming in with the idea of backgrounds. Actually, the initial beginning, I was kind of I was trying to nitpick because he said like, you know, you shouldn't find the background after the character or something like that. You should think about the environment. It makes a lot of sense, right? But if you're just drawing character illustration, then it doesn't really matter. You can think of the design afterwards. But that is my nitpick that doesn't even apply because he is just doing full scale illustrations. Then everything comes in, fits everything nicely, brings it together with one final test. And actually, I was gonna say this is actually really great, right? Because like previously, like the one that I'm working on right now, I didn't even get to do this process because I couldn't do it. I just saw the image in my head. He actually did the mind map he did the idea generation. He looked at the stuff. He did some thumbnailing from the environments that he liked, and then he chose. It's great. Like this is great video. More concrete. You can like oh my
But
god.
how many views does it have?
How many views does it have? 76,000. That's pretty good.
Okay, that's not bad.
Yeah. It's just very concrete. Like I can do this. Right? I can do this thing. I don't know
Yeah.
what to do with like all the other abstract stuff. Kind of hard. Kind of hard. I feel like the abstract stuff is like teaching you maybe how to find a direction in art, perhaps.
No, I don't even think it's used for that because understanding color theory, you don't think about color theory when you even do color.
Mm-hmm.
Is the thing. Like it's more of a academic way of approaching things. Like there's the people, yeah, it's more akin to aesthetics, like the study of art or whatever. It's like just an academic field. So
Mm-hmm.
like there's theory classes in the art schools, but I feel like they're just kind of useless to be honest. Like oh yes, composition. I mean fundamentally, there needs to be a drive in which you apply the theory to the art. Like if you can't show
Right.
how this applies to your art, like you draw a thing that incorporates the theory that you're talking about, and if you don't do that, it's kind of useless. So
Mm-hmm.
Grizel,
6-figure
life
comic and
lessons.
convention artist. God damn, 6-figure. Holy. Hey, this is a lot of good content. Obviously, this is the correct one to look to view.
Really good.
Okay, drapery made easy.
Years. This.
If you want to
this
become
looks
a
like
character
content.
designer or an illustrator or a fine artist, then
Here we
this
go.
video
Here
is
we go,
going
guys. So we're
to
about to leap
massively
years
help you.
into the future.
Now, the reason I say this is because in my experience as a professional character concept artist for the game and film industry, I recall having a hard time coming up with costumes from imagination and making them look believable at the same time,
Right, relatable.
until I started studying
design
drapery
video.
in a very specific way. So in this video, I'm going to help you figure out how to study drapery better so that by the end of the video, you will know why you should study things a certain way, how you can study drapery better, and what exercises are really going to help you become a drapery master. Now, this video is going to be part of a set of videos around this topic, so make sure to keep an eye on future videos as well. Now, the first thing we're going to do is figure out how you can study the folds themselves. If you haven't heard about the folds yet, then there's, again, plenty of videos on what type of folds there are and how you can study them. And I'm going to basically give you an
Drape me
entire
up, Daddy.
plan that you can follow that will better help you to study these folds and apply them as well,
Need some of
and
that
eventually
drape.
be able to draw them from imagination. Now, this is not going to be like a one tutorial step-by-step thing. We have an
I hate
entire
that phrase,
road
by
on
the way.
Artwand that takes you
Draw
through that
from
and actually helps
imagination.
you apply all of these exercises. There's plenty of tutorials on YouTube about how to draw certain
It's so
folds.
misleading.
What I'm basically going to give you is I'm going to give you a strategy. So we're going to start with one, just how to look at the folds when you study them. So number one would be like the how part of it. So how do I go about studying the folds? Well, there's a certain thing that you definitely want to keep into account when you're going to study folds, is that they basically have two forces acting on them. So we have compression and we have tension. Now, what does that mean? Well, basically, compression is this invisible force. So it literally compresses the fabric like this. Now, what does that mean? Well, that means that if we have a piece of clothing or a piece of fabric in general, is that when we have it either onto or draped around our arm, or we have it in our waist, or we have it scrunched up somewhere, or it's lying on the ground, there's basically an invisible force from any side compressing this fabric. And what that results in is usually what we end up calling pipe folds, right? So probably most of you have heard of the concept of pipe folds. And pipe folds basically, as the word describes it, gives us these pipe-looking folds, right? Now, a bit of a secret is that almost all of the folds actually include pipe folds. It's just the way that these pipes are going somewhere. And that's the second part of this sort of thing, or these forces that you have to understand, is that besides compression, we also have tension. Now, the way that I look at tension is basically that we have a single point from which things radiate outward of. And this can be in various ways. So what do I mean by that is, well, if we have, let's say, what they call the drop fold, which is a fold that looks like this, and basically it can have many different applications into how the drop fold is represented. Right, so this could be a sort of drop fold. Now, what that essentially means is that we have a point of tension, like here, from which like forces radiate outwards of, or the folds radiate towards that point of tension. And this creates a certain type of fold. Now, the thing I often see students struggle with, or something that might be misinterpreted when people teach this stuff, is that a lot of you almost try to memorize what these things look like. And again, what you're then just doing is it's almost the same like trying to copy a certain art style, is you're just mimicking, or you're just emulating the result, right? Just the same as here with drop folds or pipe folds, what you're doing is you're mimicking a result. But that's not what you should do. Is you should really just always think about, where do we have compression and where do we have tension? For instance, for me, a drop fold in this case is still a pipe fold. It just folds onto itself as well, same as a half lock fold. What I mean by this is that if we have this piece of clothing, or let's say this piece of fabric, in perspective like this, and we apply compression onto it, we get our first pipe fold, right? Like this, right? So this would be our pipe fold. Now, if we further compress that, this is essentially what you're seeing here, right? It's pipe folds folding onto themselves. So technically, it doesn't have a lot to do with the fact that you hang this cloth, suddenly you get these types of folds and it's no longer pipe folds. No, it's still pipe folds. They just fold onto each other. The only difference is they are now radiating towards a certain point of tension. And that is why when you study these things, is that you should try to keep these two sort of principles in mind, is where do we have compression and where do we have tension. It's the same when we have, let's say we have a sleeve, right? So this is part of your arm, and onto that arm we have a piece of fabric right now without any folds or drapery folding over it, right? Like this. This doesn't look believable, obviously. Now, when we compress it, because that's what happens if you have sleeves and you compress them together, or you're just naturally, because the sleeve itself will terminate at your hand, and it will be longer usually than the actual length of your arm, it will compress upwards a little bit. Or there will be like a band here, a rubber band that keeps it together, and therefore everything's compressing. So you have compression onto this arm. So there's some type of compression happening. Now, what does that result in? Well, basically, it results in a fold that looks like this, right? Maybe somewhat randomized, and sometimes it gets a bit, more scrunched up as it gets towards the end of your arm, right? So basically, what we're getting is we get these pipe folds bunched up together, right? And eventually they would end up looking like pipe folds again as well at the bottom. Now, still, this doesn't look super realistic. Now, the way that it is right here, it does more look like a curtain or something. But what I'm trying to say here is that in reality, when it comes to your sleeves, you either get like zigzag folds or spiral folds. And this is where you actually have the two combinations of compression and tension. So what that means is that we don't only have compression, like I said here, we also have tension. And tension is because when your arm in general isn't a perfect cylinder, right? So in order for that clothing to sit on top of it, it will either bend or fold in a certain direction of your arm. When that happens, you're basically creating tension on the clothing. So that means that when we have your arm again, and this piece of cloth is now sitting on top of it, what actually happens is that we still get those pipe folds, obviously, and they might scrunch up again when they get towards the end of your arm. But what actually happens is that they don't neatly fold over your arm. What they actually do is they follow a certain pattern, and it depends on where you put your point of tension of, but they kind of like radiate upwards like this, right? And as they get closer to your actual point of tension, they might end up looking something like this. So what actually tends to happen is this is actually a spiral fold. What actually happens is that you have a point of tension that is radiating outward, right? So you created a sort of point of tension, and your pipe folds, because of compression, because you made pipe folds because of compression, are now traveling towards that point or away from that point, depending on how you want to look at it. And this is actually what happens a lot. Even if you have things like a diaper fold, it's the exact same thing. So you have 2 points of tension, and then you have, from these points of tension, you actually have pipe folds radiating from it. And so in my opinion, they are still pipe folds, right? They still have the thickness of pipe folds, and they still follow sort of this same pattern of what you would see with normal compression. Here is just because they now have 2 points of tension that they're sharing, that we call them diaper folds because they have that certain look. But they're still just pipe folds, almost influenced by the physics or these forces of compression and tension. So that's the first thing that I want you to remember when you're going to study folds, is that you keep these two aspects really well in mind and try to see where you can recognize them, because that's going to massively help you when you're going to draw costumes from imagination. Then following up to this, the second stage that I want you to consider when you're going to learn more about drapery and folds in general, clothing or costume from imagination and make it believable, but also even if you want to get into things like fine art and you just want to copy a life model, or at least like you want to paint a life model and you want to make it your own style, you should still be able to really understand what folding is doing. You should be able to recognize the points of tension, points of compression, but what you should also recognize is a thickness in clothing and how to simplify clothing. So these are two things that I often see neglected when people go to costuming. We always talk, especially when it comes to like clothing simplification, we always talk about, you know, understanding the mannequin or like the Loomis head for the face or the portrait. When it comes to costumes, no one actually.
Yeah, sorry, I'll just stop it here for now. If anybody wants to see it, it is in the chat, and also I'm gonna put it into. Oh, I already put it in there, because you know, one thing is that it gets a little bit longer, and also the other thing, I don't want to deny them the views, especially. But it is great stuff, I think. I especially like the fact that he starts to merge the idea, like, cause you have what, pipe folds, you have all these different folds, different names, but he's basically simplifying it down and connecting the dots between all these things. Because sometimes it's like, isn't this kind of feel like the same thing, but then they have different names, and then it gets a little bit messy. I kind of like that he just like, you know, it's still just pipe folds, but slightly different. But anyways.
I feel like it's, I don't know, it's not very helpful at all, to be honest.
You
to
don't like it?
differentiate the type of fold. I feel like material is more important. Like, think about if you had a piece of denim and you did the same thing where you lift it, the folds will appear differently than if you had like a pair of silk.
Right,
or,
but he hasn't gotten there yet, right?
online.
He's talking about the clothing thickness next, I think. That's likely where that's gonna be talked about, because it's the material. This one is primarily just a way to break down what you're seeing, I think, so they're not just copying shapes, because that was what I was doing.
But inherently, how would you draw a tight fold and like a compression fold differently?
No, but like I don't know. I'm presuming he's going to talk about it here. Again, we haven't gotten to the sort of thickness part of it, right? Because the same compression fold will be either really sort of dense, or it could be a little bit more spread out depending on half of it is the compression part, how much is compression, and the other half would be the material, which is the thickness. I just think he's not quite there yet. I think his point is just that, like, so he, because right off the bat he was like, you know, beginners just copy shapes and they don't fully understand what's happening. then he immediately goes into teaching you how to break down the shape and understand why it is the way it is, so that when you use the reference, you can learn something and not just copy shapes. And then he's going to presumably talk about the other stuff afterwards. That's why I think it's pretty good, because I can relate to what he's saying very clearly and very cleanly, because it's exactly my same process. I was copying shapes, cannot draw it without anything. But then now that I start to think of it in a little bit more in terms of compression and sort of tension, I start to get an idea of, oh yeah, you know, it will tend to be in this shape. I just don't have a very clear idea of how to render it just yet. So I still get pretty confused, but I'm a lot clearer on the direction thanks to the stuff that he's talked about, like the same kind of stuff that he's talked about here. Except mine was a bit messier. Yeah. There's a different way of seeing it, I suppose, but yeah, I mean, you can tell, like,
This is the ultimate.
I feel like when they are like super duper experienced, a lot of the ideas are so clear, and the modeling that they have in terms of looking at certain things is a bit more comprehensive. The fact that he brought the pipe folds into the dipole fold, I thought that was really good, because that's the kind of stuff that I like, when you have sort of a more general theory that sort of accounts for a lot of these different phenomena in the same, with as little things as possible. The model becomes a lot clearer, and then I can think in that way a lot cleaner. But that's just for me. I just like making models and stuff, so it feels very good to see him do that, because that's the first time I've heard of that.
This is the ultimate.
Oh my god, stop.
We have.
But yeah, I quite like this video. I would like to go back and look at it properly. Half the time I was actually looking at the Discord. I'm trying to figure out what everyone's doing, and also I noticed that the music bot is sitting by itself in voice chat too. And I try to kick it out of voice chat too. It just rejoins every time. So I guess if you do the M exclamation mark loop, it actually just rejoins automatically, which is kind of interesting, but good to know. Do you want to read a book? I don't want to read a book, man. If I can watch videos, I would like to not read a book ever in my life. Yeah, the bot just want to chill by itself. Stop wasting time. Oh no. You have to watch this, don't we? Anyways, it's getting kind of late. I'm trying to figure out if I can buy pizza too. I do kind of want to watch this later.
I want to have pizza.
Hey everybody, today
It's just
I
that
want
it's
to
like
talk
4
about
a.m.
art
almost.
studies. Learning how to do art studies effectively is going to be a
Dang.
massive improvement to your artwork. When I was a student learning how to digitally paint, I thought that art studies were opening up Google or Pinterest, finding a reference photo, and then literally copying it one-to-one, no questions asked. I was trying to copy something one-to-one and trying to make it feel as photoreal as possible without even really thinking about what I was doing, and that's all I did for practice. And so I ended up doing dozens of these no-brain studies, as you can see here, and while they look okay, the actual studies themselves felt very disconnected to the art I was trying to make. And as a result, that made the painting process a lot harder than it should have been. Instead, I want you to think of approaching studies like this. There's this thing called the look, cover, write, check method that's a thing here in Australia when you're in primary school. And it's basically when you're graduating from learning how to use a pencil into learning how to use a pen, basically. Or it's something called a pen license. So you would look at a word, you would cover it with your hand, you would write it out again to get the spelling correct, and then you would check it to see if what you got was correct. And when I was thinking about this phenomenon again the other day, as it sort of popped up in my brain, as you do before you sleep, I realized I could probably use that in art studies. The whole part about
Isn't this what you do,
or a
where you
reference
cover the
photo,
thing and you draw
trying
it?
to replicate it and then checking to see if what you've gotten correct is a really powerful
we see
tool
it, I
at
guess.
kind of self-improvement.
kind
The
of.
term itself is kind of broad.
Mine is more
Are art studies only quick sketches?
more
Do they all
advanced,
look like this?
more crazy.
Or do they look like this? Are art studies actually the lunch sketches that you see all over Instagram and art studies?
It's just a lunch
Well,
sketch, bro.
beyond what they look
Okay.
like, art studies are
Trust me,
really
bro.
all about you practicing art. That's the most important part. To give you an example, if you are wanting to practice how to paint rocks, for instance, if you were doing some kind of like fantasy landscape, you would go online, find a reference photo, and kind of isolate that and learn how rocks are constructed. There's all sorts of different textures involved, or when light hits them at different angles. That's basically what you're trying to figure out when you're doing an art study. Or if you're creating something like a robot design, you might study hinges and actually see how they move and how joints work and things like that. Basically, art studies are small drawings or paintings that can help us improve in a certain area of art. But what they are not are fully finished pieces that you share towards social media. And look, if you want to share your work when you're finished, that's totally fine, but likes and comments and engagement are secondary to you actually learning something. And trust me, this is speaking from experience, because in my Instagram feed back in the day, a lot of it was just Pinterest studies, and I would, post paintings that I did of everything that I saw online. And what it demonstrated was I could copy things really well, but I couldn't actually think for myself as an artist. I couldn't actually make decisions or create things. So ideally, in that sort of aspect, art studies should serve the kind of art that you want to make and the artist that you want to become. Let me also give you an analogy on how I like to think about art studies. Let's say that you were training for a marathon. When you're training for a marathon, you're not just going to go out your door and run and do the entire marathon. You're going to start off really small. So you might start off with a couple of short jogs here and there.
Yeah.
Oh,
I
I
love
see.
the sports
Stretching, you might
analogy.
research things on nutrition, you might correct your form, and all those little tiny pieces serve the overarching goal of running that marathon. And that's basically the essence of art studies, and that's where I was getting caught up the most when I was a student. The actual art that I was creating for studies and the art that I was making were very disconnected. To hammer the point home, let's just say you were painting a cityscape. It's not going to be very helpful if all you're doing in your spare time and practicing is something like anatomy. You probably want to focus on things like perspective and building architecture, lighting and mood and that sort of thing, but you get the idea.
How long should art studies take?
This is another big question, and that is, how long should art studies take when you're actually doing them? This is going to vary artist from artist, and it's also going to vary based off of how comfortable you are painting or how complex the subject is that you've chosen. Generally, I'd say studies can take as little as 10 minutes to complete for one painting or sketch or whatever, or as long as 3 to 4 hours, and this is really depending on how far you want to take the study as well. But something I would advise against is taking like many days to finish the study, because at that point you're kind of illustrating. Again,
Oh,
if that's
yeah.
what you want to do, that's
To
fine,
be
but just
Hero
understand
X.
the distinction between them.
Goated.
And the whole reason
Chinese
that I'm
anime.
preaching about keeping them
Sorry, yeah, I probably just watched this on my own time. I'm trying to see because throughout this year, I've picked up some stuff for myself, right? Some ideas for myself. And one of them is the whole idea of how to study versus what to study, like how to basically approach studies. And I'm trying to see how it sort of matches up with what is being presented here. And I think that will take a little bit more time.
I think
to
I basically
share.
agree with what this guy is saying. So
Mhm.
like the pitfalls and like how to address them. So
For sure, yeah, for sure. So far has been pretty agreeable, but it's approaching it from a slightly different vector from the way that I saw it. I think at some point he probably touched on the stuff that I was thinking about, but I'm not sure yet, and I don't really want to watch this video now anymore. I don't feel like watching anymore. That's why I'm here. Let me. Did I share this link yet? I don't know
don't
if I
think
did. I'm just
so.
gonna send it again. Oh yeah, I did not. Okay. Yeah, it's 3:30 a.m. in the morning. It's interesting. It's a good change of pace. Today's stream is very nonsensical. I did no drawing basically, and then
okay.
a lot of talking. Yeah, I think there's a lot of value to be
Awesome.
gained from watching these videos, but I kind of have to watch it in the same context that I'm doing it now, and that I have to be pretty critical with what I'm seeing and not just kind of AFK, because like the one about the Chinese color theory, right? This one I watched it before, and yeah, I think my brain was kind of turned off or something. I finished watching it. I don't feel I learned anything, but I also wasn't very critical enough to kind of figure out why or like what I should do about it or how I can learn something from it.
Oh my goodness.
So yeah, our videos are
I can critique these videos all day.
is that right? I find it
Yeah.
hard to form opinions sometimes. It's just I see what they're presenting. I'm like, yeah, okay, sure, why not? And then I'm just gonna leave it at that.
This is literally what I do on my free time. It's like
I see.
think about like this kind of stuff. So cinematography.
Oh my gosh, she's doing the
Maybe not. Maybe every frame of painting. Wow.
I think
Yeah.
some cinematography would help me a lot because right now it's like I don't
It's
really understand mood.
not useful because the process of doing photography is completely different than drawing. Like you can take a photo of a hallway,
Mhm.
but can you draw a hallway?
No,
Can you
no,
get
that's not
perspective correct?
the point. It's just because
No.
cinematography ideas of colors and angles and presentation. I think that helps with
Oh, like
composition.
camera angles?
Yeah, like
It'll make things more
Where's movie?
movie-like, realistic, but like
Mhm.
sometimes that's not what you're going for, right? Which is like the contradiction. Like a lot of
Mhm.
stuff you can do in film, a lot of stuff you can do as a drawing, but not in film. Composition almost universal.
No, I think
I mean, there's a
it's
lot of stuff that anime and manga does is that
Mhm.
technically not correct in cinematography. So I feel like you kind of limit yourself if you like say, "Oh, I need to apply the rules of cinematography,"
no,
because inherently, yeah,
it's not that
yeah,
extreme. I think you're approaching from an angle where you know some of cinematography stuff and you know the art stuff, and you feel that for you it doesn't necessarily help you that much. But
yeah,
for me, I'm approaching an angle
yeah.
for I have zero idea of what cinematography is, and it seems like this exciting new way of thinking about how I might be able to compose, because how do I choose colors to set a certain mood? I have no idea. So if I study cinematography, maybe I can see what people tend to do for certain different moods, and then that would
Yeah.
give me like open the gates for me in a different way. So it's just
I mean,
how useful it is. We don't know yet right now.
inherently it's tied to photography, I guess.
Mhm.
Like for finding reference as a whole, I guess. Like for cinematography would be you would be the ones like taking the reference photos, whereas you can definitely find a lot of reference photos that have really good cinematography online already.
Yeah.
So
Yes, that's what I feel. Like I feel like a lot of times when I have an idea is not because I understood the concepts of cinematography and came out with original ideas, but just because I saw something right now or before in my life that just all of a sudden popped up in my head and gave me this wonderful idea. So basically the inspiration covered all of that. I actually have this as part of my notes because the previous time we did this piece here, as we were discussing and talking about it, I believe at some point I realized that, hey, your inspiration within the process of painting is basically sort of helping you with composition and mood. And both of these things are big cinematography points, right? So
yeah,
essentially, I feel like I just have no control. I'm too passive in this. So I want to learn more so I can have a little bit more active control instead of relying on these inspirations that are very unreliable, essentially. That's
okay.
why I think
I
it's
guess that makes sense.
interesting. Yeah. But yeah, Piquet, I am aware of their existence at uni. I just haven't really watched the video. I think I might have seen this, but now that I'm looking at it, I actually don't remember watching it. I enjoy their character art though. I enjoy their character persona, persona, right? It would just be persona. Looks fun. Very interesting facial expressions. Yeah. Oh shit, almost 1 million. Oh, look at that.
Oh yeah,
God damn.
it could have been you if you did this full time.
Yeah, if I grinded this, but I don't think I would have been able to get here.
Yeah.
Yeah. How long have they been drawing? I wonder. Actually, I feel like you need a lot of good experience.
I've seen their videos about like elucidating their prop process, but basically they're saying like I don't even spend most of my time drawing. It's mostly writing scripts and making videos.
Yeah. Video editing takes
Yeah,
so damn long, dude.
yeah.
Oh, can I get a background of when they started drawing? Oh my god, I just want to know how long they've been drawing. Cause
I think yeah, they
FAQ,
have a video. I think they did a couple. Oh, there we go. It's like
10
literally there.
years.
Quit 10 years.
Coder for Riot. I see.
2019 till 6. Yeah, 6 years.
That's insane, dude. That's insane. I started, 2020. So there you see the difference in talent.
Wait, you started 5 years ago?
Yeah, I quote unquote started 5 years ago. Yeah, indeed. Like when I decided that I want to be a better artist, like I properly want to be an artist, not even be a better artist, because before that I wasn't considering myself as someone who aspires to be one. 2020, was it 2020, late 2020? No, 2020 March, right? 2020 March 16, I saw Fubuki on the big screen and I'm like, I want to draw pictures of her. And then that was how it started. And indeed, so a big difference, I feel like. Let me take a look at it. Oh, this is members only, my bad. Well, fuck me, I guess. Where's do we have any speed pains? I just
They have
want
a
to get
Q&A video, I believe.
for box making a class management. Surely they have something that is like really quick, like in a short, where it's just like this is how I draw, kind of thing. This feels like maybe.
How do you draw anime art as an individual? Nothing stopping you.
But anyways, yeah, like one day, guys, one day.
The
Will be the
time-lapse
next weekend.
videos. Next weekend. Oh, all the time lapse videos are members only.
It's so hard. Oh my god. What do I want to draw? I guess no speed paint videos.
Yeah, those are paid only, unfortunately.
Yeah, I wonder how things are gonna turn out. I have to be a little bit more stable myself first before I come back to video making. But I would like to make more videos, I think. Yeah, it does include her drawing. I just want to see like from start to the end or something, and not be interrupted by other ideas. But it's fine. I'm sure there's stuff on their Twitter or something too. I see. Oh, okay. I thought this was our stream. I thought they were drawing that as a gaming stream. Cool.
I think it is an art streamer, right? I think I know them.
Oh, like an art streamer?
Oh, never mind. Are you sure it's an art streamer?
No, I thought it might be because of the thumbnail.
Oh, it's not.
Yeah.
It's okay. No.
They're
It's a
more
meme
of a,
streamer.
yeah. Interesting. Yeah, my YouTube on Firefox is very different from the one on my Chrome, because the Chrome one I watch games, I watch memes, I watch recaps of drama series like what is the one with Dexter Morgan in it? I don't know. Like that is like things all making the rounds, and so over here I get a lot more art. Pretty good stuff. I think I'm probably gonna hop off soon or something, get some food.
Okay. Yeah, for sure.
In the meantime, yeah. Do this to stop wasting 90% of your art time. Number 1, stop watching videos. Stop drawing.
This is the biggest hidden time eater artist face. Have you even noticed how much time you spend drawing clean liner? Tons of hours, sometimes whole days. Most artists don't struggle with liner itself, but they get overwhelmed with endless polishing and fixing shapes, never knowing where to start. This is Ray17, a Chinese illustrator well known for her stunning holographic style. And that's really amazing is how she speeds up her liner process without losing the original idea. Ray's line art is detailed, sure, but not perfect. She uses long dynamic strokes, not worrying about perfect accuracy, and that's what gives her art energy and flow. So how does Ray fix it? She doesn't. She uses the lasso tool to reshape her lines, refining rough edges without ever redrawing them from scratch. See more about her incredible holographic pop lighting in the full video. So now you know this is the big.
Okay, this is a really well made short in the sense that it draws
Ray17.
It draws you into the main video because it perfectly missed the stuff that I wanted to see. But yeah, because I understand where this is going from seeing this, right? If you don't want to draw line art, it means, like we were talking about this yesterday or 2 days ago, but basically you have shapes and you want to control the edges. So you're either drawing lines to control the edges, or you're just using the shapes directly and only putting lines where you need like contrast or something like that. So if they're not doing the line art, they must just be painting, right? They must just be doing it in the same process as when they're rendering. So the only question I had was, number 1, do they keep every single shape on every single layers, on separate layers, so that the edges don't get affected? Or number 2, what happens to the line art that they have? Do they erase it? Do they paint over it? What do they do with it? Because just now in the ones that's being shown, you can clearly see the line art is still on top of the shape still. The blobs of color. So at what stage in the process do you start to sort of go over those lines or turn it off and stuff like that? That's what I wanted to know. But it's, as I mentioned, perfectly missed, because that's where he's getting into, and then he's like, oh, I ran out of time, why don't you watch the full video? But that's exactly what shorts is supposed to be. I'm not criticizing them for doing this. This is what shorts are supposed to be. From a content creator point of view, I mean, like from a viewer point of view, it's kind of annoying. From a content creator's point of view, that's beautifully done. not to mention the final loop was perfectly done.
Man, I should definitely hop on this Chinese artist bandwagon and be a YouTuber.
If you just translate this stuff over, man, like,
Oh
yeah.
my god.
Oh, my mom
I
was
got no
watching.
time.
My mom was watching the
Yeah.
copied. My videos got moved over to Bilibili and got translated, and then my mom was watching it, and then my mom was saying that, hey, there's a lot of people in the comments that's talking about, you know, what you talked about in the videos, and I thought that was really good because like Chinese art is generally very strong, right? There's so many more of them too, and Ass is also from China. I don't know if that makes any difference. Maybe they share a similar sort of thought process, and then the Chinese people can better understand what Ass is trying to achieve. And I think one of the comments that my mom said that she saw was that Ask isn't necessarily that special with the way they do colors, but they're very good with gestures. This is a comment, by the way, by one of the viewers of that translated video. So
Yeah.
who this person is, I don't know. How strong they are, I don't know. And also my mom read the comment and then communicated to me. So there's like 2 levels of like a miscommunication right now going on. So it's interesting, I think. I feel like I want to go and find
Comment
it.
sections on Bilibili are very more thoughtful, to be honest.
More
Less
thoughtful?
like,
Okay. That's great, yeah.
and there's a lot of like definitely more critical comments, like, oh, you did this thing wrong or whatever. Like positive, constructive criticism is very common.
Right.
But like usually, I would say Chinese people don't really make your kind of, or the YouTube kind of videos, which is why I guess I got like these sort of like video essay-ish kind of videos. It's not very common, so.
I see. Oh wow, look at that redrawing. This is very interesting. Like it's, you're painting over the lines and you're drawing new lines and you paint. Okay, I don't know why I never thought of this, because in my head I feel like when you're painting over, it just means you're touching colors. You're not touching lines again. Actually, I don't know why I never realized that you could just put in new lines.
EO58 basically paints like this.
Might be on the spectrum or something. Holy shit.
You know about EO58?
Yeah, I feel like I've seen a couple of people mention that they're streaming live or something, and I just haven't had the chance to pick up the comment. Oh, the back being broken? Oh, I see it now. Oh yeah, okay, I see it now. Yeah, this is kind of insane, but... Man, I see the struggle. Oh man. Nothing looks right. Oh man, what can I do? Let me change the face. Wait, is this paint to Sai? Oh my god, I only just saw that. I kind of just wanted to see the rendering process, but instead I got a random nugget of information that I can just draw lines when I'm repainting.
Paint2Sai has very good blending brushes. Probably even better. Yeah, it's probably still the best for achieving this kind of style.
Oh, Sai? Paint2Sai?
Yeah, like Ray 17 still uses Sai. Yeah. But I just can't live without my liquefied tool.
Yeah, there's no perspective too, no blur. Is that blurring? I don't know. But
maybe.
This is a Russian artist?
The thing is, you blur with your brush, which is why it's advanced.
Ooh, blur with the brush. Yeah, I see.
Yeah, blur with the brush. I think Sai is no longer in development. Ever. Right?
I think that might be Uni's point. But oh, what's Paint2Sai? Oh shit! Do you guys feel old yet? Do you guys feel old yet?
Oh yeah.
There we go.
It's the software.
It's just the painting software that they're using. It's a very old piece of software, but still touted as the best sort of color mixing software for painting. So I've heard.
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't personally
It's
understand. Yeah.
Like a lot of the stuff Adobe they're trying to push for, like Procreate, they're trying to push for like realistic brushes. Like, oh, this is like oil paintings, it's like watercolor. But I feel like digital art shouldn't have to like emulate traditional, like. Just miss.
Oh, what is this canvas length, dude? Oh my god, it just keeps going. So long.
I think it's from the 2000s. St. Josiah. My favorite part about EO58 is that he works on multiple pieces at once, and then when he doesn't want to, he just works on another piece.
Wow, okay. That's interesting, right? Because if you stop working on one piece, it kind of implies that you're getting a little bit fed up, a little bit more burnt out and tired. But then if he just pivots to another one, it's kind of interesting. Reinvigorated. Is this MapleStory music? I swear to God. This is MapleStory music. Come on, guys. Wait, is this MapleStory music? Oops. Not this. No fucking... Like, I mean, this better be MapleStory music. I've listened to it so much. Imagine if I cannot recognize it. It's one of these areas, I think. It's somewhere in this zone on the map. No, it's not this one. Shit. Actually, it might be in the later part. I'm not sure. Nope, it's not in the later part. Dang, what music? What piece is this? Might be a new area though. It's my turn to press this now.
Is this gonna be your new stream music?
What, MapleStory?
Yeah.
We've spammed some MapleStory music, but I don't like know which one is from each area if it's not an area that I've personally played the game in. I think. Yeah, Shazam. I don't have Shazam installed on my. Does Shazam work for game music? Oh, it's already ended though.
I don't think it does. Like instrumental game OSTs on YouTube. It's probably not in its database.
Mm-hmm. Man. Yeah, it's gotta be new stuff. Like, I've not heard of this. Anyways, great stuff. What does their art look like again? I need to find their stuff real quick. It's been a while. So just search here. What? Do they not have a Twitter?
They don't. They don't have social media except for they have a neighbor blog. I think you need to be in Korea.
Ooh, VPN. Oh my god, 500 viewers on Twitch. There's only what, like?
Check the Twitch tracker EO5 clips.
Twitch tracker EO5.
Twitch tracker doc.
Okay.
Yeah, twitchtracker.com. EO5.
EO5.
EO58, yeah. EO58, yeah. Yeah.
This?
Yes.
So what does this show you? All the stats, I guess?
Click clips. Go click clips.
Clips. Is that
clips
sorry?
on top? On top.
Mm-hmm. Oh, this is where you can see the art. Ooh. Okay, I see.
Their peak period was in like 2021, 2022. This sort of did slow down.
I see. Just more lewdish. Yeah, more lewdish, slightly goonerish art, but like not explicit.
I should actually share this on.
Or like this. Good stuff. I see. What did I stream for games? I'm not a human now, what? Red Dead Redemption? Oh, I can't even speak now. Are there games? Creative, Monster Hunter, oh, okay. Other games that I don't like because of the art.
Oh my god.
Good stuff. Oh, I know where this music is from. I can find it right now. Let's go. I don't know what's it called. I didn't know it has a name. Yeah, let's go.
Go to the bathroom. Do you need to sleep?
I probably won't be sleeping for yet another few hours, even after I drop stream right now. I need to find out what I want to eat.
You can drop stream right now.
Yeah.
Okay.
Let's see. If I buy pizza now, it's gonna basically come in the morning at this point. So.
What?
Kind of ran out of noodles.
You're saying you don't have 24/7 delivery? Hold on.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's ready for AM, so it's gonna be like 5 AM when it comes here, I think.
Okay.
Yeah, the pizza stuff around me, they don't open 24/7, so yeah, it takes a while to get here. It's been fun, guys. It's been fun. We're talking about random nonsense. I think today is more, what's the word? Reminiscent? Is that the right word? But it's more like a stream for fun kind of stream rather than like a work stream. Right, gone through some interesting stats, gone through some art, gone through some videos, made some enemies, made a lot of enemies. Did some bot upgrades. Right. Watch out, guys. 6-7 gang. Sorry.
Retrospective. Yeah.
Retrospective. Oh yeah, of the year. Oh yeah. You know what? I was gonna go through the chart. Remember we had like the whole roadmap nonsense, which is not even in recent memory anymore. But at some point, I guess.
Do a retrospective on your roadmap.
Yeah, we can do that real quick. I've done it slightly before, and basically the conclusion is simple. I missed every single point, basically. Alright, the original roadmap was this. And then as I was going through Hello Unknown, but as I was going through this thing, I started to realize that, hey, you know, the schedule that I have, like in my mind, I thought, yeah, let me just get really good at hair, and then let me get really good at face, and then get really good at eyes, and then so on and so forth. Clearly did not go out turn out that way. Let me just control the music a bit. I guess we're listening to their music now. It's kind of funny, but yeah, so at the end I realized that, you know, compared to where I want to be, I was only like not even a third of the way, you know, like, you know. And so essentially what it came down to, okay, you know what, let me just go over this list real quick, right? I'll just go over this list real quick. So we did proportion for the first 3 months of the stream, so all the way till March plus, and throughout that, I think I got a little bit better at constructing, specifically the upper body, because the lower body I'm still kind of unclear. But at the very least, currently when we do sort of sketches based on references, I can get shapes that I want. I can get slender forms for, say, the body or the legs that I want, and that's been really nice, right? It's been really nice that you don't have to, hey, I want to draw this thing, but then I'm stuck at the anatomy stage forever. Like there were so many times where I got stuck there forever. This is the dungeon music. But then as we go down through all these different things, I was gonna do material rendering, right? So after the anatomy stuff, I wanted to do some skin rendering, some clothing form. We may or may not have done it. And then I think I started to get burned out here. This is where I started to get burned out. I wanted to do material studying, but because we haven't really seen that much success necessarily, I learned things, right? I learned how to construct things, but I still cannot say necessarily render something really nicely. So I was like, yeah, I need to practice rendering is what I was saying. But I got burnt out. And then we started doing some value studies, if you remember some of the min stuff, right? And this was fine, right? Logically, it was fine. But we didn't apply anything that I've learned. Actually, up to this point, I haven't really applied anything that I've learned. So even though we spent quite a lot of hours on some of those things, nothing really stuck. I still don't really remember what I did. All I remember was one thing, was that, hey, I can do value studies to pretty close to the original. That's great. That was about it though. Didn't help with my composition, didn't help with actually coming out with good values when I'm painting, as you have seen in the recent stuff. Then at some point, I think I got burnt out. We did the animation, right, that we never finished, of Rhea sitting on an invisible chair and then swinging her legs and her head. Yeah. And then I think that was when you joined too, right, Mia? I think around that area was kind of when you joined.
No.
And then going into, yeah, this was the original plan. So to get good at anatomy, get good at some rendering, get good at values, then just draw a lot until I stabilize. I thought I can do that within half a year, but I'm still not even close at this point. Then we did the VTuber stuff, and VTuber stuff was, we definitely did learn a lot of stuff, but in terms of rigging, in terms of using cubism instead of designing a VTuber and setting up the layers and the technology and the skills and techniques behind it. Sorry, technique was the word that I was looking for. But it was a huge undertaking, right? Because trying to get the VTuber going, get the rigging done nicely, get the animation done, recorded nicely, do the splicing with my programming with Python script, then linking up with the sort of pipeline to allow the character to move automatically, and link up with chat response, talking to you guys. All of that thing was way too ambitious, right? That's way too ambitious. So after burning myself out on VTuber yet again, so that's like the second official burnout. That was around October, September, and that was because I pushed my body way too hard. So September I started falling sick, right? And then October I fall sick for like 2 separate entire weeks, and that burned up all of my time off from my company. So I couldn't really take time off anymore, and it felt pretty terrible, right? Because the year was almost over. I have nothing to show for it. I have no real concrete progress for rendering. I didn't understand body as well as I would like. I couldn't compose anything complicated. I didn't have my own style and stabilization that I wish I had. And my VTuber time was basically kind of sort of lost, right? Because I didn't make anything out of it. So that was that. That was October, basically, coming into October. And then there were more stuff planned here. I was gonna do background studies with like 3D and Blender and stuff, but that got hijacked, right? Into the new plan, which is to just, what is this word? Painting, right? To just do studies and painting and studies and painting. But I think if you guys remember, this wasn't very well followed, because at that point, I really was just kind of a little bit just hands off. I wasn't being as rigorous with keeping to the schedule. I wasn't being as rigorous as finding all of the things that I needed to find before. Like what I used to do, by the way, at this part of the journey in the beginning, I would sit every weekend. I would sit down. I would look at the plan. I would look at where I am. I think about what I want to do next week, and then I will go and look for references that I want to use and have that be ready for the week. So I know that today I'm going to do this, but I have to finish it because tomorrow I have to do that. So it was pushing progress very steadily. But approaching the second half of the year, it's really hands off. It's just whatever. Like if I can draw, that's great. I was just gonna work on this. If I can't, I try to control my emotions. and then we made the breakthrough. So December was a big month in the sense that I sort of slowly recover from my health issues. I get a little bit more energy, even though nowadays it's still kind of dubious, but at least I'm not constantly falling sick. And that was when a lot of the sort of consolidation started happening. A lot of the information that we sort of collected over the years, I started to consolidate into just a few pieces of the document, because it now becomes really clear, like, hey, I think I've talked about this a lot of time, right? Like having a good reason for drawing is really important. That's the first one. Why embark on this journey, on this creative journey? And that guides a lot of things, your direction, what you can slack on, what you should skip and what you shouldn't skip. And, you know, it keeps you going as well, and what you should be drawing. And then why drawing this piece right now? If you're studying, you need to be clear about what you're studying, right? What you want to get out of it, right? The anatomy, if you want to study anatomy, you want to construct it from boxes, put in the muscle, and then learn stuff from that way, right? And otherwise, if you're just drawing personal pieces, what is the idea that you're trying to portray? So that is most prevalent in the most recent one, like in this one, right? The colors are not necessarily the most agreeable to everyone, but for me it makes the perfect sense, because I wanted to convey the idea that it's cold, it's desolate, it's empty, it's grayed out everywhere else except for one area. Even if the glow doesn't really make sense, even if the colors may not be the best, the values may not be the best, but I conveyed the idea I want, and that was pretty huge. So a lot of the wins came sort of later in the year as I consolidated and I looked back and I realized that, hey, you know, roadmap absolute dog shit. I basically missed every single point that I wanted to do, right? I didn't get better at rendering skin and anatomy. I didn't get better at rendering clothing as much as I would like. Live 2D was a waste of 2 months essentially because it didn't help my goal. And, well, not directly. And then we didn't even touch the Blender stuff that I wanted. We didn't even touch the Blender, any Blender at all, nothing, right? That was all tossed out the window. But in exchange, I think I learned a lot more extra stuff that is sort of parallel, like sort of adjacent to the technical skills that you need for art. Basically the approach to it, right? We learn how to approach sort of world development, right? My own idea of world development, why it makes sense to me to do it in this way, because I want the characters to come first and foremost. And then, and everything and so on and so forth. And yeah, so character, world development, character development, story building, some ideas in that regard. The 2 questions that is very important, the process of drawing, even though we didn't really use this, it serves as a very good sort of mental framework for me to break down art, right? It no longer is a monolithic, singular black box where I put my pen down, I have to deal with the shapes, the colors, the perspective, everything at once and have something come out good at the end. It's not that anymore. It's you have to tackle this area, then this area, then this area, then this area. And as you're tackling each area, you have to approach it with a slightly different objective. And maybe you can study certain things just for that area. And then hopefully, you know, through this process, you get out of it. I don't know how well this process actually flows, per se, because we haven't really run through it at all, really. But at the very least, having these individual fields broken up and sequenced, it helps a lot with my mental sort of stability at thinking about art. Right, so I have, again, internal terminology. Just treat this key act at the top as inspiration, right? So when you feel inspired, what exactly is it taking out of the picture for when you're drawing? Because you always have to answer all the questions, like composition, background, colors, everything you have to answer it. It's just that sometimes the questions are already answered for you, right? If you're doing a character sketch, you don't care about the background, then you're answering the question of background as in, I don't need it. I don't need that kind of composition. I don't need that kind of background. I don't need that kind of lighting. I don't care. That's fine, right? But as a beginner, earlier in the year, I was not aware that you have to answer these questions. I was just kind of swept along in the journey. Kind of like how I'm swept along with cinematography right now. I look at the image that someone has taken and I like it a lot. I don't know why, but it at least helps me draw something. Right? But if I can learn the underlying reasons why, then now it gives me the control. But yeah, what inspiration sort of takes away, like helps you answer, and what other questions you still have to answer. Why is it so hard to go from inspiration and imagination onto canvas, right? Because you're seeing not a picture, you're seeing an idea. You're seeing it from different angles, different time, sort of chronologically, you might see a sequence of events play out in your head, but you have to capture a single slice of that. And that's all you get. And which is why you feel like it's always so different. And this was today. This was just planning for our stuff. That doesn't really matter. So all in all, it's been interesting. It's been a very crazy journey. I feel like a lot of these ideas, if you start off art with a good teacher, someone who is very experienced and knows what they're doing and knows how to teach, of course, I feel like they would have instilled a lot of these sort of proper way of thinking about art before you jump into the deep end of the pool, right? As self-learners, you're kind of just treading water in like the really deep end and trying to find the edge. It's kind of a mess. So having someone to guide you is very helpful. For my case, I think I've just been in the deep end for too long and I've been drowning for too long that I have to undo a lot of the sort of the bad thinking. And this year has been very fundamental in helping me undo some of that. I would say even most of that bad thinking, I think. I dare say most of that bad thinking, actually. I feel more in control. Even though I still can't really execute, I feel more in control because I'm aware that it sucks because of a specific reason. And not just because it sucks because I suck. It's because it sucks because I suck at one specific area. So now I have something to fix. Yeah,
improve at it.
Yeah, exactly. That is the biggest takeaway of this year, I think. There's still some other nonsense and some other models that are not very necessarily very useful. A lot of these things I do kind of want to consolidate into, there's a few sets of documents and I want to put it into the Discord. So not just if you guys are interested, but also for future me, because next year I'm going to learn a lot of nonsense again, and I'm going to come back and I'm going to be like, oh, 1 year ago we were there, now we are here. What made the difference, right? Did we truly reach, you know, the limit of sort of the stuff that we can learn then, in terms of the way to approach art, right? And maybe all that's left is just the technical stuff, or maybe there's still a lot of stuff left that is my thinking is still not correct, or is still not set correctly. And we'll see. I have to get that done. That's a lot of work because I have to go through a lot of documents. That's basically the gist of it. I think there's also another document that you guys never get to see because this was my planning for making videos. So let me bring it over real quick. So there's this document here that I kind of keep track of certain ideas of how I want to... ideas that I want to make in terms of videos, right? I don't know if I will even have time to do this, I'll be honest, but yeah, how to use reference. Like you see, this is the same thing as what the one was talking about, what the guy was talking about that I want to see. Sometimes you want to copy shapes because the shapes is what you want to study. You don't necessarily have to understand the structure. You just want to see this guy's shapes and be like, oh, I like this slender form, right? And you just kind of copy that sort of curve and proportion and ratio. And then other times you want to really break it down to construction and being like, oh yeah, this is the perspective, this is a box around it, this is how it's going to fit into that box. And then you really truly tie it down. And then there's a lot of stuff in here, right? And there's also a ball pit analogy that Raz really liked. So I sent her a copy of the analogy. I don't know if you guys want to hear this, it's kind of long. But the basic idea is that you're learning art as yourself, by yourself, feels like you're a kid in like a giant ball pit, right? You cannot see over the ball pit's surface. You're in the ball pit. You cannot see shit. You just see the balls around you. That's kind of like the stuff that you can do immediately. And then in terms of the colors of the balls have colors and they're grouped sort of in different areas. Maybe one area is blue, one area is red. But the colors themselves sort of represent the different styles and different ideas in art. So you want to go somewhere, right? But you don't know where it is because you can only see the balls in your face. And you can only try to work towards a certain direction, and there's resistance from the balls, right? That's you sort of working hard at trying to grind out art, trying to learn some skill. But you might go in a direction that you don't want to be. So if you have an adult, which is an art teacher, someone who knows where you want to go, who is expert in the area that you want to be in, they can point you in the right direction. You still have to do the hard work yourself, right? But now you have a bit of a direction. Granted, you trust them, that is. So there's a lot of things. Then your teacher, being a separate entity from you, they may not really understand where you want to be either. You have to communicate that to them, right? Then they have to interpret that based on their own experience as well to point you in the direction. And then you can then choose to trust whether if the direction is what you want or not. There's a lot of interesting analogies that you can draw, but it's all undermined by the fact that I have to constantly say the word balls. It makes it really funny. But this idea is kind of interesting. But
I mean, my favorite analogy is just learning an instrument or learning like a sport. Like nobody would say you can learn guitar without like a good teacher, right? But people think they can I mean, there are people who self-teach themselves guitar, but the majority of people, probably classical piano is better. You know, if you have you learned classical piano or violin?
I did violin. I did guitar, but I didn't do piano. I went one lesson and then
but it's a thing where like there's so many fundamental stuff that you need to learn before you can really do your own stuff, and you kind of have to have a teacher to guide you. Or else like the virtuoso people who self-teach themselves, they can achieve like a level, but their entire thought process is sort of constructed by themselves. Like they have the intuition.
Right.
So like I know everyone hates the word talent, but I guess my definition is a bit different. It's more about potential basically, or like your ability to self-teach yourself. Like your ability to self-teach yourself is the ultimate talent, I feel.
Right.
For talented people is that they can vividly understand things that most people can't. Like, and they can construct their own foundation. And this foundation isn't necessarily like how other people do it, but it works.
Indeed.
Basically like that. So I don't believe there's like an objective way to do things, but ultimately there needs to be a structure to do things. Like you can't really just willy-nilly do random stuff and think it will work, basically, you know?
Yeah.
For sure.
Yeah. ultimately, like that talent, that intelligence of a person is just the ability to recognize patterns. If you can spot patterns in the way that you're feeling or in the way that people are succeeding, then you can point yourself in the right direction, even if there's no one there necessarily to guide you. But I do want to make a note here because I just remember something important is that and I just forgot it. Wait, hang on, give me a second. What happens when your brain has not enough sleep? Right, because you were talking about the I don't know if I don't think you used the words efficiency, but just being effective and able to teach yourself, going about the process. It makes me reminded myself of this idea of efficiency, this sort of fallacy of efficiency, because you want to be efficient, but you don't really know if you truly are until you're done through the process. So
yeah,
is like fallacy of the right path and fallacy of efficiency, it really doesn't matter, because it just matters that you make it out the other end. If you make it out the other end, that is the right path. If you don't make it out, that was the wrong path. And then efficiency is the other thing that is
you know what's the most efficient when you end up making tons of mistakes and you realize what you were doing wasn't efficient, and then it's like, okay, now I'm not
I personally think
to achieve efficiency you have to do inefficient things. It's a paradox.
Yeah, I think like there's this idea that smoothness like is efficient, and in a lot of cases I think that is true, but I think in art the struggling is the efficient part, because that means you're tackling something really hard. But I guess you can also, this is not 100% true, by the way. Don't take this what I'm saying as a gospel here, by the way, guys. Everything that I'm saying here is just stuff that sort of popped up at some point, and I'm just trying to rationalize it for myself here. So I think I know what I want to say here. I'll just find some other time to write it up. But the other one is if make it equals right path, right? So stop worrying about it and just make sure that it works, right? That same idea is like if you never stop trying, you never failed yet. Not a failure, right? It's the same as art, right? Like what Kirio said. Was it Kirio said that earlier today about like how everything is a draft, right? When we were talking about the Secret Santa piece that Kirio did. But what is the proper way to do a very stylized art style? Every artist is learning what to do. Again, unknown. So you go ahead actually. You might want to hear.
So basically this is what I've been doing, because I do animation, and animation is also about stylization. So like how do I say, for stylization I do believe talent is it speeds up your process of having a style much faster, I'd say, because some people, they have a stylization in their head that they can just do, but if you don't necessarily have that, it goes through tons of practice. I would say years of practice to get good stylization. And also stylization is a thing that I'd say is very much only quite applicable to line art. Like line art is the basis, because it's shape based, and lines are the best way of communicating shapes. And you can draw stuff that doesn't exist much better using lines and with colors or values, basically, right? So for stylization, I'd say what's the best way? Draw every day. That's the sad answer, unfortunately, is tons of practice to get good stylization is what I would say.
I actually was contemplating an idea on the sorry, please carry.
It's literally just all practice, and eventually when you have, it's about like finally fulfilling the idea of this feeling you have, because inherently most people have ideas. Like I have this idea, this character looks like this, or this scene looks like this, and your goal as an artist is to visualize the thing, like trying to create this thing in your head. But every time you do it, it doesn't look like it's in your head, and you get frustrated and say, oh, I'm not good at art, you know. But ultimately you gotta trust the process and keep on doing it. And eventually it's like what me said, improving at one step. Like, oh, my pose is wrong, so I study some poses. I don't know how to draw hair, so I do some hair stuff. But basically the iterative process. And because stylization is unique to your person, like I like to draw it like this, your style comes out once you master this individual aspect. So ultimately, practice, tons of practice, like just not even months, but years of practice. I'd say is how you get good style. So
I will answer this in a different way. So for me, this is the biggest thorn in my side for like the past 10 years, because that's all I wanted, my own style, right? But the way I broke it down is this. Throughout this year, this is the other thing that I condensed out, is that what is a style, right? A style is just a framework way of doing things. So when you're doing art, you have to answer all these different questions. What colors to use? What kind of shapes to draw? What's the composition? What are the lines that I'm gonna use? All these are questions you ask yourself when you're drawing. And a style is just your favorite way of answering each of these questions. And that is it. In its most simplest way, it's just your preferred way of answering these questions to draw a picture, to lead up to that final illustration. And the way you find your own style, there are a few different ways, but essentially, like what Mia said, is that you have to go through this process repeatedly. You have to force yourself to answer the questions repeatedly. But you have to be aware of which questions you're answering and what the answers they are saying is. And over a period of time, you're going to realize that there's a pattern in there. Because let's say every time you answer this question of colors, right? If you're answering the color question, you're saying that, hey, what kind of colors do I like using? What kind of colors do I want to use in this current piece? And then you answer that again for the next piece. And over a course of 10 pieces, you now have an idea, a pattern, right? Again, pattern recognition is intelligence. You sort of recognize this pattern that you like certain colors. And this kind of becomes your style for your favorite way of answering this question. That is your style now for colors. And then you just repeat this for everything else. And there's a simple way to sort of answer, to find your own style that I've come to realize is at any stage of the process that you're drawing, remember we have this giant ass board about the process, where each process is basically, each step of the process is answering one of these art questions. What is the composition? What is the value composition, detail composition? What is the shape language? What kind of colors do I want to use? Where's the lighting? And all of these you're going through in this thing. Just make sure that every step of the process, you're asking yourself one question. What do I not like about this in this regard? And how can I fix it to make it look good to myself, right? That's what I did over here. So in this piece here, if you guys go back like 2 streams ago, I had no color and I'm trying to figure out the color. So the only way I can figure out what I like is just I look at the piece and I'm like, what do I not like about color in this thing that I currently see? Is it too dark? Is it too bright? Is it not enough warm colors here? Is it too much blue, too much saturation? I keep asking myself and keep fixing. At some point, you will arrive at a point in the process where you are either, hey, I like what I have, then now you know what you like, right? The second part is you don't know what is right or wrong anymore. You don't know if you like it, but you also don't know if you hate it. And I actually addressed this in my, so this is a very long planning process that I did to answer this question of style, because this is the question I want to answer for myself 10 years ago. So you will get to this gray zone, right? And this gray zone is basically kind of your technical limit. You're either simply unsure in the process, like in the moment, you might be a little bit overwhelmed and you're just simply unsure. Or you could be hitting some kind of technical limit where you no longer have the sort of control knobs to evaluate yourself anymore. Because remember, before I broke down this art process into very distinct steps for myself, everything looks like a singular black box. I don't know why it looks bad until I figure out that, hey, there are these different ideas in this box. Then now I can pinpoint the thing and be like, hey, in this point of view, I think it maybe can be fixed a little bit better. From the saturation point of view, oh, maybe I can make the saturation higher or lower. If I didn't know saturation as an idea existed, then it's just a color that looks bad and I can go in any different direction. But if you know the saturation, you only tweak saturation. So that's where studies come in and help. So this process is very intertwined, but in my point of view, that is kind of the sort of style, what style means to me and how I can get better at style and find your own style, right? Just one question, like, what do you not like about it right now in a specific aspect? And then try to fix it. That's it. You repeat this over and over and over and over. And then at the end of it, you'll get your style that you like.
Yeah, so ultimately it's like trial and error and practice.
Yes,
And
but
it's like the combination.
yeah, but you have to be very aware of what you're doing. I think over my entire life, I've heard trial and error or like you know, you have to draw a lot very often. but I don't know what that means.
Yeah.
Because drawing a lot
This
doesn't
is
mean that you're
the-
tackling the problem that you need to tackle. You're kind of abstracted away
It's
from the
also
problems.
about the learning. People learn differently, and a lot of the people who
True.
you know have really good style, they don't consciously think, but
Yeah.
ultimately the practice is the one. And also, adjusting things
Mhm.
like it can also be subconscious, like all these things.
Yeah.
So
I think that is my
Okay,
biggest problem. I need to see the structure behind everything. If not, I don't know how to approach it. It just feels like I'm walking around in a circle in the fog, right? You're just lost. I'm just lost. And you can still ask that question as like what I don't like about this piece right now. But if you don't have all the control knobs, it really is like, what do I try changing first? Right? If I look at this piece that I have and I don't know that it was the colors that is the issue or the saturation that's the issue, I don't know what I would have changed. I might have changed details, I might have changed proportions, or I might change composition. And those are not the things I needed to change. And of course, like in that trial and error, you'll figure out very quickly that it is the color that is the issue. But that's what I'm saying. You have to figure out that it's the color that is the issue. And that's why I needed this structure for myself. The breaking down of the elements, right? What fundamentals are, and then what a style is and how they connect, and then how you can go from this, attack this in a very structured manner. That being said though, I haven't really sort of executed on this plan just yet, but just keeping it in mind has been very, very helpful. I want to consolidate everything out into a cohesive sort of general, like it's like a general relativity theory, but like everything is part of it. Like I feel like art has a lot of these concepts and they're all like
standard model.
Yeah, they're all kind of like separate. Like it's like, what am I supposed to do with all these different pieces of information? If I can put it into a singular model, then it's like, hey,
Good.
you know,
You should make a video about that. I mean, I feel like based on what you've said.
Oh yeah.
You've definitely learned quite a bit this year. So
This is the
definitely
video planning
a lot.
for it, yeah. All these
Okay.
texts. Yeah, but
Make your magnum opus. You know, I learned this after streaming art for every day for a year.
the main problem is though the video part of the video. What am I supposed to show people when I'm talking about this shit? How am I supposed to get enough content for like 1.5 hours worth of me talking? That's really hard.
Like the visual stuff, yeah. Like you can only, I guess, only show your own stuff. So once you have enough stuff to show, I feel like, so you can.
I think I would
video.
do like the cop out where I would just do like a painting time lapse in the back or something.
You do the paint.
Okay. Because like the effort required to plan the video, like all my previous video take quite a bit of time to think through. Like if I'm talking about this point, all right, what should the viewer see at this specific instance to help them understand what I'm saying, and then you have to record it and you have to time it, and then that was like a lot of work even for like 10 minutes. And I'm expecting this to go into the hour at least, because there's a lot of stuff here. And there's like 20,000 words here. So,
Just made a podcast version.
yeah, this is our podcast version, I guess, yeah. But anyways, that is kind of the retrospective of this year. All the stuff that I've learned, condensed out into words. It can be even a little bit more condensed still. And then if I can turn it into a video, that would be great. That would be the video that if I can send something back in time to my past self 10 years ago, this would be the one that I sent. Because the way that I think about art was so bad. Yeah, if I had just understood this is how I should think about it, I think it would have been a very different story. My life would have been very different. Maybe for the better. Not sure though, you never know. But anyways, yeah, I had by the way, like this part here, I had this bright idea to end the video that I eventually will make as like bad news and good news, right? Good news, bad news. The bad news is that it's very long, right? And if you've never done something remotely like something like this before, and most likely you haven't, right? If you're young, it's incredibly difficult. If at least to me, it is unbelievably difficult. Like every step of the way, there has been something that pushes back, that just doesn't make sense to you. And unless you find someone in your life to help you, it's just a crazy bang your head on the wall like for a long time, right? But the good news is that everyone's here. We are 256 streams in here. a lot of you guys have been along for the journey for a really long time, right? And you guys are clearly very motivated in getting better and doing art for whatever personal reasons that you may have. So, you know, good news is that you want it bad enough, right? The bad news is that if you want it really badly. The good news is that clearly, based on you guys' commitment into the process, into the I don't know, creative exploration here, you do want it bad enough. So we will make it someday. You kind of have to keep at it. That was gonna be the conclusion to my videos, to my eventual video here.
Yeah.
Yeah. Because if they made it to the end of 1 hour of me ranting, they clearly want it bad enough, right?
I know, right?
So
like, who's gonna stick around just listening to someone ramble?
Yeah.
Really good at art.
So
rather than watching like a short, you know, oh, this is how you draw an eye. This is how you render hair.
So yeah, I just need to turn everything into one video. The ultimate art, me's guide to art. Don't hold your breath though, guys. It's gonna take a while. If at all, if it's ever gonna
This
come
is
out.
the video I wish I saw when I started art.
Yeah, it is, yeah. Yeah, sacrifice gooning time.
Why not both?
You don't even really have to sacrifice it, right? If you just turn it into
No.
art practice and just draw stuff that you like.
Oh my god. I wasn't gonna go there.
Right, like what I've been doing in the server recently. I don't know if you've seen me, Mia. I'm drawing hardcore gooning art. I think a few of you guys have seen, like George has seen it, Beamer, Yip.
I mean, you're just there, but I don't know what you're doing.
Indeed. Oh yeah, like I only share the screen when someone comes in and I know that they don't mind.
What? Really?
Yeah.
Okay.
Honestly, like whatever that keeps you going is the correct way to draw. You can just get better for like so many things I've shared, right? All the fun. So
Yeah. Like all the people who have the best stylization, I would say almost more than half of them draw corn-ish stuff, suggestive stuff. That's what keeps you to draw the human body, you know?
yeah, indeed. Like it's such a great way to. Wow. Okay. That I don't know how I feel about that, the virus. I don't know how I feel about that, but great stuff, I guess. As long as you're motivated to draw now. Man. What is this? Jump. What is this? More jump. What the hell is this? E1 view? Oh no, I need to keep this. Wait, hang on. This is the code that did the. Oh, I didn't show you this, Mia, but actually the server is off in here. But like, I did the scraping for all the Twitter bookmarks and stuff. And currently, I'm working on something that displays it a little bit cleanly. It's a lot of work. I have apparently 4,334 bookmarks.
It scrapes your own bookmarks? Wow.
Yeah, I wrote some scripts. It's in the Discord if you want to take a look with instructions on how to use it. But it is very sus. I mean, like I don't like it when anyone shares scripts for other people to run. You definitely have to do your due diligence to read it.
Yeah.
But trust me, bro.
Please
Trust me.
run my
Trust.
Python script. Remember to run as administrator before you run it.
Yeah.
By the way.
all the black windows that come out, just ignore it. It's fine.
Yeah.
Yeah, Notepad++ has a lot of tabs. In there, there's also the scripts for the VTuber pipeline, the chatbot pipeline, but I haven't worked on it in a while. Man, there's a lot of stuff to do. Where's my to-do list? Shit. Where did I put it? God damn it.
How many tabs do I
Okay.
have in Sublime right now?
I need to pay for my one-on-one.
Oh my.
I have to think about weeklies. Yeah, I have to add to this list now. I have to consolidate life lessons for art.
Life lesson.
Anything else that I missed? Yeah, my to-do list is on the to-do list, honestly. Yeah, sorry, unknown. Probably won't be doing any of that today because I'm hopping off already. Today has been a bit of a different stream though. Yeah, I guess this would be double. Actually, I can double these two guys first. This was when I didn't want to draw anymore and I just wanted to autopilot a reference. If you want the link, Show has it. You can ask Show for the link. I think I still have it here though if you want it. But otherwise, it's been a great time, guys. Today has been a special stream for sure, right? Stream stats, Secret Santa, a lot of things coming to a conclusion today. Unfortunately, my art did not come to a conclusion, but I think you guys can also see the vision already, so I think that's fine. Front end dev and join the college for the art.
Oh no, you quit web development to become an artist, or just doing it as a hobby?
Yeah, it's at a hobby circle.
Those are.
Oh, as in like
life choices.
Oh, learning art in that context sounds like you went to college for art or something, right? At least some kind of a school, like basically full-time art then. But yeah,
kind of similar to what I did, but what I learned was complete. Oh,
interesting. So what, you're full-time self-learning art circle? Is that how it is? You're not like in school and you're not like working. It's just like full-time art by yourself. Oh, I might actually have to buy coffee for this. Figure that out. I might be late. Anyways, I think I should probably hop off soon. I think I'm gonna need a lot of coffee when I'm consolidating everything because I need to have a consolidated, very, very clear mind here to keep everything in my head and then write out a new piece of document here. But technically I'm employed all the time. Okay, man. I see. Well, all the best to you for that. That is a very long road ahead.
Yes,
for
indeed.
all of us, yeah, honestly. But yeah, thank you guys for coming. I hope you guys have a more enjoyable time than usual. Yes, thank you, Unknown. Thank you, Mia, for joining.
Yes, glad to be here.
Sorry,
I came late.
Indeed, I think I ended up interrupting you a lot more today just because of more yappy stream. And,
No, it's fine because I'm also just drawing, so yeah.
That's great. That's great. So no difference, guys. New Year's, Santa, what's that called? Christmas. I'm still gonna be here next Monday. I'm just gonna continue drawing our usual thing. So I'll see you guys next Monday on the 29th. And so have a good night. Thank you. Goodbye.
Good night, everyone. Thanks for coming. Have a nice day. Night. Merry Christmas. Happy New Year's. Happy holidays.
Yes, Happy New Year. Oh, I will probably say that a lot more later. But anyways, goodbye.
Goodbye.